Hello, everyone, and welcome to another one of my stories. Today, I bring to you Deathbringers by me. I've been working on this one for over a year now, and I'm so excited that it's finally done. It's finally the way I want it. Everything has been looked over and worked so that I could bring you something unique and original, something that hopefully you haven't heard or read before. And if you have, whoever wrote that has great taste. But Deathbringers is a part of the Event Zero Origin universe, but it's a branch story. It's not directly in the story, though it is set in that world. And I hope you enjoy it. I just got done listening to it for the first time, and wow, it's quite an experience. I enjoyed it, and I hope it does the same for you. And I'm beyond excited to present to you Deathbringers. Prepare to dream.
Do you know what the most important part of the sword is? Many would say it's the blade. Others point at the size, and some mention its strength or sharpness. But the most important part is the hilt. Because with its hilt, you control destruction. Eel.
Chapter 1. Between. Were you stealing? When you die, you can't lie. And if you do, you'll really die. I'm talking about die, as in no longer exist. Poof, disappear. Tell the truth, and that's when things get complicated. Memories are erased as if they never existed. Not that you can remember anything meaningful once you're dead. But still, not knowing what you were about or what you did when you were alive hurts. I learned this the hard way. I literally had to die in order to learn this particular lesson. Not sure if learning that was worth dying and all. Now I'm about to betray one of the only people who's shown me compassion in a long time. Crap, not a long time, if I'm real with myself. I can basically say ever. Or at least that's what it feels like. For me, life hasn't been easy. Life used to suck. Ex-life, if we want to be completely accurate. Not that I'm complaining, but now that I'm here, about to ruin everything all over again, that life, that ex-life, doesn't seem so bad. You might be asking, what is this? And where exactly are you, kid? And to that I'll say, first, I'm not a kid. I'm 23. And to answer the second question, well, it's complicated. It hasn't been long. In fact, it hasn't even been a week since I discovered what the fresh aroma of smog smelt like. There's no smog here in the world of Between. Or Between for short. That's what the locals call this place. Anyway, one moment I was alive, doing something that perhaps I was not supposed to do. And then the next, I wasn't. I remember feeling a hot, blistering, cutting sensation on my back, and then everything faded into darkness. The next thing I knew, there was a tall, hefty man, one of the bigger ones I've seen, holding a giant sword to my throat. He had but one question for me. Were you stealing? He paid very little attention to me. His focus was elsewhere, down the street. The very weird street. Where was I? Everything inside my body told me to tell him the truth. An overwhelming waterfall feeling. A compulsion through and through. Yet at the same time, I somehow felt that it was possible to lie, and that lying would surely let me keep my head. In that moment, nothing else existed but me and him, and what I was about to say would have grave consequences, regardless of what I said. Well? The giant sword dug ever so slightly into the skin on my neck. The steel was cold and unwavering. Its sharp edge was a breath away from cutting into my skin. I felt as if I couldn't move, not even away from the blade. because if I did, that would also cut me.
Do I need to ask again, or did you hear me clearly the first time?
He turned to look at me, his dark brown eyes steady and true, as if held down by anchors or heavy weights, the emotion behind them impossible to read. I wasn't stealing, I choked out reluctantly. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what this is. There, I said it, the lie, followed by 2 truths. Surely they had to count for something, right? In a snap, the sword went from resting steadily on my neck to being firmly planted on the ground in front of the big man. How could something so large, and presumably heavy, move so fast?
I'll take you to get all of this sorted out,
said the big man, his voice calm. I nodded absently, not sure what I was nodding to, but getting things sorted out sounded like a great idea.
Get up,
said the big man,
and get behind me.
That's when I saw them. A group of similarly large men and women coming towards us. There were 5 of them in total, 3 men and 2 women. The big man turned back to face the incoming group. Though similar in size, they were also very different. They were dressed in suits, mostly in white trench coats, white fedoras, white belts and shoes, but with dark grey waistcoats and trousers. They reminded me of some kind of gangsters from the 1940s, the kind I'd seen once in a black and white movie. In contrast, the large man wore a worn, heavy leather vest with belt-like straps across it, simple trousers, and what looked like a very heavy pair of boots. He also had bandages wrapped around his hands and protruding from under the boots. The big man's appearance didn't ring any bells in my head, but he looked ancient. Everything he wore looked cut and stitched together by hand and far from new.
Step aside, swordsman,
said one of the 5 gangsters, emphasizing the last part with scorn. Don't let this be your last stand.
This kid is under my protection now,
said the big man, pointing towards himself with his thumb.
As for you,
he said to me in a low voice,
don't make me tell you again.
Right, get behind you, I said as I scurried behind him, not bothering to fully stand up. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but at least the large man didn't cut my head off, and he also said he was protecting me now, whereas the gangsters coming this way looked as if they were getting ready to shoot me or something. Getting behind the big man seemed like the most logical choice. He lied, do you know that? Said one of the gangsters. This time it was a female voice. He lied, and you're still going to protect him?
I happen to believe that he didn't,
said the big man.
And if you come any closer, I'll enforce my contract. Consider this a warning.
The gangsters stopped in place. Let me remind you that you're 2 blows away from being done in this world, said the same woman. Was she the boss? It sort of looked that way. She was now front and centre of the group.
Then let's give it a try.
He pulled his sword from the ground and swung it to the right, as if it weighed nothing. His movement was so fast that it picked up a cloud of dust and slightly ruffled his combed-back hair. How could something so huge weigh nothing? Was he that strong? I used to lift things in my past life, heavy things, and I didn't remember being able to move anything remotely as heavy with that sort of precision. That kid is ours, and you know it, yelled the boss from across the way, still standing in place. You can't save him from what's coming. Not anymore. Not in your condition. You're the leftovers of what once was. But even then, he told a perfect lie. It won't be just us looking for him. We will all come for him.
I guess one of us will be finding out what's really on the other side,
said the big man, crouching ever so slightly. With that, the group of gangsters scattered, disappearing onto the nearby rooftops. Okay, I had to admit that even with everything that was happening, watching the gangsters leap onto the rooftops in one jump was quite unexpected. Once the last one departed, I began to pay attention to my surroundings. Aside from being dead, was I also going blind? Or was being oblivious a side effect of being dead? Because, holy cow, how could I not have noticed this place that totally wasn't anywhere near my town? And it was surely not Earth, right? I mean, I used to see pictures of places like this in the history books, and if I knew anything at all about living in the present day, this sort of place just didn't exist in the world. The building walls looked as if they were made of clay. There were tents and shades made from hide, and there were wooden stalls everywhere. Torches and corner fires lit up the place, and the ground was paved entirely with rounded stones. I forget their name. Cablar, Klebo, Car something. You get the point. What was totally not in the history books were the metal doors, wires, and antennas, and metal piping of all shapes and sizes winding in and out of the buildings. Well, that last part could exist in today's world, but perhaps not in the BLURBs. There was also a strong but pleasant aroma of burning wood in the air, and I noticed chickens warbling and pigs lounging about. Everything seemed so foreign and ancient, despite my lack of memory. There were also people, lots and lots of people walking about. The people that were now in front of us had cleared the area back when the gangsters showed up. But as soon as they left, the people returned to the streets. Just like I did not belong, it looked like neither did they. People in light bluebell bottoms, tie-dye shirts and vests, mingled with chap and spur-wearing cowboys with full-grown beards and bandanas over their necks. Actual Viking-looking dudes with horns on their helmets and heavy leather cloaks laughed and drank beer in one of the stalls. I blinked. A lady wearing skin-tight black armour and a fishbowl-looking helmet walked by. I rubbed my eyes. The only thing the people here had in common was a strange halo above and behind their heads. The gangsters from earlier had them too. What was that? I turned to look at the big man, and he had one too. Well, sorta. His looked broken, missing lots of pieces. The pieces were a translucent golden yellow, and they glowed. If I was looking at it correctly, his halo had 2 full petal-like pieces, and it was missing the rest. But perhaps the strangest thing I saw was the sun and the moon lighting up the twilight sky together. Yes, together. Topping it off, they weren't in their usual places in the east and west. It felt as if they were to the north and south, facing each other, peeking out over the horizon. The moon was towards the north, while the sun was in the south. Strangely, my sense of direction was working just fine. I wasn't feeling lost and out of place. "What is this place?" I murmured.
Get up, kid,
Said the big man as he sheathed his sword.
we got some walking to do.
He then turned to me, his expression sort of relieved, his brows no longer furrowed and his eyes relaxed.
You can walk, right?
"I think so," I said, standing up straight for the first time since I got here. I'll be the first to admit, right around this point, I was stupidly nervous. Here was a big man with a giant sword that looked extremely sharp, giving me orders who had maybe recently saved my life. What was I supposed to do? Not listen to him? But
Good. We have a lot of ground to cover and no time to waste.
where are we going? And who are you again? I reached out with my hand. I don't believe we've met. I'm Fen. Also, if you can explain to me, why would I go anywhere with you? Not too long ago, you were holding a sword against my neck.
Did you not hear me?
The big man sighed.
We have to go. Get moving, kid. I thought you told me you could walk.
Yes, but I'd like to think I'm able to ask questions also, since you're protecting me and all. I heard you say that. What is this place anyways? How come I've never heard of or seen anything like this?
Kid,
Said the big man as he turned and started walking down the street in the opposite direction to where the gangsters were.
you should be grateful that I saved whatever is left of you. If we get going, I'll explain along the way. If you don't come with me, they will come for you. They won't be as nice. And you might not like where you end up.
Okay. Well, when you put it that way, following you seems like a no-brainer.
Now, can you get moving, kid?
I'm not a kid, I said as I started walking behind him. I'm almost 24. Only 8 more months to go.
First, I wouldn't call that almost. You have some ways to go. Second, so long as you are here, you won't age. You'll be as old as you are now until they finish whatever is left of you, or I get you across to the other side, where you belong.
I wouldn't age. I could get used to that. The place was buzzing as things began to close down, tents and shops being packed away. Vendors stacked their buckets on top of one another while butchers unhung their meats. What is this place anyways? I said, looking around, still in awe at everything I saw.
Welcome to Between, where you are neither dead nor alive. I suggest you start getting used to it.
Chapter 2. Deathbringer.
The kid had lied. But at least it wasn't all the way a lie. There was some grey area, some room to play. I could save this kid. He was a rule breaker, or what we Deathbringers like to call a high-risk contract, meaning that to keep him on path would be hard. No, hard was underestimating the gravity of the situation. Perhaps I had just discarded my immortality. I looked over at the kid, who was hurriedly trying to catch up to me, then looked back. Regardless, I had made the correct decision. If I hadn't engaged this kid with the contract, chances are no one would. Not the way things were going as of late. In this world, Between, things were getting out of hand with the Gates War. We, the good side, or the side that cared about life, were losing.
So, you promised to explain,
said the kid, still stumbling his way towards me. How someone could be that clumsy was beyond me.
Can you slow down a little? For every one of your steps, I have to take 2 or 3. I mean, you aren't the shortest of people. In fact, you're one of the tallest people I've ever seen.
I couldn't help but sigh.
Hey, it was you who said that,
said the kid.
So, between, you say?
Everyone, I started, trying to control my temper. I didn't want to sound annoyed or angry, although I was both. Having realized that when I made the decision to help, I hadn't thought about Shanna. I sighed again, thinking to myself that what was done was done. Now I had to live with the consequences. Shanna would eventually understand. It's not like I was doing anything bad, really. Everyone, I repeated with a little more kindness. Control was so much better. That's alive in the world of the living passes through here by our hand to their final resting place. The kid's face turned pale green, but he kept walking. It's more or less our job to see that you make it to the other side. Usually the decisions are simple. You live an earnest and loving life, and you end up with us. Live a pitiful and vile life, and you end up with them.
You have to be nicer to me. Who is them? I'm so lost.
They are the ones who take the lives of those who live a lesser life. They are the ones who don't ask questions, the ones who do not care where you end up. They are the Sharingar, or the northernmost gate. To put it simply, in your world, one of them would be called the Grim Reaper, or Death. The kid swallowed slowly. Don't worry. For as long as we're in a contract, they can't touch you without going through me first.
I don't know whether to find that comforting or not. But I guess I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Not anymore, you don't. This is what it is. The kid nodded and walked a little straighter. Was he making up his mind?
So that's them. And what about you? Who are you? From what you're telling me, you're the opposite. Life giver or something?
No. I am Il Acellus Desiderius Licinus, also death. But before you worry, we do ask questions, and we only accompany those who are ready to step foot on the other side.
The other side? You mean like heaven?
No, I mean the other side. No one really knows what's on the other side. At least no one from this world, or the last. Only those who step foot on the other side know what's there. The great gates may know, but not us. Our job is to guide people, whether it is to eternity, an afterlife, paradise, reincarnation, or a resting place, we don't know. The only thing we know, or feel, is that you're better off with us than with them. We're the Gileads of the southernmost gate. I gestured towards the nesting moon directly on our horizon. When someone reaches the end of their mortal life, we never interfere. We never provoke or
Does?
The kid started interrupting mid-sentence with watery eyes.
Does this mean I'm dead?
As we talked, we kept walking. The market was done for the day. Most of the stalls were closed now for the cold that was to come. That cold, that blasted bone-breaking cold. The cold was one of the few things that really sucked about this world of ours. Impossible to go out, impossible to do anything at all. Nobody knew where the cold came from or what its purpose was. Some older death-bringers speculate that it is a way of cleansing sanctum, to bring a fresh start to the new day. Some say it is a way to count time in a place where time doesn't really exist. Not yet, I said, looking at the kid, attempting to make the most light-hearted expression I knew how to make. At least not officially, or permanently. Your body may be lying somewhere, motionless and lifeless, but there's still hope. I attempted to smile, but that seemed to make things worse. As long as I'm with you, you'll be all right.
Hope of what?
The kid said, barely able to talk at this point. For a lost one, he was very emotional.
Of crossing to the other side, to the southernmost gate, because that's where we're going, right?
At the moment, yeah. But everything on this side leads to that gate. Don't worry, we won't be going there. My guess is that you don't belong here. Those gangsters back there were going to claim your life for their gate without deserving it. What I'm trying to do, and the reason you're coming with me, is that I'm trying to get your old life back. Undead you. Liveliness returned to the kid's face, which was good. I had no idea how to deal with someone moping around on our way to get their life back.
How do you know that?
The kid said, following our conversation closely.
How do you know I don't deserve to die?
It's not so much something we know as something we death-bringers feel. A sensation of wrongness or inaction if we let the other side take you. Some of us feel it more than others with different people. The kid nodded, letting a hint of a smile show. I knew he couldn't remember his past life, who mattered or who didn't. But that didn't mean he couldn't feel what he was missing. Well, that's enough of that for one day, I said. For now, we have an old friend to visit before it gets cold out. He nodded again, looking as if he was lost in thought.
You said my body might be lying motionless somewhere,
said the kid, looking down, trying to control his breathing.
What if something happens to it? What happens to me here? Will I die again here if I die there?
People passing through between tended to, what was the right word? Panic? Yeah, that seemed right. Panic a lot. That was why interactions with Deathbringers were always limited to a few moments before taking them right up to the gate. Despite everything, though, this kid was doing just fine. I wasn't chasing him down the path or talking him down from a wall, trying to convince him that he couldn't fly, as had happened in the past. With this kid, his head was all there, and his critical thinking skills remained. This was all reassuring to me. Calm, I said slowly. Time doesn't function the same way here as it does in the world of the living. Here, all timelines cross. There is the big end of it all. No one really knows for sure, but chances are that for every second that passes in the world of the living, a few hours have passed here. So, we still have time. Nothing will really happen to your body while you're here with the issue unresolved. How do I know we'll resolve this in time before something happens? We don't. The best thing we can do for now is to get to where we're going. We walked in silence the rest of the way. All the kid did was look around and rub his arms as the cold began to creep up the street. One thing about this cold was that no one survived outside in it. It wouldn't be long now before the full front hit us, and that would mean both the kid and I would no longer exist. Well, you've demonstrated clearly that you can walk, I said, turning back to peek at the approaching cold. But can you run? The kid looked at me, confused. Can you run? I asked again with a little more force. As in, go faster than walking. A lot faster. I think so. I mean, I feel like I can. That's not going to be good enough, I said, letting a sense of urgency slip into my tone. Listen to me carefully. If we're going to make it to Shanna's place before the cold, we need to get going. Well, how far is it? The kid asked. Just a few streets down. But do you see that white wall of fog back there? I gestured behind us. It's closer than you think. And if it touches us, we're both dead. As in gone. And which side you end up on won't be up to me. Do you understand? Yes, the kid said, nodding, but staring back at me blankly. Then why aren't you running? Because you aren't running. Do you see anyone else outside now? Don't wait for me to do something. Run! We ran. To my surprise, the kid kept up without an ounce of fear showing on his face. Instead of fear, I saw determination. That was good, because with everything that was to come, we would need lots of it. We made it to Shanna's dwelling with a full block between us and the cold. Shanna was already leaning on the door, her brows furrowed. The door behind her was fully barred. I could tell this wasn't going to be a warm welcome, but she was solely focused on me. That meant it wasn't going to be that bad for the kid. Dwellings in between weren't unlike what people called homes in the world of the living, except that here you had full control over who could come in. For us Deathbringers, dwellings are the only safe places in all the sanctum. No harm can come to us so long as we're inside our dwellings. But outside, it's fair game, all the time. I've been waiting, Shanna said, relaxing her brows somewhat. You were supposed to be here a while ago. By the 13 great houses, she looked beautiful. Everything about her was unique and perfect in its own way. The way her night-black hair fell straight but curled slightly at the ends. Those dark brown eyes that never hid anything and always told the truth. And that slight half-smile whenever she talked. It was impossible to forget a face like hers. She was already wearing her dwelling coat, a simple but elegant garment with a light design. Damn, if the sight of her was ever taken from me. She was... Well? Shanna said, interrupting my thoughts. She glanced over at the kid, then at me, then back at the kid, then at me.
Not even an excuse or an apology. I ran into this kid on the way here, I said. I couldn't leave him to them. He was on his way to the northernmost gate. Shanna cocked her head, glaring at the kid. He looked down. Hey, don't worry, I said, tapping the kid on his back. She's not that bad. You do know he lied, right? Shanna said, one eyebrow raised. He's a rule breaker, I said. I can feel it. He's done nothing wrong. I can't feel it, said Shanna. He's not for you to save, I said, hands to the side. We know this. You can't be risking yourself any longer, Shanna said. You have to wait to regain some of what you have lost. You have but 2 glories left on your halo. When glories left a Deathbringer, let's just say that regaining them was difficult. There were stories about a Deathbringer or 2 who'd regained their glories, but how they did it was still unknown. To a Deathbringer, losing glories was sort of like losing little chunks of life. Once they were all gone, so was your life. I could see why she was worried, and I couldn't blame her. She was right to worry. I'd be worried too if it were the other way around. We don't know if that will ever happen, I said, taking a step towards her. In the meantime, I couldn't leave him. Now, will you let us in? You big brute, Shanna said, stepping away from the doorframe. I stood quietly, and so did the kid. Shanna sighed, but then nodded slowly. Moments later, the barrier disappeared.
Chapter 3. Costly. I couldn't bear the thought of Eel getting hurt once more. And for what? To save someone who had lied? This bothered me to see, like a mortal trying to balance on a string. I don't remember the last time a lie was this obvious. How was this kid worth saving? How was this kid worth Eel's life? The last time Eel got hurt wasn't worth it either. Painful, stupid memories ran through my head, but I wouldn't pay attention to them. I looked at the kid. His curious yet frightened eyes wandered about. I guess he was still trying to adjust. There was nothing special about him. No signs of an extraordinary life. No signs of him changing the world in a substantial way. He was just an ordinary human that used to be alive. I guess if anything, he wasn't as panicky as the rest of the wanderers that passed through here. But still, that wasn't enough. You keep this place warm, Eel said as he started to unfasten Ayazael, the legendary sword of his time. His sword was perhaps the only memory he truly had of his past life. The only thing true to him. The one that would not fail him. I shook myself. No, I couldn't think this way. I mustn't go down this bitter hole that had been dug for me. It wasn't healthy. I couldn't be this weak. Not anymore. I'd made a promise. If he'd saved the kid, there had to be a good reason behind it. I was no judge, and I wouldn't be one now. I had to be there for him, just as he'd always been there for me. Make yourself at home, I said with a sigh. Don't mind if I do, Eel said, leaning his shrinking sword on the wall and grabbing the nearest chair, bringing it towards him in one swift motion. This man made everything look effortless, even the most mundane tasks. How did you do that? The kid asked, his mouth wide open. How did your sword get smaller? Out of everything you've seen so far, Eel said, stretching, that's what impresses you? That sort of thing doesn't happen. The kid stared at the sword. When you're from? Eel interrupted. Yeah. Lots of things don't happen when you're from. And you? I said, looking towards the kid. You don't sit down when you come from? The invitation was for both of you. If it weren't, you'd be outside, or, better said, gone from this world. The kid said nothing. Kid, Eel said, leaning back on the chair, assuming a relaxed position. I'd listen to her if I were you. She can get a little intense. I glared at Eel. What? Eel said, stretching in the chair even more. The kid went to sit on a chair close to Eel, showing that his trust in this big brute was already growing. So, what's the plan? I asked, looking at Eel while trying my best not to scowl. We'll be heading to the tribunal in the first clearing. How long do you think the cold will last tonight? It was then that I knew Eel wouldn't be surviving this one. Not by himself. The only person who could actually help him had already failed him once. I had failed him. I didn't know what to feel. Anger, disappointment, and guilt washed over me all at once, warming up my body, but not in a good way. Anger because, again, Eel was putting his life in danger for someone else. Did this man not want to live for himself for once? Disappointment because this could be one of the last times I would get to see him. He would die without knowing what I truly felt for him. Guilt because he had done the same for me. I hadn't always been a failure. I used to be feared in this world and the last. They told stories about the Lady of Peaks. People made way when they saw me. But ever since I failed Eel, I couldn't bring myself to think the same way. I was the cause of his glories nearly disappearing on him. Come to think of it, I had failed before as well. But could I really blame myself for that? It was so long ago, and yet I remembered so clearly. The palace remained warm even in the dead of winter, and even as our kingdom was under siege. I was but 13 at the time, young and naive. I thought that no matter what happened, my father would win this war, for he was a great king. One of Father's counselors bowed and neared the fireplace where Father, Mother, and her assistants and I were gathered. I'd always enjoyed Father's stories of conquest at the fireplace. What is it, Chrisima? Father said, without looking away from the fire. Great One, General Isawan is here to see you, Chrisima said, taking a step towards Father, bowing further. He brings urgent news. Let him in, Father said. Let him enlighten us of the things to come. Great One, perhaps you'd like to move to a more private room. Surely you don't want to bother the Queen and Princess with inconvenient matters. Chrisima, Father said, turning towards Mother and me, then towards Chrisima. I hide nothing from the ones I love. Let General Isawan in. Yes, Great One, right away. Chrisima nodded and walked off into the hallway. What could it be? Mother asked as she sat up a little straighter. I fear that it won't be pleasant, Father said, turning back to the fire. Do you think that Company Zero has already been defeated? Mother asked, dismissing her assistants. I wasn't entirely aware of what was happening with the war in Father's kingdom, but I knew that Company Zero was Father's last line of defense. It was the best the Cold Peaks had, and If defeated, it could only mean bad things were about to happen. That is most likely. But that would mean, Mother said, before being interrupted by General Isawan running to kneel before Father. Great One, forgive me, for I have failed you, General Isawan said as he lifted his sword horizontally above his head, attempting to hand it to Father. You have failed no one, Father said gently, pushing the sword down. So long as you have given it your all. We are not all-powerful beings who can change the course of history on a whim. Be kind to yourself. You fought hard, perhaps for too many years. Great One, forgive me, General Isawan said again, his voice now low. You're forgiven. Now rise and tell us what situation this leaves us in. Great One, I dare not rise. I cannot rise. I must not rise. I don't deserve to rise when so many under my command have fallen and will not rise another day. Humor me one last time with this request. Father looked towards him. Old friend, I'm afraid we have not much time left, and if it's not too much to ask, please dispense with the use of my title. As evidenced, my kingdom will fall, and thousands more will die despite our efforts. I am anything but great. With glassy eyes, General Isawan nodded slowly, got back to his feet, and straightened himself. His once pristine and intricately decorated armor was now ripped and gouged. His undergarments were slashed, exposing stitched up but still bleeding skin. And yet he stood tall. We're now surrounded. With the new addition of the Eska Kingdom, all 4 neighboring kingdoms have united against us. Company 0 is no more, and we're now under siege. So, they have united with the enemy after all, Father said as he turned back to the fire. We wasted a lot of time trying diplomacy with Eska. I wonder if this was their plan all along. It appears so, General Isawan said. And what of their terms? Will they let my people go unharmed once we've surrendered? They're willing to let everyone go. General Isawan hesitated. Father said nothing, and silence hung in the air. Even I knew there could be no good news when it came to war, especially when you were losing. In exchange for the royal family, they have promised safe passage for anyone who puts down their weapons against them. Father flinched and then looked towards me, his eyes haunted, his face pale. I wanted to tell him not to worry about me, that I had lived my best life already. Next to him, next to my mother, I was ready to face my end if that meant freeing all the town's people. Can you escape with her? Father asked, turning to General Isawan. Unlikely, General Isawan said, looking down for the first time. Even if we take our finest leathers, we need fire to survive the night. If we leave during the day or night, regardless of the path we take, we're likely to be spotted. Bribery is also not in our favor. They have been promised fortunes for themselves and their families. We cannot carry enough to bribe a whole platoon sent for us. I am sorry. They come looking for what I don't have. Father exhaled and extended his arm, calling for what could only be Daraya, our family's basis for nobility. Daraya, the 2-headed war scythe handed down from generation to generation since the early days of magic. Daraya oscillated slowly above the fireplace until it broke the heavy iron restraint and glided softly into Father's hands. "Magic is long dead," Father said as he held Dariah gently in the open palms of his hands. "Those who wanted to make the world a better place locked it away. Those whose greed knows no bounds wants to uncover it once more. This is all that's left of the old magic. Though it is a watered-down version of what it once was, it is still the deadliest weapon in existence. The last of its kind. I fear that regardless of which path we choose, our enemies have made up their minds. This will undoubtedly be amplified when they do not find what they're looking for." "How long do we have?" Mother asked, as she sat down next to me and embraced me, her eyes watery and her voice hoarse. "There must be something we can do."
3 months at most,"
General Isawan said. I wasn't sure what to feel at that moment. All of this was very new to me. But none of it felt fair. If I was understanding the conversation correctly, it meant that we would all die regardless of the path we chose. "For as long as I can remember, I have chosen life over death," Father said as he looked down at Dariah. "This choice has helped countless people live a happy life, and in many ways, this has given us happiness in return. Perhaps this time, death should be the choice we make." Father turned to me, his face no longer in pain. "Dearest of mine, will you come here?" I went over to Father after feeling a gentle nudge from Mother on my back. I had never seen Dariah this close before. The decorated steel of the blade looked solid and sharp, and the braided steel shaft looked strong and heavy. How it rested so gently in Father's hand was beyond me. "This blade has been in our family for 6 generations, Father said, moving Dariah closer to me. "It has been held by great rulers, kings, and warriors. Now, it will be held by you. So long as you have this blade, you'll be safe. And those who intend to harm you will not, for they will be facing the embodiment of death on earth. Take Dariah, my dearest, and let the name of House Azuriah endure the centuries to come." I took Dariah, and for the first few seconds, it weighed a lot more than I could lift. But then, it weighed nothing at all. I could feel it digging deep inside my being, becoming an extension of me, a limb, a part of myself. But not just of my body. It was turning into something else. And so was I. "Dariah will become one with you." Father leaned back in his chair, visibly relieved, as if a huge burden had been taken off his back. "And you will become one with it, my dearest one. It will awaken all that you are and enhance it." A cool fire stirred throughout my body. I was ready to move, to jump, to run, and to be calm all at once. I'd never felt so serene, as if nothing at all was happening around me, and yet I was on the verge of jumping off a wall if something did. "With a little bit of training from General Isawan," Father said as he looked at the general, then back at me, "you will survive what's to come." I didn't intend to simply survive. I intended to win. To give it my all to protect my family, and as many of the people who stayed behind as I could. Holding Dariah, I knew it was possible. So, I trained, day in, day out, as hard as I could for as long as I could. General Isawan was relentless. We trained for hours on end without resting, skipping meals, in the blistering cold of the peaks. Each day was harder than the last, and each day I got closer to death. By the end of my training, in the days leading up to the invasion, I was intimately familiar with fatigue and pain. When the day of the invasion finally came and the inner walls were breached, death was all around me. I killed countless enemies, and as hard as they tried, they couldn't get near me. Father was right. I would survive. But that day, I was the only one to survive. I had failed them. I had failed everyone. House Azariah would be no more. You can't be serious, I said, trying to keep my composure.
Have a little faith, will ya? Said Eel. Besides, I think this time around will be easy.
Eel, have you taken a look at your glory halo? I asked.
What of it?
You only have 2 glories left, I said. It's only 2 severe hits or 1 death blow away from disappearing. How many glories did you lose last time we went?
What's the matter?
Eel asked, sniffing the air.
You don't think I can handle a small trip to the tribunal? I'll be fine. It'll be like going to the market. The kid can't die anyway. Not in tribunal lands, at least.
Eel looked at the kid, and the kid looked back at Eel. Then he looked at me, then back at the kid.
Well, he can die,
Eel said with a sigh.
but that would be an unusual occurrence.
The kid shrank into his seat, shaking his head. Eel homed in on the open hearth where I kept the food I prepared hot.
Say,
Eel said,
what do you have cooking for dinner? It smells good, and I'm famished.
How could he take it so lightly? Getting to the tribunal wasn't an easy task. Truth be told, it was downright impossible. Most Deathbringers failed in their first attempt. But of course, Eel had done it far more than once, and this made him think he could do it again. There has to be another way, I said, desperately racing through the rules of this world inside my head. We can go to the elders in the first clearing. Maybe there's something we don't know about, something we don't understand. Most of the rules of Between were clear to those living in this world, like Eel and me. But even for us, some rules were ancient and difficult to grasp. Things became particularly muddy when it came to rule breakers and high-risk contracts like this kid.
There isn't,
Eel said.
We know this. The tribunal is the only way. We'll be heading there as soon as the cold clears.
I like her idea better, the kid said.
This all sounds very complicated. Maybe we can ask. Being more informed never hurt anyone.
Both Eel and I shot a glance at the kid.
What?
The kid said, shrugging.
I mean, don't pretend I'm not here. And besides, I should have a say in this, right? It's me we're talking about. Don't tell me I have to convince you too,
Eel said, rubbing his temple with the tips of his fingers.
Staying in Sanctum would be a mistake. By now, word has gotten out to most of the Sharinga, and make no mistake, they will come looking for the kid. The kid's lie was too obvious. I can't fight a whole army, but the trials on the way to the tribunal are something I can handle. I mean, the kid looks like the type that doesn't have any fears, has lived an exemplary life, and was doing good.
The kid swallowed loudly.
Right, kid?
Eel asked. the kid said, shuffling uncomfortably in his seat.
I don't really remember anything.
I knew Eel would go, regardless of anything I had to say about it. This was obviously important to him. So, I wouldn't let him go alone. Not when I was the cause of him losing most of his glories in the first place. Eel strode past us, unsheathing his sword, paying little attention to me and the girl. He was focused on the enemy. If I knew him as well as I thought I did, he was excited for battle. I glanced towards the enemy. There had to be at least 20 of them, from many eras, but the majority were from ancient times, or Unka, as they called themselves. They wore robust metal armor and carried spears, swords, bows, and shields. They must be from times much like my own. Memories of my time started trickling into the back of my mind, but I paid no attention. Stay on the path no matter what, I said, looking at the girl I was escorting to the tribunal. We're almost there. Control your breathing. It's important not to waste energy while we're here. The girl nodded slowly and made a visible effort to calm down. That back there, I said, still focused on the girl. We were so close to finishing. Was the worst of it. This here we can handle. It's a little disappointing, to be honest, Eel said. Not one elite warrior amongst them. I glared at Eel. He stiffened and tucked away his smile. This is good for us, Eel said. We'll be out of the tribunal and no... He trailed off, turning towards one of the dunes. Perhaps I spoke too soon. There were 3 armored individuals coming down the dune. Unlike the Unka, these ones carried themselves with authority. They looked all too familiar. Perhaps they were captains in their time. I couldn't place them. But right away, I knew that they were the ones claiming rights to my contract. Move forward when you can, I said, reminding the girl as I turned to fully face the enemy. Remember everything I've told you so far. We'll get through this.
Shana Myron Azariah of House Azariah,
one of the captains shouted from across the way as they reached the flat ground. What? How did he know that? I hadn't told anyone about my past other than Eel, and he wasn't one to tell.
I've waited a long time for this,
the same captain said as he neared the front of the group.
A very long time.
He turned to one of the captains next to him, then back to us.
Engage them officially. We don't want to offend any of the Za by not following the rules.
Amber Hearth, the captain next to the one who had spoken before, said. In disagreement with the contract between you and your Deathbringer, we are here to exercise the law of sanctum. We are here to take you back to your rightful and final destination, as you have told a perfect lie in the place where you cannot live. You don't deserve to go back to the world of the living. The girl flinched at hearing her name. Eel readied himself, and so did I. They weren't going to get near the girl. Not if we had any say about it. I moved Uriah to my side, steadying my footing. Blood pumped through my veins, and my mind cleared.
He begged me to let her live, the first captain said. He got on his knees and begged me to let her live.
What? I asked, heart pounding. I already had a faint idea of what he was talking about.
And you know what I did as he begged. I spat in his face and kicked him around. But he still begged. He was never meant to be a king. No great king in the history of our world has ever begged.
Shauna, don't listen to him, Eel said, his voice low. Everything inside me told me to cut this man down before he spoke more. But I also wanted to know just how much I had failed Father and Mother. That night, when the enemy finally laid siege upon the palace, I wasn't in the throne room. General Isawan had convinced me to stay at the Bailey, where I would have the most open space to unleash Dariah. He'd told me that it was the only way to save the most people. I was too young to understand war, sieges, and what it all meant.
Your mother cried and cried, unable to speak. Or perhaps she yelled your name once or twice. Nonetheless, they both died a slow and painful death by my hands. I made sure they suffered and erased whatever dignity they had left. House Azariah ended in shame.
The strength left my body, and I fell to my knees. I could have been there for Father and Mother. I could have saved them.
Shauna,
Eel said, kneeling in front of me, his hands on my shoulders.
No, you have to focus. You don't know what he's saying is true.
I heard screams that night, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Flashbacks flickered in and out of my memory.
You weren't there. This doesn't count as part of your memories of them,
Eel said, turning halfway towards the approaching group. But I heard them scream, I said, losing all will to continue. I heard everyone scream.
So, this is what you have to rely on to win. You're sickening,
Eel said, standing up and facing the enemy head-on. A fight broke out around me. I knew that Eel would put up a good fight, but in the end, they would win. There were too many of them, and only one of us. The other one, which was me, was an open target. Too hard to protect from all angles. Eel couldn't protect me against all of them. How could he without becoming a target himself? Maybe this was a good place as any to lay down Dariah once and for all. What good was I doing by having her if I wasn't able to protect the ones I loved? I felt the first enemy's blade enter my shoulder. I welcomed the pain. I wanted the pain. I deserved the pain. This way, I could feel something again. The second blade cut near my left calf, and a third came down on my right thigh. I felt the rush of blades all around me, but none of the blows landed. Part of me wanted all this to be over with, to lose already, to meet my end. But it wasn't coming.
Shauna,
I heard Eel yell, but I couldn't see him. Where was he?
Over there. Look to your left.
My left. I turned, following his voice. Part of me was happy to see him. Most of me was happy that he would be the last person I saw in this world.
It's not fair on them, Shauna,
Eel said, fighting off another group. He saw that he had my attention and faced me fully, ceasing to fight.
Think about it. It's not fair on them, on their memory. You can't allow someone...
A sword rammed into his torso, piercing it through, then another, followed by a third. More than half of his glories disappeared with the last sword, and only 2 were left. He struggled to continue, but he did.
To erase everything they gave you. The memories you have of them are all that count. Make them count. Honor your family. Avenge them.
My memories of them. Growing up, I looked up to Father and Mother. I saw with my own eyes how generous they were, how they tried to help everyone under Father's rule. Mother used to stay up all night calming fevers, covering wounds, fixing broken bones in exchange for nothing. Father made sure that everyone had food on their table, that no one was mistreated. Eel was absolutely right. How could I let myself be manipulated like this? I snapped out of the stupor, calling on everything I was, on everything I would be. Eel had killed nearly half of the group that had come down the dunes, and by the looks of it, he had purposely spared the captains. "Thank you for not abandoning me," I whispered, as I crouched with Dariah at my side. Though I was sure he couldn't hear me, he saw me get up and nodded. I would have plenty of time to properly thank him later. Now, it was time to unleash death itself. That day, I made a promise to myself and Eel. I promised myself that never again would I be that weak. That I would treasure Father and Mother's memory. I promised Eel without him knowing that I would be there for him no matter what. And the only way to be there for him was to go with him. Even if this little trip of his could kill us both. This group, the Sharinga, was one of the most dangerous groups in all of Sanctum. "All right, I've made up my mind," I said with a sigh. "I'm coming with you." "Now, wait a minute," Eel said, attempting to interrupt me. "You can't—" "Don't try to convince me," I said, raising my voice and my index finger. "You know it won't happen. So I suggest that instead you get used to the idea. We'll be going together on one big happy trip to the tribunal." "You've got to be kidding me," Eel grunted, slumping in his chair. "Shauna, you know—" "I know nothing. We are going together."
Chapter 4. Food. What had I gotten myself into? I thought as I tuned them out. I mean, was I really supposed to be here in the first place? This was all too much. Here were two Grim Reapers, or Death Bringers, as they called themselves in this strange world, arguing over going somewhere. If only I could remember what had happened before I died. I mean, from the way things were going, it sounded like I was going to die again anyway. It seemed that rule breakers didn't really get away with breaking the rules around here. All right, Eel said as I paid attention once more. "You're coming with us." "It's not like you had a choice in the first place," Shanna said. "You should know better by now." "Okay, but can we eat now?" Eel said, straightening his posture. "The kid is starving." I was starving? To my surprise, yes, I was. And on top of that, it wasn't the kind of starving used lightly after missing a meal. I suddenly felt like I hadn't eaten for weeks. What was happening? Was I sleepy also? Maybe I could rest my eyes for a bit. No, Shanna said, slapping me gently on the cheek. "You can't do that here. Take this." She handed me a rice ball with a red stamp in the middle of it. "You'll need to stay awake until we pass through the moments at the very least." "What is this?" I asked. Shanna glared, so I did what was natural and put the rice ball in my mouth. To my surprise and delight, it was delicious. In fact, it was the most delicious food I'd ever had. Not that I could remember everything I'd had, but it felt that way. Every part of the rice ball had flavour and texture, savoury, crispy, mouth-watering goodness. "Whoa!" I said as Shanna handed me another, and I took it. I didn't hesitate before biting into it. It was just too good. "We'll have to be careful with you here," said Eel, rubbing his chin. "Looks like your body is burning up at a faster than usual pace. In other words, you're running out of energy fast." He smiled. "Whatever you were doing in the world of the living before you died is starting an undulation with the way things work." It's not a good thing, I said with my mouth half full. I just couldn't stop eating. It is, Shanna said with a slight smile. Turns out, Eel is not crazy after all, and he might have found something worth finding. If we do this right, we'll be closer to achieving balance. Perhaps we can even tip the scales in our favour. Looks like, in your own little way, you are changing the world. Shanna's words resounded in me. I didn't know exactly what she meant with some of the things she was saying, but I knew it wouldn't be long before I found out. Though it's a bit scary to enter the moments with our glories in such bad shape, Shanna said.
Nonsense,
Eel said with a snort.
that shouldn't stop us. We must do what is right.
But this time feels different somehow, Shanna said.
More nonsense,
Eel said with a wide smile.
It'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen?
Really, Eel? Shanna asked. What's the worst that can happen? You do know that we live in between, where every single one of us is a deathbringer.
I'm not worried,
Eel said, shrugging.
It's them that should be worried.
So, can we eat a proper meal?
I'm famished.
It was impossible not to feel some positivity when Eel was practically oozing it. Let's eat, Shanna said, shaking her head with a slight smile. We ate in silence, except for the occasional comment on the food from Eel. I honestly didn't mind. Perhaps there was a time when I too had sat down at a table and only eaten for a while, back in the world of the living. The food that Shanna served us was beyond delicious. Cream-filled steam buns, some sort of pork-wrapped balls, the most perfectly cooked fish fillet, and some kind of sticks that, other than delicious and stick-looking, were hard to describe. Shanna called them pachuana, one of the few local delicacies. That was delicious, I said, still sitting at the table.
What you mean to say is,
Eel said, leaning back in the chair.
Thank you for the delicious food, Shanna.
Thank you for the delicious food, Shanna, I said. It was so good. I could really keep eating. She smiled.
You don't want to do that either,
said Eel, reaching for a toothpick. Do what? I asked. Eat your heart out while you're here, said Shanna. But how could I not eat the food? It was just too good. Everything in my body was telling me that I needed to taste more of it. I didn't even feel full.
That will lead to two things,
Eel said.
One, the more of our food you eat, the more your body will depend on it. And where we're going, we need that not to happen. We can't have you eating the entire time. We're going to actually need your help in order to figure out the moments. Two, if you eat till your body's content, that could quite easily lead to gluttony. And if it does, there's nothing we can do to save you. You see, gluttony is the same as lying here. The same goes for greed, sloth, wrath. You get the point. Control is everything in this world. But don't worry, Shanna said, getting up from her chair and picking up the plates. This is why Eel and I will be taking care of you. Can I help you with those? I asked, getting up from my chair. No, stay put, Shanna said. Guests don't clean when I'm from. The only one that needs to help is Eel. Eel grunted, but got up at once. Shanna smiled at him. The connection between those two was real. Just by looking at them, you could tell they had a long history. Though it wasn't clear if they were a couple, or if they wanted to be a couple or not. In a few minutes, Shanna continued, once the initial cravings are gone, you should start feeling full for a little while.
Try to pay attention to how drained or low on energy you feel. That's when you'll eat again. That's when it's safe. Eel is usually pretty good at spotting that in others. No idea how he does it, but you can't be counting on him to tell you when you need to eat. If you're going to learn something while you're here, learn that. Don't eat more than you should, but eat enough to stay awake. I nodded, sitting back down and trying my best to understand what all that meant. Was this really happening? I thought as I sat there and watched two Deathbringers do dishes. The thought of this being some kind of dream, some kind of hallucination, didn't sound bad at all. In fact, I found myself hoping for it. So I did what any sane person would do and pinched myself on my forearm. Nope, it wasn't a dream.
Sorry, kid,
said Eel while drying the dishes.
This place is real. There's no way around it. On the bright side, you might have broken a record of some sort. The pinch usually comes way earlier. Most don't last a few minutes without pinching themselves.
He looked towards Shana.
See? Told you he was special.
First, you never said that, Shana said, rolling her eyes and flicking soap bubbles at Eel. Second, it's just a pinch. Eel smiled broadly. How did Eel know I was pinching myself? I could swear he wasn't looking this way, though I should probably be more careful about swearing in this world. It didn't take long for them to finish cleaning up. Once the dishes were cleaned and put away, they sat back down at the table. This time Shana's pose was more relaxed, and Eel clasped his hands on the tabletop.
How long till the cold clears?
Eel asked without looking towards Shana. I'd say around 2 to 3 hours, Shana said, tapping her chin with her fingers. Give or take. I'd have to take a good look to know.
And for us?
Asked Eel. An hour tops, Shana said. We're near the edge of the sanctum. We can use that to our advantage.
What about the kid?
Eel asked.
You think we can bring enough food for his burn rate?
It's unusually high, Shana said. But I think we can manage. He'll be fine as long as he's not exerting himself.
Then it's settled,
Eel said, standing tall, somehow seeming taller and larger than he already was.
We'll head towards the tribunal.
He looked at me and then smiled.
You're going to see some wild stuff, kid. I hope you aren't faint of heart. You'll get to see what this world is really about.
I didn't know what to say or do other than nod. I thought I had already seen what this world was about.
But don't worry,
Eel said, his smile still broad.
We'll be fine. We'll start getting ready in the meantime, if you can try to remember how you got here. Sometimes it works. That'll put us in a much better situation than we're in now.
They bustled around the room, Shana gathering what we'd eat on the way to wherever it was that we were going, while Eel cleaned up after her. Meanwhile, I sat there doing nothing. Never had I felt so useless, so helpless. What was I supposed to do? Help them find things that they clearly knew where they were? But that wasn't what was bugging me, though I tried to tell myself many times that it was. No, what was bugging me was the why. Why were they so willing to help someone they didn't know? Someone who could be lying to them and putting their lives in danger? Were they that righteous? Why? I asked, feeling my cheeks getting warm seconds later. They slowed and looked at me as I put my head down. I wanted to hide, to disappear, to take the question back. Why go through all this effort? I said with my head down. I don't feel special or worth saving. They looked at each other and then at me. Eel smiled slightly as he came towards me. What was I saying? Why all of a sudden was I questioning this? I did want to live, didn't I? Who cared why they were doing it, so long as I could get out of here? But no. Something told me that wasn't who I was. I needed to know. It needed to matter. It had to be right.
In truth,
Eel said, as he kneeled and placed his left hand over his left knee, supporting himself.
this is how this world works. We deal in lives. It's the currency of this world and what moves it. It's what allows Shanna to keep this place as warm as she keeps it. Though we can't get rich like people do in your world, we can upset the balance, which is another form of power. Our motives may vary from time to time, but in the end, who we are shows through. Some will protect, and some will destroy.
He turned towards Shanna, and then back to me.
Shanna and I chose to protect. It's what drives us in this world, what gives us the motivation to keep living on our long journey towards redemption. For every life we save, we have one less regret. We both know what it's like to lose something we shouldn't have.
Eel's words seemed to have affected Shanna, reminding her of something that had gone wrong. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her smile fell away. I found myself breathing deeper than usual. "What do you mean by balance?" I asked. "I know you mentioned something like that before, but what exactly is going on between you and them?"
Glad you'd like to know.
Eel said with a slight smile, rubbing his chin.
But where to even start?
"There is a feud going on," Shanna said, her face back to normal. "A feud more ancient than Sanctum itself. The Grand Tsar count those who pass through the two great gates into the worlds beyond this one. Balance is struck time and time again. But there are those who seek to break the balance, those who want more. For as long as we can remember, the Sherengar, Unka, Tollus, and all groups under the northernmost gate have sought to upset that balance."
The balance,
Eel continued,
is what keeps your world going, preventing the end from happening. If the balance ever tips the wrong way, that is to say, in favor of the Sherengar, your world will end. The flood will let loose in your world.
"For a while now," Shanna said, taking a step closer. "The balance has been tipping in their favor. They are a few hundred lives ahead at any given time. That is why your world is in shambles."
This is where you come in.
Eel said, resting his right hand on my shoulder.
On our side, only those who live extraordinary lives are rule breakers. Those who touch or will touch the lives of hundreds or even thousands in a positive way. The theory is that saving your life will eventually tip the balance back in our favor. You're more important than you think, so stop letting doubt get into your head. Let things that will happen, happen.
I looked at Eel and then nodded.
Besides,
Eel continued, half smiling, half laughing, as he patted my shoulder twice,
you're already dead. What's the worst thing that can happen?
"Eel," Shanna complained.
I'm only joking,
Eel said as he got up.
Jeez, what's wrong with a little joke to brighten the mood?
"Really, Eel?" Shanna said. "You shouldn't be joking about that. You don't know how it'll make him feel." "I'm fine," I managed.
See? He's fine,
Eel said, gesturing towards me. Shanna raised an eyebrow and grunted softly.
Anyway, kid,
Eel said,
getting back to when you are from is our best bet to save our world and yours. Even so, I guess I'd better ask, do you want to do this?
I nodded firmly. That's when I decided that I would see this through. Whatever awaited me, Whatever I was about to go through, I would go through it. No more doubt. Well, at least as much of that as I could manage.
Good, Eel said. Good. See, he does have what it takes.
I never said he didn't, Shanna said with a slight smile, then turned towards Eel. We should get ready. It's almost time. Shanna went to the far end of the room, where she took out a staff almost as long as her. But no, it wasn't a staff. It was a double-sided spear, with each one of the sharp blades facing away from each other. The blades and part of the staff were covered in intricate designs. Lines flowed gracefully in and out from themselves in blossoming waves right to the sharp blades. Aside from the extreme sharpness, the blades curved dangerously at the edges. Shanna's weapon was a total contrast to Eel's. While his blade looked strong and steady, not to mention heavy, though Eel made short work of that last quality, hers looked elegant, balanced, ready to cut the wind itself. Nice to see you again, old friend, Shanna said, though I could barely make out what she was saying from where I sat. May your blades cut all that gets in our way, Dariah. She closed her eyes and tapped her forehead with the flat side of one of the blades. Split the world in half. She then turned her blade and sheathed it in one motion. Eel smiled softly. I'm ready, Shanna said as she grabbed a bag and threw it over her shoulder. Are you? Eel cocked his head to one side, then to the other, cracking his neck, then nodded. And you? Shanna said as they looked at me. Fire twirled up inside me. I wanted to see this through. No matter what awaited me, I would see this through. Though I still couldn't remember what my old life was about, something about it called me, and the more time I spent here, the stronger the call got. I am, I said simply. Eel reached for his sword, looking at it fondly with somewhat of a smile. He partially unsheathed it, revealing some of the circular patterns etched into the double-sided blade. I'm not sure whether it was my eyes or the movement, but those circles seemed to glow slightly.
So long as I have you,
Eel said, raising the sword closer to him.
We'll cut down anything that gets in our way. For this is our path, and our path is our own. Smoulder and let your fire loose, Iazael, my old friend.
The sword hummed and vibrated as Eel spoke to it, getting more excited with every word. Is that your sword? I managed, not knowing exactly what to ask.
Yeah, it gets like that sometimes,
Eel said as he sheathed the sword and tied it to his waist.
It's anticipating a great battle. It likes to cut things.
Was his sword alive? It likes.
From when I come from, the life stream,
Eel said.
Or as you call it in your time, magic, is as real as the air we breathe. So yes, Iazael likes the heat of battle.
Before I had a chance to process what Eel had just told me, Shanna was handing me a backpack-like bag. Here, Shanna said. If you're feeling extreme fatigue, eyes closing, or nothing at all, reach into this, take a rice ball and eat. Don't wait for Eel to tell you, or for when you can't move anymore. Also, don't take more than you should. Do you understand? I nodded as I took the bag and swung it over my shoulder. And without realizing it, we had started towards the door.
As we enter the path of the unknown,
Eel said, and Shanna echoed the words softly.
We will tire not, we will waver not, and we will fear not. For this is all we know, all we are. We will protect, we will fight, and reach for greatness.
If I'd ever heard the definition of epic in my life, that was it. We walked out into the middle of the street. It was a lot colder than I thought it would be, and there was no fog or ice in sight. In fact, there was nothing in sight. No people, no movement. Everything was clear aside from us.
Don't worry, kid,
Eel said, his voice low.
This isn't the kind of cold that can kill you. This will fade away in just a few more steps that way.
He pointed west towards an upcoming street.
You can go on ahead if you want. Wait for us there, and try not to be too loud.
I wasn't a fan of cold, especially without proper clothes, and nothing about what I was wearing was appropriate for the cold. Last I checked, simple t-shirts and comfort stretch jeans didn't fare so well. I did what was best for me in the moment and ran, reaching the next street in seconds. And just like that, the cold disappeared. When I no longer had to think about the cold, silence fell all around. I heard Eel and Shana's steps clearly. Heck, I even heard myself breathing, heart racing.
It gets like this,
Eel said, walking up to me.
No one is out. Dwellings protect us from everything outside, and at the same time, they lock in any noise inside. Come on, let's hurry up and get out of here.
We walked for almost an hour, passing empty street after empty street, though I was glad the noise was returning. I couldn't hear myself breathing, even if half the time of walking I was jogging to catch up with Eel and Shana's long legs. After a bit more of the catching up while trying not to run game, the noise fully returned, but the dwellings had disappeared. In front of us, there were only sand dunes as far as the eye could see, with a few trees here and there. A whole bunch of nothing. Sanctum, as Eel and Shana had called it earlier, was clearly separated from the desert. Not only did Sanctum end in a clear and crisp way, with the shiny, clean ground at the start of the desert, but also poles were planted every 8 feet or so with hovering blue-violet flames over them.
Welcome to the outer world, kid,
Eel said.
It's time to take a look at those moments of yours.
Chapter 5 Longings. I had no idea what we were getting ourselves into by leaving Sanctum. But in fairness, I should have known, as things didn't look so appealing to begin with. As we neared the edge, a small, scrawny path of worn wooden planks, half buried in the sand, appeared ahead. Fire-topped poles also delineated the path here and there, but they were nowhere near as maintained or straight as the ones that marked the edge of Sanctum. And from the looks of it, the poles disappeared further down the path. I take it no one really comes here often, I said, hastening to move forward regardless of the dread I felt. I had made up my mind, and that was that. Something from my past life was calling me, and I wanted to find out what.
You'd be right,
said Eel, who was the first to step onto the wooden path.
For as long as I've been in between, I've only been here 22 times. Not every life we save requires a tribunal, and not all Deathbringers come here in the first place.
Oh well, then you do come here often, I said, following Eel onto the path. 22 times seems like a lot. Shana snickered softly as she too stepped onto the path.
22 times,
Eel said, looking back with a slight smile on his face.
In over 220 years.
But you don't look that old at all, I said, trying to wrap my head around that idea.
Remember, kid, time doesn't work the same way here as it does in your world,
Eel said.
When we get here, we stop aging, even though time passes in your world. We more or less remain the same age we were at the moment of our crossing, depending on how we cross. Even Shana has been here around 9 times in the past. 10 with this one." He looked back at Shana, and she nodded. "And she has been here for 160 years. If I were to guess either of their ages, I wouldn't put Eel past 35, and Shana past 30. Though it was a lot harder to tell with Shana, because she definitely looked younger than 30, but she was way more mature even than Eel." "No wonder this place is a dump," I said. "Are there no maintenance crews around here? Or what do they call them where you're from?" "We use when here, kid. Get used to it. When you're from, instead of where," Eel said. "Makes things a lot less confusing," Shana said. "It also feels more accurate, since we all come from the same place, meaning the world of the living. But most don't come from the same time." "Things stay pretty much the same around here," Eel said, walking ahead and not looking back. "It was like this when I first got here. This is probably the oldest place in all of Between. Only the Great Gates know how old this place really is." We continued walking on the wooden path with Eel at the front, me in the middle, and Shana at the back. The path wasn't wide enough to fit all 3 of us at the same time, but it was perfectly levelled and straight. The dunes and mounds of sand formed around the path, entirely avoiding it. We began to slow down as a stone structure appeared a few dunes down. "You should probably prep him," Shana said. "Not that you really can, but still, it'll help a little with his burn rate." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Eel said, stopping and stepping from the path. "Do not do as I did, kid. Stay on the path." I went back towards the centre of the path, realising I was veering off it unconsciously to make way for Eel. "Rule number 1, Eel said, raising his index finger. "Always, always stay on the path. Never get off it. If you do, 2 things will happen. 1, you'll burn up at a much higher rate, and I don't think Shana packed enough food for that." "I took it into account," Shana said. "But at his current burn rate, I'm not even sure that's enough." Eel nodded. I nodded, tugging slightly at my backpack. 2, Eel continued. "You'll only be able to stay outside the path for as long as you can hold your breath. I hope you've tried to hold your breath in the past, and by now you're keenly aware that it isn't a very long time. Think of it this way. Everything outside the path will try to erase your existence, and it will succeed if you stay outside it for long. If it does, there's no chance of you returning to the world of the living. You got that?" Eel had a direct way of explaining things, though I couldn't help but feel that he was making things sound easier than they actually were. "Stay on the path," I said, looking at the path. It seemed to stretch as far as I could see. "How long is this thing anyway? And shouldn't we be walking faster? Since, there might be a bunch of other Deathbringers trying to take me towards their gate. Share Nagars, I think you called them." "Not that long," Eel said as he fell in step with me outside the path. "Well, I guess it's as long as you make it. We'll find out just how long at that stone up ahead. As far as the Sharingar goes, we don't have to worry too much. Not right now. Once we enter the path, it's locked to anyone else until we complete or fail the tasks. The first 2 tasks." I nodded. "That brings me to one more thing, kid," Eel said. "Some of the things that you're about to experience will be extremely hard. You're going to want to quit to go back. Either one of those things will forfeit your chance at living once again. Listen to me carefully, kid. I know you can't remember what your life was about, and thus you won't have much to hold on to in order to pull through. But you must. Search deep within yourself for the answers.
Find out who you really are. Your own life has more meaning and purpose than you think, Shana said, startling me. She had been walking behind us so quietly that I'd entirely forgotten she was there. Everyone is born with a purpose, with something they're supposed to do. I looked back at Shana, and she smiled slightly. I could tell she was strong, but not by the way she walked. It was more by the way she carried herself, straight back and neck, but with a grace and weightlessness to her step. She was carefree, oozing confidence, swinging her right hand while holding her weapon's sheath with the left. She must have been someone important in her time in the world of the living. We continued walking until we got to a large stone to the side of the path. The stone was easily 2 or 3 times the size of eel. It was slightly curved on the side that faced the path, and had a cubby hole with 9 other holes around the largest one. The larger cubby hole looked like it could fit a hand inside of it, and it had some sort of writing around the edge. Was that Between's native language? Did they even have a native language?
This here is the Moments Stone,
Eel said, gesturing to the stone.
It'll let us know how many moments we have to go through in order to get an audience with the tribunal. It says in gate script, "Those who are lost will find their way. Dreams will be made reality. But truth must be spoken, for only the righteous few may walk along with the creators."
He then turned to look at me.
No matter what happens, tell the truth. You got that, kid?
I nodded slowly, feeling my heart attempting to get out of my chest. For a moment, I thought that I should go back and revise my original answer, but that too felt wrong. Here there is no right or wrong, Shana said, her voice soft and calming. You say whatever is in your heart, without thinking, for that will always be the truth.
Let's get going then,
Eel said, turning towards the stone.
Go on and turn this thing on.
All right, I said, waiting for the stone to turn on.
It's a stone,
Eel said.
Not one of those machines you have back when you were from. It'll need a little bit of help turning on.
All right, I said again, having absolutely no clue what to do next.
Kid, you can't be serious,
Eel said, nodding towards the rock.
You're making me doubt my decision to bring you here in the first place.
Okay, I got this, I said, and moments later I realized what Eel was saying. The cubby holes were one of the first things I had noticed, and one of them looked like it could fit a hand. Oh, I'm supposed to... I pointed towards the stone. Put my hand in there. Shana chuckled while Eel scratched the back of his head. It's an innocent trait, Eel, Shana said. Over half of those we bring here don't get it either.
I still don't understand how that could be,
Eel said.
When it's so obvious. I hope that doesn't get us killed out there.
So, I should stick my hand in there now? I asked, hesitant to take a step forward.
Kid,
Eel complained. Right, I said, taking a step forward. Okay, I can do this. This shouldn't be a problem at all. It's only an old stone that's going to tell us something I don't know. Then I went for it. I raised my right hand and drove it into the cubby hole. Half of me was expecting a sharp pain of some sort. The other half was expecting my hand to be cut off. But neither of those things happened. Instead, I felt a warmth coming from within, and the coolness of the stone. After a few moments, 3 of the holes around the cubby lit up with a warm orange light, and writing shot out of them.
Not bad,
Eel said, taking a step forward and crossing his arms.
3 out of 9. envy, fear, and deceit, in that order. Not bad at all, though fear can be downright impossible. Say, kid, what is the one thing you're scared of the most?
Eel, Shanna complained.
What?
Eel asked, chuckling slightly.
I was only getting a head start.
Well, I said, scratching the back of my head. I'm not really sure. You don't have to answer, Shanna said, interrupting me halfway. That moment will have little to do with what you think you're scared of anyway. Eel sneered. I don't mind answering, I said in all honesty. After all, these people were trying to save my life back in the world of the living. I could cooperate if I had to. But I don't think I can remember. I think I know, and it's at the back of my mind. But everything is foggy.
If luck is on our side,
Eel said as he started walking down the path,
you'll remember everything by the time we're done here. Anyway, we ought to get going. I have monsters to slay.
Monsters to slay? I repeated. Don't worry about it, Shanna said, walking up behind me and pushing me slightly towards Eel. It's only a metaphor. Come on, let's get going. It wasn't long before the path and the dunes around it began to change into a large open area. The dunes receded and the path was barely visible, but compared to the soft sand all around, it was easy to tell where it was.
Welcome to Envy,
Eel said as he stopped a few steps ahead next to a single stone in the ground marked with some writing.
It doesn't look like much, but that will change soon. You'll start remembering things you've forgotten. Buried life events and longing you don't want to remember. Going through Envy will be a lot harder for you than it'll be for us. For us, it'll be like a stroll by the river. But for you, it will be one painful memory after another. Envy is going to want to get the best of you. But instead of letting it win, move forward.
How is your stomach feeling? Shanna said, catching up to me as I slowed. I think it's okay, I said, rubbing my abdomen. It feels the same as before. Keep a close eye on it, Shanna said, again pushing me forward slightly. Especially when entering or departing from a moment. Got it, I said, feeling my heartbeat ramp up.
Let him take the last few steps on his own,
Eel said, not looking back, standing straight as ever. How did he always know what was going on behind him? Shanna moved past me with a slight smile on her face, leaving me behind. And then I froze. It was embarrassing, but I couldn't take one more step towards Eel or her. I stood there on the old wooden path, holding my backpack to my back with my hands. Uncertainty, fear, and panic washed through me and made me a new person. A fragile new person. No, not a new person. The person I've always been. A coward through and through. But why was this happening? Was this what they meant by panicking early? Was I overly panicking for nothing? I had already made up my mind beforehand, though I couldn't remember what had made me want to go through with this in the first place. What was it? As I searched, the reason for my decision inside my head quickly disappeared, replaced by a creeping sense of fear. I muttered.
Listen to me, kid,
Eel said.
Fear kills the mind. It weakens it, warps it, turns it into mush. But fear is something we can conquer. Feel it. Let it be. Don't try to reject it. Let it wash through you. Don't give it the power it craves. Once you do that, fear won't have a place in your heart. It will live in your mind as an idea, a precaution, but it won't control you.
I swallowed and did what Eel said. I let the fear consume me. I let it all in, Every possible negative idea ran through my mind. At first, I thought this would be the end. But slowly, I grasped what Eel was trying to tell me. The idea of being afraid of getting hurt or failing was worse, in most scenarios, than it actually happening. If those negative thoughts came to light or actually happened, I'd also have a chance to deal with them. We forget all too often that we can act to turn something negative into a positive.
There you go,
Eel said.
Now take the step you need to take.
Let's see what this world has in store for me. I started towards them. Whatever happens, I'll see this through. Something good awaits me at the end of all this. I think I can feel it. It's the same something from earlier, tingling behind my head.
One more thing, kid,
Eel said as I passed both of them.
For this part, no matter what you hear or how tempted you are, don't look back. Just keep moving forward. Otherwise, it will be like giving in, and the more you hesitate, the more it'll take hold of you.
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. That's all right, I kept telling myself. Nothing too strange is about to happen. But of course, that's when the strange things began to happen. Behind me, I could hear Eel and Shana unsheathing their weapons. And in front of me, I saw a new pair of shoes I remember wanting as a kid. The memory hit me like a train, and all at once it filled my head and my view. It was the first day of school after summer break. I remember feeling excited. I wanted to learn, to do good, to be something in life. I liked school, the classwork, the homework, and especially the science competitions. I was back in my natural habitat, you could say. That day, my biggest worry was that annoying strand of hair at the back of my head that wouldn't go down, no matter how much of my aunt's aqua net I sprayed. Even as I was walking into the building, I made some last-ditch attempts at flattening it down, going as far as spitting on my hand and trying to tame it that way. It was no use. The stubborn cowlick was there to stay. All I could do was hope that nobody noticed.
Yo, Fen!
Greg said.
Are you going to keep asking your aunt to pick the clothes you're going to wear for the rest of the year?
What? I blinked, trying to understand what he was saying, since my aunt never picked my clothes in the first place. The other kids next to him chuckled. I hadn't seen them last semester. They were probably new to the school. Then I understood what was going on. I knew Greg, though. He wasn't like that. As far as the kids in the classroom went, he was average. He answered questions once in a while, but never caused problems. Why was he trying to make fun of me now? I didn't remember doing anything to him, or even talking to him to begin with. Could someone really change this much over a summer? Or do you shop at a local thrift store? Greg asked, eyebrows raised.
Maybe you should get an iron to try and get the wrinkles out.
The two kids next to Greg laughed, despite the lack of humour in Greg's remarks. He wasn't even being clever, but what he was saying still got to me. In contrast with Greg, what I was wearing did look like I hadn't even bothered getting ready for school. His shirt was new, wrinkle-free and crisp, while mine was sorta ironed, but the edges on the flannel were already curling up. His pants were probably also new, while mine were definitely worn. But perhaps the biggest contrast between Greg and me was the shoes. He wore a new, out-of-the-box pair of ultra-white Air Force Ones, while I still wore the Pumas from last year. Pumas that I had indeed gotten second-hand off my cousin. My shoes were so far gone that it would be hard for anyone to tell what they actually were. They were legit Pumas, I reminded myself, to no avail.
And what about those?
Greg said, gesturing towards my shoes. He had to go for the shoes, didn't he? Well, I saw it coming.
Are you ever planning to change them, or are you planning to wear them until you graduate?
Again, the new kids next to Greg chuckled. Okay. Thanks, I said, turning towards the lockers, knowing full well that I had ignored his questions. For a moment or two, I wanted to slam his face into the locker's door, but what good would that do? I felt them stare at me for a little while as I walked away. They had probably started talking amongst themselves as soon as I was far enough away or something like that. I don't really know. I didn't look back. How could I? Why would I? There was an icky, empty sensation in my chest, something I had rarely felt before. Then I made a big mistake. I began to look at the shoes the other kids were wearing, and it was all downhill from there. Every single kid at my school had a new pair of shoes. None were the same, but all were new. My chest turned into a hole, and I instantly felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. Unlike them, I didn't belong. Things got pretty dark for me that day, as I noticed that a few of the kids walking past me didn't actually look at me, but instead looked at what I was wearing. I wanted to bury myself so that no one could see me, or at the very least leave school. I felt some sort of relief as the bell rang. At least things would be pretty straightforward from here. I'd go to class, answer a few questions, hurry and take notes, and before I knew it, the day would be over. No more having to look at what others were wearing or at what I was wearing. It would all be over soon, just me and my textbooks. But things don't ever really turn out the way we expect them to. "Is everything all right, Mr. Gallen?" Professor Edgar asked, as I hid my face behind the history book. "Yeah, just had a rough summer," I said, as I literally pulled my head out of the book. "All right. Well, you go ahead and take care," Professor Edgar said, gesturing at me with the expo pen. "I don't want one of my top students giving me blank faces. I'll let it slide for the rest of the day, but rest assured that tomorrow I expect some answers from you." I nodded, I think. "What about the rest of you?" Professor Edgar asked, diverting his attention from me. That day ended up being one of the worst days of my life. I spent class hiding behind my books, backpack, or anything I could find that looked newer than what I was wearing. I wanted those shoes. No, better said, I needed those shoes. It was the path back to being normal, to blending in, to being welcomed. I envied everyone that didn't have to feel what I was feeling. "Let's erase that feeling," a soft voice said as the school around me disappeared, and a stuffed bear about half my size appeared before me holding a pair of shoes. The bear stood only a few feet away, up ahead, standing in the middle of the path. It looked the way most stuffed bears looked, warm and fuzzy, but with a slight aura to it, almost like a distortion. Was the bear really there? "They're brand new, just like the ones you wanted, just like the ones your friend had on, just like the ones you deserve. After all, you were the brightest kid in school. Why wouldn't you own a new pair of shoes?" Something odd happened afterwards, as the vision around me fully disappeared, and so did the memory of the rest of that day. I didn't remember anything else that happened after school, or if I had ever gotten the shoes or not. I immediately looked down at my clothes. Nothing out of the ordinary. My current shoes didn't look worn, but neither were they new. "You always wanted these," the bear said, raising the shoes higher towards me. "You never got to own a pair. Until now. You deserve these." As I got closer, the shoes invoked feelings in me that I didn't know I had. I had old resentment towards those who had it better than I did. Why couldn't I have what they had? Why was I the one to be stepped on? I was no one's stool. I could do better, and I would start by taking these shoes in front of me. I reached one hand out. I reached for the shoes. "Yes," Yes, the bear said slowly. Take them. They're all yours. It's what you've always wanted. Wait. I hesitated. Why did a pair of shoes matter this much to me? I lowered my hand. They didn't. Whether I had those shoes or not really didn't make a difference in the end. I thought they mattered at the time, but I was wrong. They might change by appearance, but who I would grow up to be was still up to me. I got to where I wanted to be in life, shoes or not. Though I couldn't remember all that well, I knew I had something special waiting for me in the world of the living. What did it matter to me what other people thought of the way I looked? It didn't. They thought it mattered, but I was still me, through and through. They were dressing themselves to be stared at by other people who, at the end of the day, wouldn't be there for them. Having less, a lot less, than other people, taught me what things were really worth, and learning how to acquire those things on my own was priceless. I never got that pair of shoes, because I never really needed them. Even as I struggled with embarrassment the rest of the semester, I had learned an important lesson. I learned how to get things with my own money, with my own hard work. And once I had those things, they were just things, plain and simple. A vague but strong memory came through as the feeling made itself clear. I remembered making the explicit decision not to get a pair for myself, even though I had the money for them a few weeks later. I did get some shoes, but they weren't anything fancy. The ones you've always wanted, the bear said, its voice barely more than a whisper. Something about the bear wasn't right, I noticed as I drew nearer. Its eyes were pretty terrifying, to say the least. They were bright green, divided by a thin black line down the middle. Was that its pupils? No thanks, I said, feeling a slight smile on my face. Don't want them, don't need them. Never did. Now, if you can please get out of my way, I believe I have somewhere to be. The shoes disappeared in a puff from the bear's paw as it shook forcefully, tearing itself apart into hundreds of pieces. It left behind a slimy, oversized, reptile-like creature with sharp teeth and claws that looked mighty big for its size.
You'll regret this,
said the reptile with a lisp, crouching.
You won't make it past this moment.
He'll regret nothing, Eel said as he and Shana stepped ahead of me.
No,
said the reptile, taking a step back.
You can't. You stay out of it, Deathbringers. This is my moment. Deathbringers are not to interfere for as long as envy is manifesting.
So you haven't noticed? Shana asked casually. You really thought you had him, didn't you? You should have tried harder. The kid passed, you slime stick, Eel said, stretching his sword to the right as he gestured to a rock that looked an awful lot like the rock I had stuck my hand in earlier. But this one was near the other end of the open area. The rock glowed yellow. Yellow means he passed.
You'll regret this,
said the reptile in a desperate tone.
Curse you! Curse you! You'll meet your end this time around.
Without warning, Eel and Shana ran towards the reptile creature, Eel on the right, Shana on the left. The reptile leaped towards them, claws wide open. Eel swung the now massive sword towards the creature, beheading it. Shana followed from the other side, cutting the creature in half. The lifeless reptilian limbs fell to the ground, creating a pool of green blood around them that slowly turned to sand. I'll regret nothing, Eel said, as he now sheathed his now normal-sized sword, its intricate design still glowing. Come on, kid. You did good. Watch out for the green stuff. Don't step on it.
It'll start to stink later if you get it on you.
And there I was, following two insanely powerful Deathbringers. What could go wrong?
Chapter 6. Monsters. I've always known that envy was a particularly easy moment to defeat, especially when there was a rule breaker involved. Their heart was usually in the right place, but what was next was no easy task. Even the purest, most well-intentioned hearts were susceptible to fear. The kid had shown some fear when leaving Sanctum. Although it wasn't an alarming amount, I was still worried. Some feared more than others, but all feared something. Most Deathbringers failed this next one, and it was the reason why most never tried to come to a tribunal in the first place. Though I was not particularly afraid of failing. In fact, I welcomed the challenge. I didn't want to fail the kid. This time I would enter fear itself with more than a little caution for the good of everyone involved. I'd see this through. This kid had to live again. We took a total of 8 steps before the kid fell to his knees on the path, holding his stomach. "You aren't looking good, kid," I said, stopping for the kid.
But I wasn't hungry 2 seconds ago,
the kid said as he reached for his backpack.
At your current burn rate,
Shana said,
hunger will strike fast. You aren't paying enough attention to what your body is telling you while focusing on the task. It's important that you're well aware of how your body is reacting at all times. Your rate of consumption will fluctuate according to your level of stress.
The kid nodded and stuffed his mouth with a handful of Shana's rice balls.
Remember to wait a little before you eat more,
Shana said.
Feel what your body is doing. Okay, I think that might work,
the kid said as he got up.
I'm already feeling the effects.
Before you put that away, I said as the kid was closing the backpack, keep 2 or 3 of those rice balls in your hands. Eat them along the way to the next moment. It's a few minutes' walk down the path. The kid looked towards Shana as if to ask permission, and she nodded.
Let's make it 3, just to be sure,
the kid said. I nodded and started towards the next moment. It wouldn't take us long to get there. There was no set distance between moments, but they usually occurred within 10 to 15 minutes of walking along the path. I knew the less time the moment took to appear, the more difficult it would be. And again, I found myself welcoming the difficulty. I was right at home with it.
So, what are those lines on that sword of yours?
The kid asked, breaking the silence.
Is that what makes your sword get larger and smaller, like a spell from your time?
I smiled, knowing that the kid was paying attention. The pattern on my sword was definitely there, but in no way did it stand out, at least not when you looked at the sword as a whole. You could say that, I said, fighting back my smile.
But I can't, can I?
The kid said with a smile.
You also have similar markings on your hands. What do those do? Do they make you stronger?
Eel, Shana complained.
We have a good walk ahead of us, and might as well make the most of it.
Very well, I said with a slight sigh.
Also, you both have names for them, right?
The kid asked. The lines on Ayazael, I said as we walked, with me at the front, the kid in the middle, and Shana trailing behind, are called spouts when I'm from. They're what connects the power that's inside me to the sword, and vice versa. The spouts on my hands make me harder to kill. In your time, I guess calling these lines a spell is pretty accurate.
So Ayazael gets bigger when you fight?
The kid asked. No, I said.
Aziel changes in size and weight when I will it to change. It can grow a few times my size and several hundred times my weight, so long as I have enough life stream in my reservoir. Life stream? The kid asked. Is that like magic? I suppose so, I said with a grin. With one slight difference. What is that? The kid asked. That life stream is real, I said, feeling a slight smile on my face. The kid stood quiet and then nodded as he turned slightly towards Shana, then back towards the path. And your sword, the kid said as he ate one of the rice balls. It has intricate lines, but they aren't like eels, are they? That's correct, Shana said. They're not. The life stream has already gone dormant in my time. Only a faint essence of it remained. Though Dariah cannot change shape like eels can, it still has a great deal of power behind it. After I bonded with it, it became a part of me, an extension of myself. It enhances my movements, strength and balance. Only I can wield it. Sounds dangerous, the kid said. Dangerous, I said, is not the word I'd use. Lethal is better. It's more along the lines of absolute or inevitable. If you get on her bad side and she locks eyes on you, you might as well say goodbye. Shana snorted, and the kid chuckled. If only the kid knew just how much I wasn't joking. Shana's abilities were high above most Deathbringers. She was death itself. And the others? The kid asked. The ones with the modern guns. Is there anything special about their weapons, or are they just ordinary guns? I wouldn't call them ordinary, I said. Their weapons have taken way too many innocent lives, and they want to continue to do so. When you come face to face with one of their weapons, you can feel an aura emanating from them. No hesitation. No remorse. Some hide behind their weapons, Shana said. So much so that it becomes their personality. You can't talk or reason with them. It's kill or be killed. They lust for blood. Though this is not the case with many in the higher ranks. They have more control of their weapons. But gun versus sword, the kid said as he stuffed another rice ball into his mouth. Doesn't seem fair at all. It's to be expected that you'd think that, I said with a snort. That's the impression most people from your time get. But I'd say it is fairer than you think. And in the vast majority of cases, our weapons are superior. But how? The kid asked. Don't worry yourself with this, I said. Chances are that you'll get to see for yourself. For now, go ahead and finish that third rice ball. We're coming up on the second moment. I gestured towards the rock that would initiate the moment. Make sure to check for hunger before stepping in. I couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation of excitement, for as much as I wanted to be cautious stepping into fear, I was eager to let loose. Eel? Shana said with a hint of irritation. Are you smiling? I can see your ears moving from all the way back here. You better be taking this seriously. May I remind you that your glories are almost gone? I grunted and said nothing. She was right. I couldn't let loose all the way. But maybe a little wouldn't hurt anyone. Eel, Shana complained. I can see you smiling again. Shana was no fun sometimes. But yes, I needed to keep myself in check to increase the odds of getting to the tribunal. I couldn't afford to play with the kid's life like that. It's really something how much things change over time. I wasn't always like this, the first one to step into battle and all.
Move out of the way, you little rotten egg, the man with the carriage said, as he pushed me to the side with one hand, pulling the floating spout carriage with the other. Let a real man work. Let a real man work? How ironic, since the carriage he was using floated on spout markings, making it a breeze to pull. Working he was not. If anything, he should say, let a real man walk. But then again, if hard work was what defined his manly identity, and if he wasn't working, well, that didn't sound right either. But that wasn't what bothered me, really. Not at all. People were free to think of themselves however they wanted. What really bothered me was him calling me a rotten egg. Was I really less than nothing? Useless? Although he didn't specify what kind of egg, I knew what kind he meant. When a chicken laid eggs, and for whatever reason one is rotten, it's easy to ignore and throw away, and it doesn't really get in the way of much. That wasn't so much what happened when it came to dragon eggs, not even close. If a dragon's egg rotted, it would spread decay all around it, taking a great chunk of land with it, making it infertile and unlivable. That's why stealing dragon eggs wasn't a popular thing to do. Once the egg was removed from the nest, it began to heat up until it consumed itself. Some people still tried to steal the eggs once in a while, but once they took it back to their town, that town quickly disappeared. That's what that man meant by calling me a rotten egg. What are you looking at? The real man yelled, looking back. I looked away instantly, and that in turn made me look at where I had ended up yet again, thanks to my big mouth. There was mud and dirt all over the place. My clothes felt damp yet again, but this time it was much earlier in the day. I was pretty sure I stank, but I didn't know for sure. I'd probably gotten used to the smell by now. An all too familiar feeling of being a nobody washed over me, of being nothing. Just some mud on the floor of nothingness. It had always been like this. Ever since I could remember, this was the way things were. The world was a dark and cold place. My parents talked about a time when it wasn't, when the ruler's guard weren't here. They had single-handedly destroyed my town, and from what other people said, the same was true for neighbouring towns. The ruler's guard. They were a despicable bunch who were going around doing what they wanted, claiming a higher authority. They say that at first, many of my town's leaders tried to stand up to the guard, but they were no match for the guard's spouted armour. Of course, how could they be a match? Spouted armour granted them strength, invulnerability, and power. What did the town's leaders have? Knives? Now my town didn't have any leaders left, at least not any whole ones. Did their armour really have no weaknesses? I turned to look for a guard. It didn't take long to find one. They often hung outside of taverns or their own campgrounds. This time I saw one walking down the street, without a worry in the world. He looked as if he'd just had a few beers, face red despite the light-coloured skin. His armour was the only thing about the guard that looked well kept. It looked immaculate, and if you really tried, you could even see the spouts. What was the point of this? I was no Nord or spout metaller. Even if I could see a weakness, I was just a kid. There was nothing I could do. "Eeyore!" Mother called from down the street, her voice instantly brightening my day. She always came home in the middle of the day to bring us bread from the bake shop she worked at. "It's time to eat! This time it is fresh out of the oven!" Freshly baked bread was the most delicious thing in the world for me at the time. Her comment instantly brought a smile to my face. "Oven fresh bread, you say?" The patrolling guard came closer to us. "Oh no," I thought as I got up. "Mother, please don't say anything else and let's go home." She said nothing,
lowered her head and continued walking, as if she hadn't heard anything. "Woman, I am talking to you!" the guard said in a louder voice as one more joined him. "You were saying something about some bread, and I could use some right now. It's been a rough day." My heart drummed and my body shook. I'd seen what these guards were capable of doing to people who didn't obey them. But the bigger problem was that this wasn't people. This was my mother. "I'm sorry," Mother said. "The bread I have is very little. It will only half feed my family and me as it is." "Hand it over," the guard said as he took a step towards Mother. "I have no time for your stories, and more to the point, I don't care. I need to make a closer inspection and make sure that baker is truly baking Ruler's way." Such crap, I thought, moving closer towards Mother. Mother continued walking towards me, head down, unresponsive to the guard. That wouldn't work. I had spent enough time on the streets watching the guards that I knew what would happen next if Mother did not comply. She'd end up like Father, if not worse. "Looks like we have a non-believer," the first guard said as he walked towards Mother, and the second joined him. "I'm Lord Guardian Tannen, imbued with power by Ruler himself to uphold his promise of a safe world. Do you not believe in the authority that Ruler has given me?" "I do," my mother said, her voice low. "But I must feed my family. This bread is hard to come by. I fear if I let you have it, my family will not eat for the day." "Your family comes second," said Tannen, now only steps away from Mother, fists clenched. "Nothing gets in the way of Ruler's will." He raised his right hand up to his shoulder, knuckles out, palm flat. "We will preserve a safe world." My heart pounded out of my chest. But I wasn't going to let them hit Mother. Even if there was literally nothing I could do, I would at least let them kill me first before they laid hands on her. I ran in front of Mother with my hands spread wide, shielding her. "Eel, no!" Mother shouted, reaching out to try and move me out of the way. "Leave him," said Tannen with a smile. He looked as if he would enjoy whatever came next. "If you want him to live." I felt my mother's hands let go of my clothes. "Leave her alone," I said. My guts were about to spew out yesterday's dinner as my body bent like a wet leaf. I was scared, more scared than I'd ever been before. Not because of what would happen to me, but what would happen to Mother after they were done with me. "You'll regret this," said Tannen, still holding his smile. Then it came, 1,000 different pains and sounds of breaking all at once. For a moment or two, I felt weightless, tossed about like an old, useless piece of cloth. "Eel!" I heard Mother scream before the rest of the world went dark. While I was in the dark and cold place, the oddest thing happened. A warm, pleasant female voice spoke to me. "Eel," the warm voice said. "It is not your time yet. You still have much to accomplish. You won't be crossing into between today." "What?" I replied, trying to look around, but it was completely dark. "Over here," said the warm voice. I looked again, but there was nothing. "Don't try to look for something that you can see," the warm voice said. "Look for something you can feel." I looked once again, trying to feel where the voice was coming from. And I saw it. There it was, right in front of me. A bright violet light. In that instant, the world around me went from dark to light, warm instead of cold, hope instead of despair. "What are you?" I asked. "Or who are you?" Is this a dream? I'm part of the life stream, said the warm voice. And I guess you could call this a dream. But you see, this place shouldn't exist. You were well on your way to between. To between? Between is a place. That's the world that follows the world of the living. It's a strange place, to be honest. All who live eventually passed through there before their final rest. Final rest? You mean to say that I've died? I said, feeling some of my hope fade. You don't have to feel that way. You aren't dead yet. Actually, far from it. Now that I've gotten hold of your cognitive self. But what does it matter if I live or not? One hit is all it took for them to send me to another world. It matters more than you think. You can make a difference. How can I? Strip away their spouted armor, and they become nothing. No courage, no honor, or compassion accompanies their bodies. They are what turns this world into a cold, dark place. Too much darkness has taken over the world, forever changing those who serve it. You have proven yourself time and time again. How many times have you protected others before yourself, with no regard for your own well-being? Many times such acts have landed you in the mud, yet you don't hesitate. Tell me, Eel, why were you in the mud this morning? I was tossed there, I said, feeling shame creeping up. Why? Because I didn't let a merchant kick a hound. His assistant tossed me in the mud, then shooed the hound away. And afterwards, did the hound get mistreated? No, I said, realizing for the first time that I did make somewhat of a difference. How many times have you taken what's not yours, even though you've had plenty of chances to do so, even when you knew that no one would find out? Never. How many times have you endured hunger so that your father and mother would worry just a little less about food? You do not ask for food because you do not want to break their hearts. These are qualities that lead to true greatness. No number of spouts or amount of life stream can ever replace what comes naturally to you. There's greatness in you. They are the ones that should be scared of you. For you will change this world. But how? If you did not have to fear the ruler's guards, what would you do? The warm voice asked, as the light began to fade back into darkness, although the warmth remained. I'd take our town back. And after that? The neighboring towns. And when would you stop? I don't think I would. Not until ruler is no more. Go to the spout metaler tonight, before the daily candle burns out. You need not say your name. He'll know who you are, and he'll be waiting for you. I have prepared a gift that I believe you'll find quite useful in the journey you're about to embark on. Take my gift, embrace it wholeheartedly, and you'll find all the strength you need to take any challenge head on. With that, I'll unlock your true potential. But remember, no weapon or power will replace who you already are. I woke up drenched in sweat, breathing rapidly. Mother was right beside me, and Father was standing behind Mother, holding on to his crutches. I sighed in relief. They were both here. Father hadn't tried to go after the guards. And Mother, well, Mother didn't have a single scratch on her. I couldn't help but smile. They hadn't hurt her, and at the time, that was all that mattered to me. Oh, Eel, Mother said, already wiping her tears. They didn't hurt you, I managed to say, almost as if nothing had happened to me. Instead, fire stirred and twirled inside me. I felt strength, power, but most of all, grit. It was a sudden rush of emotions telling me that I could do better. No, knowing that I not only could, but would do better. The world around me was different as well. Everything was clearer, sharper, louder. It was as if I had been living in the dark up until now. Was this how it had always been? Mother and father stood there with their mouths wide open. We thought, father said, clearing his throat. We thought that you wouldn't be able to speak again. The town's apothecary said so herself. She said your jaw had shattered. Everything is going to be okay from here on out, Mother, I said, helping her wipe her tears as I got up. How? Father asked. How are you this well? Everyone saw that the guard didn't hold back, and he was wearing spouted armor. This shouldn't be possible. I mean, I'm grateful it is. Emissary knows this to be true. We'll be singing tonight. But how is it possible? Will the life stream look towards us? Is hope alive once more? I'm not sure, I said truthfully, glancing over to the timekeeping candle on the wall. It had about 2 fingers of light left. But we'll talk about it later. Right now, I have to go to the spout metaler on the lone hill. You aren't going anywhere until you've eaten, Mother said. And I looked back at her, and the sheer determination in her eyes. I knew this was a battle I could not win, not unless I was willing to hurt her feelings. And that I wasn't. She had been through too much pain already. She didn't need any more unnecessary pain. Besides, my stomach was empty. We have something to eat, I said. I thought the guards took. They did, Mother said, with a hint of a smile. But we were able to scrape together some food, thanks to the town folk, despite warnings from the guards about helping us. Though it is nothing special. Fish and a jumble of greens. I ate unapologetically, and so did my parents. They tried to give me larger portions of food before serving themselves, but I wouldn't let them. For a few moments as we ate, the rest of the world around us disappeared. This was what it was like to have a family, to have nothing else matter but those in front of you, and this was worth fighting for. Neither mother nor father brought up the spout metaler as we ate, as if they too were cherishing the moment. I'll go now, I said, as soon as I put the last green bean in my mouth. But, Mother objected, what business do you have with the spout metaler? Nobody has seen that man in years. Not even the guards go up the hill to bother him or collect for ruler. Perhaps, Father said, his voice calm and level. Things will finally turn around for this town. What happened to Eel is nothing short of direct intervention from the life stream itself. Perhaps it is not our place to question that which we do not understand. That which we don't understand? Mother asked. Have you lost your mind? I have a good feeling about this, Father said, looking happier as he stood, his back straighter than usual. I haven't had a good feeling about anything in years. Change will happen. You'll see. It had been years since I last saw Father like this. Mother had probably also noticed the change, as she didn't say anything else about not going. Together, we discussed the best way to sneak out of town without letting the guards see me. It didn't take long to get to the lone hill under the blanket of night. The spout metaler's shop was the only source of light, sound, and even smell on the hill. The light that escaped the forge illuminated the path to the shop.
The rhythmic clank of metal on metal got louder with each step I took. The smell of iron, coal, and earth grew stronger as I got closer. "You don't have much time," an old but steady voice said from within the shop. "Come on in." The main door to the shop opened slowly as its joints ground against each other. "I came to pick up a gift," I said, taking a look inside. The spout metaller wasn't at all how I'd imagined him to be. I thought he'd be old and frail and somewhat mysterious. But I was wrong. This man was anything but frail. He was old, yes, balding even. But he was well built, wide-shouldered, with arms as thick as watermelons. He looked like he could shape metal with his bare hands. "Kid, look at the candle," the metaller said, pointing towards the daily candle without looking up from the piece he was working on. "If I say you don't have much time, I mean you don't have much time." The candle only had half a finger left of light in it. I did have to hurry. "I'm here," I said, clearing my throat. "Where is it?" "Right next to you," the metaller said as he put the piece of metal back into the forge. "Go on, grab it. Once you take it, it will be yours, and yours alone." Right next to me? The only thing that was next to me was a giant, spouted, flat, double-edged sword, at least twice my height and as wide as I was. I hesitated. Was this some kind of test? "Kid," the metaller said, "is there anything else right next to you?" I shook my head slowly while trying to make sure I wasn't missing something. "Take it," the metaller said. "It's yours. What you're looking at is the father of all swords, a direct connection to the life stream. This sword is one of a kind. I know this because even if I tried to make one like it, I wouldn't be able to in this lifetime or the next. Its name is Iziel. Wield it and unleash it on this ever-growing wasteland of a world. Feel no remorse for those who wouldn't feel it for others. Bring death to them before they bring it to this world unchecked, unbalanced, uncaring." "If you didn't make it, then who did?" I asked, taking a step towards the sword, heart racing, blood boiling. "You need not ask that which is obvious," the metaller said, still not looking my way. "Aziel can change its size and weight at will. It is not bound by the rules of this world. Instead, it makes its own." Time was up. The candle was flickering rapidly, a sign that it would go out any moment now. I needed to act, so I did the only thing I could do to try and grab the massive sword. I kicked it, trying to topple it so I could grab the hilt. To my surprise, the sword hardly moved. It was heavier and sturdier than it looked. So again, I did the only thing I could do, but this time with everything I had, and it finally moved towards me. I extended my hand to grab its hilt, knowing full well that it would crush me with its weight. The massive sword fell into my hand, light as a feather. "Iziel," I said as the candle went out. "I understand now." We walked into the moment, with the kid behind me and Shanna trailing behind him. It wouldn't be too long before we saw with our own eyes what the kid's fears were made of. The ground was already trembling. "I think I know what's about to happen," the kid said, hesitating. "I'm getting a very distinct feeling now. I know what's going to appear." The kid stopped moving forward as the ground shook. "I don't think I can do this. This isn't good. It's not good." "Now is not the time to doubt yourself, kid," I said. "No, you don't understand," the kid said. "This one is right on the nose. I know this, and I can't do it."
Long, slimy limbs cracked open the ground a few meters away from where I stood. 8 long limbs, to be exact. Each one of those limbs was twice or 3 times as wide as me, and only the great gates knew how long. Then, slowly and forcefully, pushing its way to the surface, breaking slabs of stone, a bulbous mantle with 4 large and perfectly round eyes emerged. The creature was a muted red colour with spots of deeper and lighter red. Though I had seen many octopuses in my lifetime, I had to give credit to the kid's imagination, as I had never seen one this frightening. It didn't have any of the cutesy features normal octopuses had. This one was quite ugly, and everything about it said predator. Jagged edges, oversized suction cups with teeth on them. I wasn't quite sure. The thing moved too much to really make out details. The nightmarish creature had mandibles instead of suckers. Its eyes were bulging and red, and it had rough, almost armor-like skin. It made a rhythmic thumping sound as it fully emerged. "I can't," said the kid. "When I come from, we call this food," Shanna said, grabbing Dariah and walking towards the monster. "It's been a long time since I've had octopus." "I've never really liked octopus," I said, unsheathing Aziel. "But I can make an exception." I looked back at the kid. He was frozen in place with a distant look in his eyes. "Get yourself together, kid, and remember these 3 things. 1. Stay on the path no matter what happens. 2. We can't do this without you. Literally, if you fail, we fail. 3. This thing is here for you, not for us. Any moment now, it's going to spring right at you. So I suggest you move." That made him react. He snapped out of his stupor, though he took a step back. "Get to the other side of the moment," I said as Aziel expanded and doubled in size. I could feel it getting heavier and lighter at the same time. Heavier in the sense that it would cut down anything it came across, and lighter as it would follow every movement with minimal effort. It was getting ready for battle. "Once you do, this thing will disappear." The kid nodded. The creature thrummed loudly as it thrashed towards the kid. The more it moved, the more of its rancid, wet scent it let off into the air. But still, we ran towards it. We blocked its path and began slicing whatever got in our way. Aziel felt as sharp as ever, cutting without a shred of resistance, without hesitation. Shana looked as if she too wasn't having any problems getting rid of tentacles. Her movements were precise, exact, like a sculptor sculpting a fine piece of art in the stone. As for me, well, I was free. Limb by limb fell off, until there were none left. The monster toppled over, flailing about with the few leftover parts of its body. It then bellowed, low but loud, and its limbs began to regrow. "We might have to rethink our strategy," I said, trying not to smile. The fight wasn't over. "Can you not right now?" Shanna said. "We still don't know the full extent of what we're facing. Smiling is not something you should be doing." The kid said, from nearly the exact place where he had been standing before. He had only moved a few steps towards us. "That big thing might not be our only problem." His shaking hand pointed towards one of the severed tentacles, which was bubbling and growing limbs of its own. "I hope that's not what I think it is." Out of the fallen tentacles, 8 more limbs grew, but they were not as fluid or smooth as before. Instead, the limbs were lanky, stiff and spiky, and a whole lot smellier. Wild eyes emerged on the top parts of the new creatures, followed by fang-filled mouths. This time, instead of octopuses, they were spiders. These had to be the ugliest spiders I'd ever seen, by far. "I feel like throwing up," the kid said. "You're not the only one," I said, staring at the newly formed spiders. What is that thing made of? You better keep that food inside you, Shanna said, steadying herself. At any moment, those spiders would spring into action, and their mother wasn't too far away from recovering herself. The kid throwing up was the last thing we needed. Kid, I'll say it again, I said, looking towards the other side of this moment. All of these things go away once you get to the other side. Right, the kid said, trying to psych himself up. I can do this! I can do this! The spiders sprang at him, their mouths wide open, but they did so at a speed many times faster than their mother. Many, many times faster. With the three nearest to the kid, even if we tried to combat their speed, it wouldn't be fast enough. It was too early on in the moments to use our ripple state. But from the looks of it, we had no choice. Shanna and I both saw the world stand still as we borrowed energy, strength, and time from our nearest future self. At these speeds, the spiders never stood a chance. Even the dust that otherwise would have stirred remained in place. The moment was all ours. We cut the lanky spiders into several pieces long before the pieces themselves fell from the space they took up in midair. With the little remaining time we had, we made sure to circle around to their mother to cut it down a second time. But this time we were quite a bit more thorough. As the ripple ended, dust lashed the area around us, and the monsters began to fall into tiny pieces. It didn't take long for the consequences of rippling to follow. The very dangerous consequences. Shanna held on to Daria, gasping for air. Exhaustion and fatigue dragged at us with each movement. Even the tiniest movement brought pain along with it. Though we were only a few body lengths away from the kid, he might as well be on the other side of the moment. We were inert. Ripple state, or the ripple, was an old technique I'd learned back in my time, after getting hold of Iaziel, and Shanna had learned it from me. As powerful a technique as it was just as taxing to its user. In most cases, it rendered its user non-functional for a short period of time after using the technique. Those who had taught it to me only used it if victory was certain. Yet here we were, using it halfway through a moment. Moments could be damn near impossible, especially this kind. If the kid didn't move it soon, we'd all be heading towards our final resting place. What just happened? The kid said, coughing and waving away the cloud of sand with his hand. You came very close to being spider food, I said, taking a deep breath, fighting the settling fatigue. And by the looks of it, we're still not done yet. The kid grew pale as he looked around. The bits of spiders were already stirring once again, and each little bit was growing an additional 8 limbs. This is going to turn into an infestation really quick, I said as I got up slowly, trying not to make any sudden movement that would tear my already overworked muscles and joints. Kid, look at me, Shanna said, still holding on to Daria for support. The kid turned towards her. Snap out of it! The kid shook it off and took his first step towards the other side of the moment, though he did so with an all-too-wobbly step. His knees gave in, causing him to kneel on the path. I don't feel too good, the kid said, holding his stomach. I grunted as I attempted to move towards the kid. Eel, we have to make sure we recover, Shanna said as she looked at me. You can't afford to experiment with whether you can move or not. She turned towards the kid. You have to eat, kid. Reach for your backpack and eat. The kid nodded, but did nothing. He's already too far gone, I said. He's been holding it in without even knowing. Kid, Shanna said, her voice louder than before, making sure he heard her. Remember the rice balls you ate before we entered the moment? Remember how they were cooked and seasoned to perfection? How they were moist yet crunchy, filled with smoked salmon strips held together by salted seaweed that melts in your mouth? How about their aroma? Cooked over the best hickory and alder wood the world of between has to offer. Without looking at Shanna, the kid reached for his backpack. Though he was opening the backpack at a moderate pace, his actions were taking what seemed to be an eternity. It was hard to tell if the kid would be able to grab even one rice ball. I had to get ready. Regardless of what would happen to me, I couldn't let those monsters reach him. That's it, Shanna said, her voice calm but cheering him on. Keep going. Think about all the wonderful flavors that will explode in your mouth. You want to eat and fill that empty space in your stomach. You can do it. No, wait. You must do it. If not, you'll be missing out on pure goodness. The kid managed to undo the buckle, and moments later, his eyes went wide open. He reached into the backpack faster than I'd seen him move up until this point. He'd smelled what was inside. I couldn't be sure, but that seemed to be the only explanation. Then, confirming my suspicions, the kid began to eat. I sighed in relief and surrendered my body to the overwhelming fatigue pushing down on it. This marked the 13th time Shanna and I had rippled to get out of a sticky situation during a moment. Though we had never been this close to failing. There was something else at play here. A higher power. Something else wanted the kid to fail. Something powerful. Something with the ability to amplify a moment. But what or who was it? I had a sinking feeling it wouldn't be the last time we'd ripple today. Not by a long shot. Even if using it again would bring us to the very border of our abilities. We must be careful. I looked over at Shanna, and she looked back at me with a slight smile. Then we both turned to watch the kid eat. If at all possible, we should refrain from using it. Buy time or bypass the last moment altogether. Mere chews later, the kid burped and got up. With the backpack in one hand and a rice ball in the other, he began to walk hurriedly down the path, trying not to look to either side. Aren't you two coming? Give us a minute, I said. Try not to touch anything on the way out. The kid finished the rice ball, slung his backpack back in place, and placed both his hands inside his trouser pockets. The monsters, especially their mother, stirred as he passed them by. He reached the end of the moment without stopping or looking back. I smiled. Chapter 7. Consequences. Getting the massive sword from the meddler had been the easy part. The very easy part. Learning to use the massive sword, well, that was a different story. I headed back to town as fast as my legs could carry me, with the sword dragging behind. The sword left a deep trench even when I dragged it on its side. At the time, trying to figure out how to properly hold or carry ISAL seemed like a waste of time. People in my town were suffering, and I intended to put an end to it. It wasn't long before I reached one of the town's entrances. It was one of the smaller entrances, but nevertheless, it was still guarded. Well, that's if you could count 2 drunken guards sleeping by the fire as guarded. Still, any ordinary folk wouldn't dare come in or out of the town without having written permission first. I knew that what I was doing was reckless, but it was also right, and long, long past due. I could feel the heat of the fire and hear them snoring as I neared, but I made no effort to pick up ISAL. I wanted them to hear me, and so they did. Who goes there? one of the guards asked as he reached for his helm on the ground. It's way past curfew! The bells rang hours ago! The other guard stirred and began to rub his face, though this one didn't reach for anything. I know, I said. It's just a kid! The now helm guard laughed while attempting to clear his throat. The man sounded like he hadn't talked for ages.
What is a kid doing out here violating ruler's law?
The other guard said.
Worse still, waking us up from our nap.
I held Ayazel with both hands, moving it to the side and revealing it to the guards. They got up, grabbing their shields with their left hands and the hilts of their swords with their right. Do you have a death wish, kid? The helm guard said, louder than he needed to. Is that what this is? Was he trying to get the attention of the other guards? I knew they were all cowards deep down. That blade is at least 2 or 3 times the kid's size, the other guards said, his voice low. And he has no shield. Western style won't get you very far around here. We're not into duels. He doesn't know anything about styles. He's just a kid, the helm guard said, taking a step towards me. He'll probably chop off one of his own limbs before he can even scratch us. Regardless, this kid isn't going to make it back to his parents. Ruler does not allow this level of disrespect. Do you know how to use that thing, kid? Because we know how to use ours. He drew his sword and held his shield up, and the other guard followed suit. I tightened my grip on Ayazel, and it became lighter, almost as if I was holding a thin tree branch. I pointed the sword towards them, bending my elbow and drawing the hilt of the sword next to my stomach. Then I bent my knees and waited for them to get closer. I made up my mind. I wouldn't hesitate, just as they wouldn't hesitate to end my life on a whim. Is that an inner stance? The helm guard asked, getting so near that I could smell his rancid breath. Where did you learn that? I grew up watching you, I said, trying to remain calm. I knew they were distracting me to get closer and attack when I least expected it. The problem for them was that we townfolk expected the worst from them all the time. I grew up watching you fight, kick around, cut and kill people like me. I saw how you used your blades. I saw how they never had a chance. Now you'll get to see what that looks like, what it feels like. The guards looked at each other and said nothing. I don't know if they were beginning to believe me or were preparing to mock me further, but I wasn't willing to wait and find out. As soon as he turned back towards me, I swung my sword, connecting with the unspouted shield and cutting it clean in half. As my sword moved past the shield, it connected with the spouted armor near his gauntlet, chopping his left leg clean off. My sword had gotten heavy the moment it connected with the armor, heavier than anything I had ever attempted to lift. It embedded itself in the ground, leaving only the part of the hilt I was holding above it. The helmed guard yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking, the load of mush or whatever it was that he had in his mouth lodging in the back of his throat. I wasn't aiming at his leg. Yet there it was, lying not too far from him while he flailed on the ground. How did this work? And why couldn't I move the sword now? The sword seemed to have become one and the same with the ground, heavy and impossible to move.
How is that even possible?
The other guard struggled to say and took a few steps back.
How? Our armor is supposed to be as unbreakable as Ruler himself. What in divine gates is happening here?
I said nothing, trying to get the sword out of the ground, but it wouldn't move. I needed to figure out how to use it, and I needed to do it fast. I could already hear the town stirring.
How?
The other guard insisted as he took a step towards me.
What are you?
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to calm myself
and think through what had just happened. The sword had felt so light, so out of the way as I held it earlier when I approached the guards. Could it be that as it connected with the armor, I let go? Sort of the same rules as when I was back at the metaller's shop. The sword by itself was heavy. Now it was damn near unmovable. But the moment I grabbed it, it became light, nimble, and out of the way. "Tell me!" the approaching guard said, his voice almost a scream. "Tell me, or I'll swear I'll cut your head clean off!" I was holding it right this moment, and yet it wasn't moving. Or maybe I wasn't holding it tight enough. I gripped the sword's hilt tighter, and it began to budge. That was it. I knew how this worked now. The harder I gripped, the lighter the sword became, and the less I gripped, the heavier. The screaming guard attacked from the side. I turned to meet his gaze and yanked the massive sword out of the ground. Azazel cut the guard clean in half. His shield and the spouted armor never stood a chance. My stomach twisted, and blood rushed down to my feet. Never before had I felt this light, this wrong. My mouth filled with saliva, and I began to retch. I felt as if my head was not attached to my body. I didn't want to be there, for I had just killed a man. My body finally gave in and threw up what I'd eaten that day. I felt limp, broken, all value taken from me. The only thing of value I'd ever had. I fell to my knees, driving the sword into the ground. What had I just done? I looked at my hand, expecting it to be covered in blood. But it wasn't.
Finish him off,
a deep and commanding voice said.
He has failed miserably. He doesn't deserve to have Ruler's blessing any longer.
There was a squeal, then silence once the screaming stopped. The air began to fill with softer noises. That's when I knew I was fully surrounded.
That's what it's like to kill,
the new voice said between slow claps as he approached.
You also die a little within yourself. Your own body betrays you, no longer recognizing you as the person you once were. Though you shouldn't worry about it too much. That feeling goes away after your 10th or so.
He took a second look at the fallen guard, then back to me.
I must say, I'm impressed. I never thought that killing a guard would be possible, especially by some low-bred townfolk. This is an incredible feat. You cut clean through their shields and armor. I'm sure Ruler will be happy to hear it, regardless of the loss.
We aren't low-bred folk, I said between my teeth, looking up for the first time. It was the head captain of the guard talking to me. So many memories of him mistreating and pushing people around flooded into my head. I glared at him, feeling the slightest of fires warming up my blood once again. Don't you dare say that again! It was easy to distinguish the head captain from any other town guard. He wore fuller and more extravagantly decorated copper-coloured armour, with nearly double the spout markings of the regular guards. His armour was also broader and encased him fully, covering his body joints and even the back of his neck.
Or what?
The head captain said, raising his sword.
You'll do to me what you did to him.
He pointed at the guard I'd halved.
Are you sure you can do the same thing to the head captain of the Ruler's Guard? There's no taking back this world from Ruler's grip. You have already lost. Let's say that you do manage to do the same to me. Even though I am more skilled, have better armor, and have lived through more than a few coups from the town folk. You'd be the first in history to do such a thing to a head captain. But as soon as word reaches Ruler himself, he'll send entire legions of soldiers to decimate that which stands in his way. I don't know what you think your holding is, but surely you can't fight a war all on your own, can you? Spare us the work of looking for your family and killing them off, after we're done with you. Surrender here and now, and we can make that happen. I'm sure that most of my guards would be happy to return to sleep after we're done with you." He was right. He was as right as the sun rising. At least 2 larger towns to the east had managed to kick the guard out in the past, but when the legions descended on the towns, nothing was left of them. He was bloody right, and the more I thought about it, the more I knew I couldn't win this. Not in the long run, not by myself. "Know your place in this world, kid," the head captain said as he approached, hand on his sword. "Know that you come from nothing, that you will always be nothing, as you were born a low-bred peasant. You will always be low-bred." He said the last bit with more emphasis and slower than he needed to. I rose, the fire already burning through my veins. Even if it meant that I would fight today to die tomorrow, they didn't deserve my pity. We wouldn't be looked down on anymore. These guards, these so-called keepers of ruler's law, it all ended tonight. I steadied myself and gripped the hilt of my sword hard, its weight nearly disappearing. "You aren't serious, are you?" the head captain asked as he unsheathed his sword. "You really want to die that bad?" And so it began. The rest of the guards around me raised their shields and unsheathed their swords and came closer. I steadied myself with my elbows bent, sword ready. Out of nowhere, one of them yelled and attacked, sword over his head. I swung my sword, holding on tight as soon as the guard was within reach. My sword had no problem cutting the guard in half. Despite what had happened to the first guard, more of them followed, starting a frenzy. Guards yelled, swore, and cried out left and right. I swung at everything that got near, head captain or not. I slashed down everything that moved. It all turned to red. After a while, once the movement and noises around me stopped, I also stopped, falling to my knees. Fatigue demanded to be felt, taking over my body. I tried to catch my breath, but I couldn't. I didn't know what to feel or think, or if I could even feel or think. Numbness towards those who spread hate was beginning to make a permanent home in me. I looked around at the mutilated corpses of the guards and felt nothing. No remorse, no emotion. All I knew was that the world would be a slightly better place without them, and that I would pay the price. Then I heard the slightest of noises and scurried back up to my feet. Had I missed one? I braced myself, gripping the hilt and bringing the sword closer towards me. Then I saw something moving in the corner of my eye. It was much too small to be a guard, but I swung anyway. I missed, and something snapped in my hand, causing my sword to fly out of my hand, embedding itself in the ground with a large thud. "Put that away before you cut one of your own limbs off," said an older female voice. I looked around, but saw nothing. "Over here, you useless stump," said the voice. "Look at you, covered in all those cuts. You'll be lucky if you don't get a fever tonight and die. It would also help if you wiped off that filth that's all over your face." As I turned towards where the voice was coming from, I saw a small figure in the shadows. I couldn't quite make out what I was seeing, as the blood on my face kept getting in the way. I didn't know if it was my blood or the guard's blood, but that was when I started to feel the cuts all over my body. My body burned with pain, but compared to the pain of seeing people around me getting hurt, this was nothing special. I heard something rip, then the small figure made its way towards me. Was she a town elder? No, she wasn't as old as her voice made her out to be. Was that a stick she was holding? Had she just disarmed me with a stick? "Here, use this," the lady said as she tossed me a rag. "You better hope that's your blood dripping. If not, The illness will surely come. I caught the rag and didn't hesitate to wipe my face. It stung, and the rag was covered in some kind of strong-smelling solution. The more I cleaned, the more she came into focus. She wasn't a town elder, nor was she one of the townfolk. I had never seen this strange lady before. Who was she? Yeah, that's it, said the lady. Take a good look. Recognize me yet? I don't. That's because you don't know me. You really are as dumb as a stump. I'm not from around here. I was sent here, but from the looks of it, I am too late. Looks like you've already made your decision. Sent here? Listen, kid. You can't just be given the most powerful weapon in existence and be expected to know how to use it, even if you should use it. She sighed. Looks like I have a lot of work ahead of me. I'm Jacta of Tartarin, and I was sent here by the same being who gave you that sword. I was supposed to get here before you made the decision. What decision? The decision to take another person's life, and to continue taking them. I braced myself to feel a wrecking ball of remorse, but none came. Instead, I felt hollow. It's an odd sensation, isn't it? Said Jacta, crossing her arms. You know you are supposed to feel something, but you don't. You know that you're inherently a good person, but your actions contradict that. What you've done here is unforgivable. There is no excuse. To enter the other side, you must never take another person's life, so they say. However, there's a special place for people like you, a place between worlds, a place that knows no time, a place that is filled with beings who've shaped this world. That will be your final destination, after you finish what you've already started. I can help you learn the ways of this world, the sword. Just know that this life you have inadvertently chosen comes with a hefty price. A price many can't afford to pay. I'll pay whatever I must pay if it means others will get a chance at a normal life. Oh, they'll get a chance, all right. They'll have the best chance they've had in years. The ruler will obsess over killing you, for you have brought shame to his rule, I am sure. So long as you're alive, these people, she gestured towards the town, have a proper chance at life. That's all I want. Then you must not die. We'll need to get some protection markings on you. I know a creature who can get them for you. Sword or no sword, you're an easy target without protection. These people will not play fair. They'll come at you at all hours for as long as you live, or as long as the ruler lives. I will endure. That you will. 37 guards died that night, I said as we approached the entrance to the final moment. At first, I didn't understand all of it, what it all meant, what it all led me to. But as time passed, as I fought ruler for over 27 years, I came to understand the value of each one of those guards that died that night, and just how heavy it would be to carry their deaths with me. So she ended up training you, the Jacta lady? The kid asked. And what happened to your parents? Did you really leave town? I didn't fight a war within my town, I said, looking towards the kid, a slight smile on my face. He nodded vigorously. My parents were fine. I think even more than fine. At first, they didn't like the idea of me leaving town. Having earned my first set of scars didn't make the situation better either. They were scared for me, of course, but as they began to see what was possible, as they heard just how much the world was changing, they warmed up to it. I checked on them, dropping in a few times a year.
The town really flourished once the guards were gone. Jacta did much more than just train me in the way of the sword. She mentored me every step of the way. For 10 years, she was always there. Then she wasn't. Before you ask, I don't know what happened to her. She vanished from our camp in the middle of the night. It was as if she disappeared into the wind.
Perhaps,
Shanna said, her voice soft but commanding attention.
by then you already knew everything you needed to know.
Perhaps, I said. But knowing for certain would have helped, especially during those times. Anyway, we are here. Story time is over. I stopped and turned to look at the kid. From here on out, it's going to get very dangerous for us.
You mean to say that wasn't?
The kid asked, pointing behind us with his thumb.
Like everything that just happened wasn't dangerous?
Oh, maybe a little, I said. For you, but only a little. After all, we were there.
It's not even close to what is about to happen,
Shanna said.
I suggest you eat more than enough to get your full before walking in.
You're going to remember things, I said, trying to hold a serious tone. The truth was that although I was fairly certain Shanna and I were capable of handling any situation, there was something else happening. Something else was out there, watching, making things just a bit harder for us. I could feel it. You'll remember important moments, moments that shaped you into who you are now. Most importantly, you'll remember what got you here, and if you lied or not. I looked straight into the kid's eyes. Listen to me when I say this. Aside from staying on the path, whatever you do after this point, don't lie. Go with your gut, with who you are, if things aren't as clear. You got that? The kid nodded slowly. No, I'll need more than that, I said. Say it with commitment. Say it firmly. I need you to understand that everything depends on you telling the truth. A lie is not going to save you ever. Not here.
I understand,
the kid said, nodding even more slowly.
I will not lie, no matter what.
I wasn't sure if the kid would lie or not, especially when he saw for himself what we were up against. But I needed to trust him. I needed to trust myself as well. Everything in me told me to bring the kid to the tribunal. And so I would.
Chapter 8. Life. The backpack that Shanna had given me was nearly empty, with only a few rice balls left. What freak eats that many rice balls? If my count was correct, I had already consumed nearly 30 rice balls, and what's worse, I didn't even feel that full. It was a sure sign that I wouldn't survive in this place, not for any prolonged period of time. I ate 2 more rice balls as we entered the last moment, solidifying my freak status, though I was only making sure I listened to Shanna's instructions. As we took a few more steps in, there they were, my memories, my past life, everything that I was and hoped to be. A puzzle coming together all on its own, and so did my memories. It all belonged. I suddenly knew my place in this world, or rather in the world of the living. But perhaps more importantly, I knew that I wasn't alone, that someone was waiting for me, and I needed to be there for her more than anything. It didn't take me long to realize the precarious situation we were in. I wasn't exactly sure if I had lied to Eel or not. Even with my full set of memories back, it was hard to tell. It all depended on so many factors. As I thought about what kind of hole we were in, the gangsters that I had encountered when I first came into this world began appearing in front of us. They came from everywhere, climbing down the dunes, from the entrance on the other side, and even from underneath the ground. There were more this time around, a lot more. As if things couldn't get worse, every one of them was carrying a modern gun. I only saw 1 or 2 with knives or machetes. There were 16 of them. Eel took a few steps towards them, as Shanna and I stayed in place. "Eel," said a lady at the forefront. Unlike the rest of the gangsters wearing white, she was wearing a black suit with no hat. Her hair was in a ponytail to the side, and it was a bright, vivid red. I don't know if I should be thankful or laugh.
"You can do either,"
Eel said, standing tall, hand resting on the hilt of his sword.
"It won't make the slightest difference to me."
"Who is she?" I said, trying to lower my voice as much as possible, but speaking loud enough so that Shanna could hear me. "That's Evelyn," Shanna said, her voice equally low. "She's the leader of the Precinct 5 and the 3 mobs in this world. Sharengar through and through." "My right hand was right," Evelyn said, while gesturing to the same female gangster from when I first got here. "You were naive enough to enter into a contract with a perfect lie. In past days, I'd applaud you for the effort, for your bravery. In your current state, with only 2 glories left in your halo, I can only call you a fool. You know you can't get past us, not with a perfect lie. Your legacy as one of the greatest Deathbringers ever to grace between ends here. You won't save another life."
"Let's get on with it,"
Eel said with a smile.
"That seems like the best way to find out if what you're saying is true, or literal and utter crap coming out of your mouth."
Evelyn sneered, and the gangsters all around her took a step closer towards Eel. "I'm only now starting to enjoy myself," Evelyn said, smiling broadly. "Can we not make this last?"
"Enjoy yourself some other day,"
Eel said.
"and not at the expense of my time."
"Very well," said Evelyn, her voice cold. "If you're in a hurry to meet your maker, then so be it. Enough talk." She stared directly at me. "Fen Gallen, in disagreement with the contract between you and your Deathbringer, we are here to exercise the law of Sanctum. We are here to take you back to your rightful and final destination, as you have told a perfect lie in a place where you cannot lie. You don't deserve to go back to the world of the living." Wait, what is she saying? I thought. I need to go back. I need it back in my world, screw up and all. "We are within our rights," Evelyn continued, "to use anything within our power to take you from your Deathbringer. To make things clear, this won't be a fair fight. Not by a long shot. Unless you stop the lie here and now and tell us the truth, then there will be no need for any of this. Eel gets to walk out of this one alive, unharmed, as if nothing ever happened." The truth? What was the truth anyway? Oh man, what had I gotten us into? "So, what's it going to be?" Evelyn said, while the gangsters around her chambered rounds and raised their weapons, pointing them towards Eel. "And before you get any wild ideas, Eel cannot possibly survive this, no matter what you've seen them do thus far. Remember, we are Deathbringers ourselves." "Remember what Eel told you," Shanna said under her breath. "Go with your gut, but don't lie." I half nodded, trying to wrap my head around what was happening. If I lied, then Eel would get to live, and I'd die. But if I told the truth, Eel would surely die. Was that what he really wanted? Was that it? But he'd said so many times to tell the truth, no matter what. And if I told the truth, I might get to go back to my life. Was that why Eel brought Shanna along? If he died, could she finish what he started? "Fen!" Evelyn said, as someone pulled up a chair for her. Where did that come from? Were they carrying a chair all along? Yeah, what was I thinking? I needed to focus. This was Eel's life. I hoped he knew what he was doing. Why did things have to be so stupidly hard? Answer me now, Evelyn said, her voice impatient as she crossed her legs and held her knee with both hands. Make sure you're ready to deal with the consequences. Make sure you're ready to take someone else's life from them. Were you stealing when you died? Eel half turned to look at me, his face serious for the first time since I'd gotten here. I hesitated. You what? Evelyn said, her voice sharp. I wasn't stealing, I said, trying not to hurl the rice balls. I've never stolen anything in my life. Eel smiled and nodded, as if I had done the right thing, then turned towards Evelyn, holding his massive but shrinking sword to the side. There you have it, Evelyn said. This is your last day in this world. Or yours, Eel said, sounding excited. You know better than to think I will be going down that easy. You're fired, Tom said plainly, without a care in the world as I sat. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. We've got it all under control. It's not like you left any work for the rest of us. He laughed, leaning back in his very expensive, refined leather chair. That thing must have cost a few $1,000s. I remembered it clearly. Tuesday after lunch, his massive office. I'll send you a check in the mail. I'm sorry, what? I asked. Fen, Tom said. Don't tell me you haven't been fired before. But of course you haven't. Who in their right mind would fire you? He laughed again. I'm not understanding, I said. You know, Fen, Tom said, for as smart as you are, you sounded kinda not so bright, to put it nicely. I'll say it slower, so that it can sink in. You, as in you, he pointed at me, are fired. But, I said, blinking rapidly, trying to understand what was happening. Why? I mean, I work harder than anyone else here. I'm always on time. I submit all my work on time. And I'm even available to work on future projects in my downtime. I don't understand. Exactly, Tom said. Those are the exact reasons why. You see, it's been brought to my attention that this place, he gestured around himself, it's not for someone like you. You put too much pressure on management and on the rest of the engineers. You kind of make this place suck. Since you're constantly making everyone else feel less competent, you're the one that has to go. Titanium Solutions is more of a relaxed environment. Landing a few contracts a year is all we need. We don't need to be ahead of the game or anything like that. But, I said, why didn't you guys bring this up to me earlier? I could have slowed down or done something about it. I can't lose my job. Lisa told me that she did bring it up to you. That she told you many times about it, but that you kept ignoring her. Lisa? She has never ever brought any of this up. I hardly even get an okay thanks in her emails. Let's go talk to her and you'll see. There it is right there. The disruptive energy this company doesn't need. Lisa is probably busy doing something and you want to go talk to her. I can't lose this job, Tom. It's only right that we try to fix things. Too bad you've already lost it. He laughed again. Defeated, I grabbed my stuff and walked out of the building. The drive home was one of the most pathetic moments in life. The old car I drove had a slew of problems. The window didn't roll down. The AC blew only hot air. There was a crack in the front windshield. The list went on. But what really made things extra special that day was that I left the office on a hot day during rush hour, guaranteeing me a taste of hell on earth. I spent the whole hour-and-a-half trip staring at the gas needle, hoping it wouldn't reach empty before I got off the freeway. If I hadn't lost my job that day, I would have probably stopped by the gas station, filled the tank, and got something to drink on the way home, with no traffic, since we usually got off after rush hour. Would I be able to sue for this? I thought about it for a while, but came to the same conclusion any way I spun it. Who was I kidding? Even if I did manage to find a lawyer willing to help, they had lawyers too. And money. Lots and lots of money. They dragged this out for years, and by the time it was all done, it wouldn't be worth it. What should I do now? Earlier this week, my fiancée, Ari, and I had spent a good chunk of our savings getting her a new car, which we still had payments on. Granted, the payments were low, but still, they were payments. So much buyer's remorse, at least on my side. Suddenly, I wasn't sure if getting a new car was a good idea after all. As for her, she loved her new car, and I was happy that she would have something reliable to get her to and from school, especially that now she was on the cusp of graduating with a full-fledged nursing degree. If all went as planned, she would be taking the NCLEX by the end of this year. Aside from studying, she also worked. She was working hard, so she deserved the best I could offer, even though the best I had to offer left me with a measly $400 in the bank. Well, there was always another job, right? That's what people did. I thought about that as I pulled into the driveway of our apartment building, which suddenly felt way too expensive. Ari was already there. I tried as best I could to brush off what had happened and try to do a good impression of myself getting home after a good day at work. I opened the door and walked straight into the living room. Ari was sitting on the couch with her tablet, smiling and scrolling. It was her free time. In an hour or two, she would start getting ready for school, which was when I usually came home. "What's wrong?" Ari said the second she saw me. She then glanced at the clock on the wall. "Oh, you're here a little early? What happened?" "Nothing." I couldn't muster the courage to tell her the truth, at least not now. I sat down on the couch next to her. "Boss had a major change of plans." "Ah, don't mind Tom," Ari said, putting down her tablet and sliding closer to me. "People like him are running a company just for fun. They make crazy out-of-the-box decisions all the time. This too shall pass." She said the last bit in a different, deeper voice. "Crazy decisions," I said with a sigh. Tell me about it. But maybe she was right. Maybe this would pass fairly quickly. Before I knew it, I'd have another job. "Besides," Ari said, already attempting to snuggle, moving me around as if I was a giant pillow, "I have a surprise for you. Something that for sure will get you in a better mood." "Oh, really? And what's that?" I asked, smiling at the prospect of finally hearing some good news. "You know how we said if it happened, it happened?" "Well, that's what we say about a lot of stuff. But keep going." "I'm pregnant." The entirety of my body sank into my stomach. I'd never felt so big, yet so small at the same time. In less than 9 months from now, I would be something I'd always dreamed of being, next to this magnificent, beautiful woman. But I would be one massive failure of a dad, without a job, a way to provide for the ones I loved. I felt like I had everything I'd ever wanted, and nothing at all at the same time. I did my best to push all the negative, good-for-nothing feelings out of my system and enjoy this moment. If anything, I should take this news as an omen to do better. There was going to be a little human depending on me. I was better than this. I'm going to be a dad. That's what me telling you that I'm pregnant means. So yes, Mr. Fengallen, you're going to be a dad. We enjoyed our little time together, making plans, brainstorming names, until she had to get ready for school. All that I felt until she left for school was warmth and determination to do better. I was capable of better. I walked her to the car, kissed her goodbye, and walked straight back to my makeshift office in the garage. For a while now, I had been working on a next-gen virtual reality rig. The problem with virtual reality, in my opinion, was that it wasn't immersive enough. You were always wearing something right on your face, just a few inches away from your eyes. I wanted VR to be an immersive experience where it was comfortable to lounge around. As an electronic engineering graduate, I hadn't really landed an actual electronic engineering job yet. I had come up with the perfect, or as close to perfect as was possible at this time, solution. This was my basket of hopes and dreams. If I could get someone to believe in me and help me develop this, we'd be set. Airy, the little human that was on the way, and me. The idea was pretty simple. Instead of wearing a VR headset, we'd be surrounded by it. Let me explain. My rig consisted of 12 custom true-to-life displays that demonstrated the VR world for the end user. This way, you could jog or hike anywhere in the world in a true-to-life environment without ever leaving your home. Not that you shouldn't leave your home, but this was the future. One day, you could visit the beautiful hidden beaches of Coron, Palawan in the Philippines, and another, you could relax in the sunset of Yosemite. But why stop there when you could visit Mount Everest the same day? The possibilities for my VR tech were truly endless. I hurried to finish my rig's schematics so that I could print them and my resume before going job hunting the next day. For a few hours, I was in the zone, thinking about the bright future that was ahead of us. That same day, after Airy got home and we had dinner, I stayed up a little longer, writing down every place that was currently hiring. The next morning, I filled up my gas tank with a smile on my face. I was hopeful, determined to find a job. I didn't want to play the online game, so I figured that I would at least drop off my resume and the schematics of what I was working on if they would take them. I was fairly confident that I would at least be able to talk to a hiring manager or two. The bitter taste of reality was like stale coffee that I had to drink if I ever wanted to enjoy a good one again. Door after door slammed in my face. Well, not really, but that's what it felt like to hear, "You have to apply online." Or, "Sorry, the manager is busy right now." "No, I was told not to disturb." Or even, "Sorry, we aren't allowed to hand over any documents." The bitter taste became pain when I exhausted all my options, and I was left with nothing but half a tank of gas and a jobless ride home. As I was commuting in my car for the second day in a row, tasting the true taste of misery, I noticed an immaculate white building across the street near the bay. The building itself was larger than any in the area, and yet somehow it blended in. I couldn't help but park the car and take steps towards it, until I read the letters at the door. It said, "Clearer Waters R&D, Building the Future." Man, oh man, oh man, what I would give to work in a place like that. I right away checked out the place online to see if they were hiring, but sadly they had no openings. I sighed in frustration, though what I really wanted to do was yell. I looked around some more, trying to understand how that building blended so well with the surroundings, even though it shouldn't. Then I saw something else instead. A sign at the door of a neighbouring building that read, "We are hiring." Right away, my heart thumping, my stomach in knots, I approached the door. I still had all of my resumes, so there was no harm in trying. It wasn't long before I was speaking to the person in charge. He took my resume without hesitation and asked me to have a seat. His office wasn't anything special, but hell, he at least had an office. "I'll be frank with you," the man in charge said. "You'd be severely wasting your talents here, and you won't be making as much as you should. We are hiring, and we could use some labour help. But a mind like yours should be doing special things.
Just when hope was opening the door to take a peep, here it was again, defeat closing it in my face. Though something told me that I might win this one if I really tried. I'm willing to learn anything, I said, trying to sound as calm as possible. But then I broke. I really need this job, sir.
Please, don't call me sir. Call me Jasper. Well, we could really use the help. We're like a broken engine trying to run. Crap, we could use 5 or 6 people today. We've got lots of work back in the warehouse. We are overloaded, overbooked, and understaffed. We can't get pallets out as fast as they come in. Are you willing to work overtime? Weekends?
Of course, I said, allowing myself to feel a tinge of excitement. Whatever I can do to help, I mean. I have a baby on the way, so anything I need to do to give my little family everything they need.
All right, that's all I needed to hear. Go downstairs with Crystal, and she'll take care of the paperwork for you. Talk to her about your pay and all that jazz. Whatever she says, goes. Though do be ready to work some overtime. We'll have a lot of that. By the way, we're like family here. We take care of each other. Bam! Just like that, I had solved all of my problems. Or at least, that's what I thought at the time. What followed for the next few months was anything but a solution. The work environment in that place was toxic. The workers hated each other. The management hated the workers, and they fought amongst themselves to gain Jasper's favour. I did my best to stay out of all their drama. I only wanted to work, to advance. Yet there I was, a part of it all. Workers picked on me and pulled pranks on me. Despite me never attempting to get back at them, it never stopped. I had to endure about 1 prank or 1 a-hole move a week. I could suck it up or outright ignore it. The pranks weren't that good, and the a-hole moves were middle grade at best. But the one thing that I wasn't able to handle was not getting paid. Yep, that's right. Aside from taking a massive pay cut after getting hired here, I wasn't getting paid for any of the overtime I put in. That included 2 to 3 extra hours Monday through Friday and a full day on Saturday. According to Crystal, they paid overtime hours in a lump sum nearing the end of the hiring year once the employee reached a minimum of $24,000. It was a way of keeping the employees motivated and working the extra hours. I thought it was a load of crap, but as she pointed out, I did sign the paperwork stating that I gave them the right to do that. As for Jasper, he was never around, and when he was in and out of the building. Things kept on getting worse, or at least feeling worse, as the stuff for the little human's room wasn't getting there fast enough. Airy was due in less than a month, and I still didn't have the budget. What I was actually getting paid was only enough to scrape by, and that included making my own lunch. The little human's room was still pretty much empty, aside from a few toys Airy had brought, some others from our friends and family, and 2 bags of diapers. It was really sad. Airy didn't have money either. Her part-time job gave her enough to pay for some groceries and the car, but not much else. So, Airy said, crossing her arms and leaning against the door frame as I was getting ready for bed, exhausted from work one Saturday evening. Are you finally ready to tell me what's happening? It's been a few months now, and the more I look at you, the more tired you seem. Fen, is everything okay? Tom's still making bad decisions? I don't know, actually, I said, unable to meet her gaze. I was weak, vulnerable. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve me. The only reason I didn't cry there and then was because I was so mad at myself. How could I have let this happen? What do you mean you don't know? Fen, there's only a few weeks left before you meet your child. I do expect you to have things a little figured out by now. At the very least, tell me what's happening. Don't try to do everything on your own. She got close and touched my cheek, moving my head so that I would look her in the eyes. Listen to me. You don't need to do everything on your own, solve every problem on your own. That's what I'm here for. The day I said I would marry you, I said it knowing full well that there would be bad days ahead. I said it knowing that not everything would be peaches and cream. I said it because I love all of you, not just the good parts or when things are good. Do you understand? I nodded slowly and let myself relax for the first time in who knows how long. I don't know if Tom is still making bad decisions or not because I no longer work for him. He fired me the day you told me you were pregnant. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to ruin the moment. I thought I'd had things under control long ago, but instead there's all of this. I gestured all around me. I work for someone who won't pay me. I'm constantly a mess, and there's no stuff for the baby yet. You're such a dummy, Aerie said as she embraced me. For as smart as you are, I don't know why you thought it would be a good idea to keep something like this from me. But okay, this is a step forward. You and I have to have a long talk. She let go of me and grabbed a nearby towel and wiped some of the droplets of water I had missed from my neck. Finish getting ready for bed, and you and I will have a long talk, mister. I'll wait for you in the living room. That night, we ended up talking for hours on end. I let it all out. She didn't nod her head. She didn't furrow her eyebrows. She only listened. She did wait till I was done to scold me a little bit, but for the most part, we talked about solutions to the problem. I needed that talk badly. Everything around me might be falling apart, but at least I had her. The pillar in my life. The one person who wouldn't give up on me, no matter how much of a screw-up I was. Though according to her, I wasn't a screw-up at all. I just had a severe problem with the way I thought I should handle things. I wasn't really sure what that meant, but I had a feeling she was right. It wasn't long before we came up with a plan. Aerie would do her part to help, asking friends and family if they knew of any job openings, and I would start applying online every day. I was still hoping to work next door in the Clearer Waters building. I needed to stop by there before accepting any new job. That could be my dream job. Something had to give. I mean, I wasn't going to be stuck in this well of misery forever, right? Another part of the plan was to find a way to get the money I was owed from Jasper. I had less than a week to figure out his schedule. Aerie and I agreed that getting to work earlier and staying later than usual was the best way to figure out his schedule. He did say we were like family there. Now he just had to keep his word. For a couple of days, I kept an eye out for Jasper, both outside and inside work. But the man was elusive. I went as far as to ask Crystal a few times for a meeting with Jasper, but all I got from her was a forced, "I'll try." As the days went on, I tried to be more aware of my surroundings. He had to show up sometime. During the 9 a.m. truck unloading, our most consistent truck, I hopped off the loading dock to look around. It felt as if luck decided to finally give me a break, because there he was in a nearby alleyway, in the flesh, the man who had hired me. I wouldn't go and talk to him now, as he looked busy. Instead, I would get the time just right, so that I'd meet him as he pulled in. I saw him 2 more days in a row at the same time and place, which was enough to make me feel like it was a constant thing. The very next Monday, I called in sick. Aerie was due that weekend anyways. It was crunch time. I had to come up with some money for our little human. I crossed all my fingers, hoping that Jasper would be willing to help. I got to the building at 9:15. In my mind, I had 15 minutes to waste, and I really wanted to go get rejected by Clearer Waters. That way, at least I would have closure on ever obtaining my dream job. I still had all the resumes and schematics in my glove box, so I might as well go. My heart was thumping, threatening to jump out of my chest as I went up the stairs. The door opened automatically as I neared, and I was greeted by one of the friendliest smiles I'd seen in a while. "Welcome to clearer waters," the receptionist said. "How can I help you?" I blinked, then snapped back into focus. I wasn't expecting a welcome. My expectations had really taken a nosedive. Even things as little as common courtesy seemed so hard to get for a failure like me. "Well," I said, trying my best not to sound nervous, although I could literally feel my heart in my throat. "I was hoping I could drop off my resume with the hiring manager. I also have a schematic of a recent project of mine. Or if I could speak to the hiring manager, that would be great." "We aren't hiring at the moment, but we archive resumes for when we do. I'll be happy to take your resume and put it on file. You said you would like to talk to the hiring manager?" "If at all possible, yes, I would like that." I handed her a fresh copy of the resume and schematics. "What position would you be applying for?" "I'm an electrical engineer. Any position in that department would be best, though I'm willing to learn other things." I shouldn't have said that last part. I didn't want to come off as too desperate. "Electrical engineering. The receptionist said, rubbing her chin. "You're going to want to talk to Mr. Eliastes, head of R&D. But he's not available. Is your current phone number on the resume?" Yes, it is." "Great. I'll drop this off at Mr. Eliastes' desk later today. Who knows? Maybe he'll have something for you." That would be a dream come true. Again, I shouldn't have said that. But damn, it was hard not to. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" the receptionist asked with a smile. "No, this is already lots of help. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by." I made my way out of the building, and for the first time in a while, I allowed myself to feel hope. All it took for the world to be a better place was basic decency. I hadn't been guaranteed a job or anything like that, but the simple fact that they didn't shove me out of the door made me feel like I still had a chance. I then headed straight to the alleyway. It was 10 minutes past 9. Jasper should already be there, going in and out of the building. And like clockwork, there he was, going to and from his car's trunk. I approached at a normal pace, and I got to his car while he wasn't there. I didn't want to look inside his trunk, but my curiosity won. He had literal bags of money filled to the brim going into his car's trunk. There had to be hundreds of thousands of dollars in those bags. "Hey, get away from there!" Jasper screamed from the stairs on the side door of the building. I put my hands to the side and took a few steps back. "It's me, Jasper," I said in a loud enough voice so he could hear me. "I just wanted to talk to you."
"And who the hell are you?"
Jasper said as he got closer, holding another 2 bags of the same kind, but the ones he was holding were properly sealed. "Fen, remember? You hired me around 8 months ago."
"Oh, that's right. You're the wasted talent kid. What do you want? I'm quite busy right now. And shouldn't you be working?"
"Yeah, I called in sick so that I could try and talk to you." He rolled his eyes and shook his head. "I mean, I tried making an appointment through Crystal, but no luck. I really need to talk to you, Jasper."
"So then talk,"
Jasper said as he put the bags he was carrying next to another mound of bags in the trunk, partially closing the door. He probably had 1 or 2 more trips.
"You are already here wasting my time when you should be working, so talk. I've got to go."
"You see," I said, trying to sound as normal as possible, although I was a shambles inside. Jasper was more intimidating this time around than the first time I met him. He loomed over me, staring intensely. "I haven't really been paid for any of my overtime, and I really need to get some of that money to pay for some upcoming expenses. My fiancée is going to give birth soon, and I was wondering if I could get some of that money."
"Talk to Crystal and stop wasting my time."
That's when I knew that this wouldn't be going anywhere. "I've tried talking to her, but it looks like nothing is going to happen. Please help me. If anything, just half of what is owed to me. Enough to get through the delivery. You yourself said we are like family here.
It just so happens that I hate my family,
Jasper said with a chuckle.
Do you really believe we give out the overtime in one lump sum? You're incredibly naive to believe that. I see it as free labour. We fire everyone before they reach the required amount to get paid. I do remember telling you that you were wasting your talents here, and that you would be severely underpaid. Go ahead and try to sue if you want. It won't go anywhere. You signed the contract. The way I see it, the mess you're in, needing money, it's all on you. I didn't stop you from quitting or looking for another job. You had all this time to think for yourself, to move on, to look for something better. Stop trying to get money from me because you won't be getting any. Go on and leave. You're fired. I've got things to do. And just like that, I got fired from what had got to be the shittiest job around. I wasn't sure what to do. I was shaking, on the brink of hyperventilating and unable to move. Black and white dots swam past my eyes, followed by an instant headache. Freaking loser, Jasper said as he walked away. Calling in sick to be able to talk to me. What had just happened? Aside from being ridiculed and treated like garbage, did Jasper really leave me alone next to the unlocked trunk holding bags with hundreds of thousands of dollars? He did. I knew that what I was about to do was entirely in the grey area, but I was desperate to get my life back together. Without thinking too much about it, I reached into the trunk and into one of the unzipped bags. There were stacks of 20s, 50s and hundreds. Doing some quick math, I took 1 stack of hundreds and 3 stacks of 50s. Then I heard a click. Out of everything, Jasper said, his voice low and seething. This was the one thing you shouldn't have done. No one takes money from me. I heard a loud bang, followed by the feeling of a hot, gaping puncture in my back. I recoiled at the hot pain as the bullet made its way through my body. Then it all went dark. Chapter 9. Swords. With weapons pointed, the goons moved to surround me as my sword shrank to a much smaller size. I needed all the maneuverability I could get. I knew that my last fight as a Deathbringer in the world of Between would come eventually. But this wasn't it. Not if I could help it. Going up against modern-era firing weapons was the biggest pain in the behind. Those things were fast and lethal. There were only 3 things to my advantage here, and I had to be extremely careful about how to use them. First, they would do everything they could not to harm the kid, which was good. That meant crossfire wasn't an option. That put them at a severe disadvantage. As long as I remained near the kid, they wouldn't fire freely. They probably wouldn't fire at all. Second, they weren't aware of just how fast we could go while rippling. They had an idea, but I had a good feeling they'd be surprised. Third, Shanna needed to find a way to join the fight without breaking the rules. Any last words? Evelyn said loudly as she got up from her chair. I'll do you the favour of carving them on your grave. Aren't you the thoughtful one? If I can think of any, I'll let you know. You will die here, Eel, Evelyn said, walking back towards the end of the moment. Make no mistake. Instead of scaring me, her words thrilled me. They rang through my body, awakening my senses. The promise of a good fight was right in front of me. The promise of redemption awakened. Make the first move, I said, clenching my jaw, feeling a half-smile form. I was ready for anything. I held Ayaziel ready. Then, in half a breath, there it was,
A click from one of the weapons. I didn't know which one of them had made the first move, but I did know who I wanted to target first. I ran towards the goon nearest to Shanna. I didn't ripple until I was more than halfway there. I wanted them to see me running towards the goon, but I didn't want them to see what would happen next. Everything became still while I rippled, and I cut off the goon's pistol hand. I could have killed him, but that's not what I wanted to do here. At least not yet. I wanted to instill panic amongst them. When people panic, they forget how to think. I then moved away from Mr. No Hand towards the opposite side of the mob, away from them and the kid, near Evelyn. As I stopped rippling, I felt the overuse of power sapping the strength from my body. I hoped that all the yelling would be enough. I only needed a few seconds to catch my breath. Lo and behold, the yelling started soon after I stopped. The goons near Mr. No Hand moved away immediately, taking a few steps back, and the rest began looking for me, weapons pointing. The severed hand cost him a little over a quarter of his glory halo. I knew they would all fire this time around, as I wasn't near the kid, but I also knew they would hesitate just a bit, enough for me to recover. All they had to do was listen to my next words. "There he is!" one of the goons yelled. Most of them turned away from the kid and Shanna with their weapons pointed at me. "Whoever fires next," I said loudly, trying to talk over the screams, "will get both hands cut off, at different lengths." I said the last bit slowly, so that it could paint a picture in their heads. It worked. They hesitated. Some went as far as lowering their weapons. "Someone shut that bird up!" Evelyn yelled. A single shot echoed, and the screams stopped. When a Deathbringer's glory is depleted, or in other words, they die a second time, they dissolve and go straight to their final resting place, or whatever lies beyond the gates. Glories did regenerate on their own, but they took time depending on the type of wound. Another, rarer way to regenerate a glory halo was by way of a favor from one of the two Grand Tsar themselves. But those were rare, and not something to count on. "You dimwits!" Evelyn and two other goons that were with her moved out of the line of fire. "He's toying with you! Don't listen to what he's saying! Don't let him rest!" It was too late by then. I hadn't used up much of my future self, so I was fully rested. I focused on the goons that were nearest to Shanna in hopes of working them up enough to be the first ones to fire. If their body language was anything to go by, I was certain that it had worked. The three goons nearest to Shanna were swaying oddly, pointing their weapons at me, holding them with both hands. "Fire!" Evelyn yelled. I didn't wait to hear their weapons go off. I rippled towards them. It was ridiculously hard to outrun a bullet, even as time slowed around me. Bullets moved faster than I did most of the time. The best I could do was have a general idea of where the bullet was coming from and how to avoid it. For the most part, this technique worked well, so long as I wasn't pinned into a corner. But with them worrying about crossfire, it didn't seem like they could. It looked like the three goons that I had stared down earlier were the ones to fire first. I approached them at full speed, watching bullet after bullet fly past me. I took out my sword and did as I said I was going to do. I emerged from the ripple and watched their hands fall to the ground as I positioned myself beside Shanna and the kid. I made sure I was far enough away so that I'd be an easy target. Though these goons were practicing restraint, crossfire could also be accidental. I let Ayaziel grow back to its original form, plunging it into the ground so that I could hold on to it as I kneeled. Screams bellowed out from next to me, putting the rest of the goons on edge. Seconds after, 2 more shots echoed, putting an end to the screams.
I felt the consequences of the ripple hit my body harder this time around. Even something as commonplace as breathing became a burden after using up energy from my future self. Although I wouldn't be able to stand and move for at least a few seconds, I wasn't done yet. Not in the slightest. I knew that I was playing a dangerous game, but I also knew that it was the only way we could win.
You do know you can't win this fight, right?
I said, trying not to let it sound like I was catching my breath.
All of you will finally get to experience what's on the other side. It doesn't matter how many of you show up. If that's what you want, let's continue.
The goons raised their weapons, pointing them towards me. Some were sure and steady. Others looked as if they were too angry to be a good shot, and some were outright shaking. I glanced over at Shana. She was standing straight, ready, and as beautiful as ever. There was something special about her calm demeanor. Something deathly. She nodded slightly as soon as we locked eyes and took 3 steps away from the kid. She said something to him, but I couldn't hear it. I smiled, then instantly regretted it, knowing I would be scolded for it later once all of this was over. That's if we survived this. The next few moments would be crucial, as they alone would decide this battle. I couldn't keep going in and out of the ripple indefinitely, as it would eventually overwhelm my body. I needed to end this all at once, and without the kid being in any real danger. I kept the ripple at the touch of my fingertips, ready to call on it within half a heartbeat.
You fools!
Evelyn shouted.
Can't you see he is toying with you? Destroy him! Leave nothing of him!
That was the sign I had been waiting for. In many ways, I was thankful to the old mob boss. She was actually making things a lot easier on me. I went back into the ripple and watched the bullets whoosh by. I tried to get out of the way as much as possible without moving the sword. I wanted them to have a somewhat visible target. As soon as I was fairly certain I wouldn't die in the rain of fire, I slowed time even more. And then there it was. The bullet I had been hoping for. A bullet aimed straight at my head. I strained to slow time that much more until I was certain of the bullet's trajectory. I moved out of the way and made sure that it would only graze Shana by tapping it as it passed by. From the looks of it, the bullet would only skim past her left shoulder. As the bullet passed her, I ran towards the one who'd fired it and sent him to his final destination. I came out of the ripple, gasping for air. The gunfire continued for a few more seconds until they realized I wasn't there. I focused all the remaining energy I had to look for Shana, and what I saw wasn't good. The bullet had hit her in the inner side of her shoulder, much closer to a vital organ, costing her 3 glories, which left her with a little less than half.
Under Sanctum's law,
Shana yelled, brushing off her shoulder and cracking her neck to the opposite side.
And may the Grand Tsar be my witnesses, I will now partake with Eel in his contract, as my safety as an observer has been threatened. Accept or cease and desist.
By the gatemakers, that woman was tough. And now these goons were as good as dead.
Eel moved fast, disappearing. Not there, not a trace of him, fast. 1 second he was there, then the next he wasn't. These gangsters didn't stand a chance. Though something didn't seem quite right. Why wasn't Eel going all out instead of jumping from place to place? Then it came to me. The answer was obvious. I was 100% in the way. I mean, any of them could fire their gun and I'd be dead.
You do know you can't win this fight, right?
Eel yelled from his new position, the closest he'd been to us thus far.
All of you will finally get to experience what's on the other side. It doesn't matter how many of you show up. If that's what you want, let's continue. Stay here, Shana said with a slight gesture. Don't stop walking towards the end until they're all gone. But if you see a clear chance to make it across the moment, take it. Don't hesitate. What was Shana doing? Why was she taking a step away from me? 3 to be exact. Putting her too near the line of fire if all the gangsters, especially the ones on the far left, started firing. You fools! Evelyn shouted. Can't you see he is toying with you? Destroy him! Leave nothing of him! Eel disappeared once again, but this time, for the first second or two, I could see his giant sword, unmoving, stuck in the ground. Then it too disappeared. Shana grunted softly and recoiled. Had she gotten shot? 3 of her glories had also disappeared. Under Sanctum's law, Shana yelled, and may the Grand Tsar be my witnesses, I will now partake with Eel in his contract, as my safety as an observer has been threatened. Accept or cease and desist. Had this been their plan all along? Get them to attack Shana so that she could help Eel out? Shana grabbed her double-bladed sword and crouched, ready to spring into action. I looked for Eel and spotted him right away, towards the back of the remaining mob, kneeling with a smile. But why didn't Eel just finish the group on his own? He probably could have, right? Then I saw why. More gangsters were making their way into the moment the same way this mob had got here. If I understood their ripple ability correctly, the longer they used it, the less they could move after using it. This meant that if Eel cleared the moment by himself, it would make him a sitting duck with no backup. That wouldn't be the case if Shana got involved. These two were pretty smart, to say the least. Shana moved into the mob a lot faster than I was able to keep track of. Unlike Eel, though, I saw glimpses of her moving within the now frantic group. As body parts fell, shots were fired, and from what I could see, they were hitting each other trying to get her. That must mean that she was doing it on purpose. She was letting herself be seen. Regardless, I thought it was a good idea to make myself small and duck. I didn't want a stray bullet heading my way. While getting as close to the ground as I could, I turned towards Eel, but he was no longer there. I scanned the moment, and it didn't take long to spot the trail of dust Eel was leaving behind as he picked off the incoming gangsters. It wouldn't be long before these two finished everything off. About 5 seconds by the looks of things. I took a deep breath, feeling just a bit afraid of what would happen next. I had an entire life I so desperately wanted to get back to. Get up, Shana said, appearing next to me and catching her breath slightly. Go towards Eel and Evelyn. You're going to want to hear what Eel is going to make her say. If you do, they won't be able to hurt you or take you no matter what. Hurry, we don't have much time. Stay on the path. Got it. I got up and looked for Eel. I spotted him right away, even with the clouds of dust still forming around the moment. I ran down the path. Eel was in front of Evelyn with his giant sword hovering over her left shoulder, while she held what looked to be a tactical shotgun up to his chest. Eel was dusty and drenched in sweat, a stark contrast to Evelyn's impeccable black suit. Evelyn. Eel. They greeted each other as I neared, and I slowed. I wasn't sure how near I was supposed to get, but this seemed appropriate, so I stopped. Shana only wanted me to hear what Evelyn would say. It's never going to happen, Evelyn said, her voice a lot calmer than anyone should be with a giant sword hovering over their shoulder. You're wasting your time. We have the upper hand. They'll just keep coming, 16 at a time, abiding by the rules, until you die. Even if you clear out the Sharingar,
We've made a pact with all those under the northernmost gate to finish you off. This is your end, Eel.
That's a lot of work,
Eel said, sounding winded.
for a whole lot of nothing.
Unfortunately, no, Evelyn said, shaking her head slightly. You've caused us more problems than you can imagine. Your day has come, Eel. I know that you're just stalling for time, so let's get on with it. I'm not sure you can actually move that sword of yours. I know you're struggling to even keep that pose.
Stop this now,
Eel said, still sounding winded, but not as bad as the first time around.
and I'll let you live without a scratch on you. Continue, and this will be your last day in between.
I'm not afraid of you.
I know you're not. That's why they sent you. They sent the Sharingar and its leader who wasn't afraid to give up her own life in order for them to win. Think about it, Evelyn. They're using you. How many clan leaders do you think will come after you once they find out you're dead?
Eel paused.
None of them. None of them will come down here to give up their lives, regardless of how close that would bring them to defeating me. Can't you see it? You're the only one, Evelyn. And once you're gone, do you know what else is going to happen? They're simply going to take all that you've worked so hard to accomplish. Your goons, your precinct, will all be theirs. Whether you want to live or die, the choice is yours.
At this distance, Evelyn said, her chest puffing in and out. She looked agitated, but there was an air of defeat about her. She wasn't holding the shotgun as tight, and her shoulders slumped ever so slightly. The fight had already left her. Can you do it? Could you really kill me? Can you outrun these slugs, Eel? Eel nodded slowly. Evelyn took a step back and dropped the shotgun behind her.
You have to say it,
Eel said, moving the giant sword ever so slightly towards her neck. I'll let you fulfill your contract with the kid, Evelyn said, looking away from Eel. No harm will come to him. I let out the biggest sigh of relief I think ever in my life. I felt like I had a new neck and shoulders installed, relieving me of a huge burden. The possibility of me going home suddenly made itself clear. If it wasn't for the situation we were in, I think I'd be dancing right about now. Or more likely puking. Yeah, I know. But hey, I was feeling lots of things at the moment. And with my stomach not knowing the meaning of the word control, anything was possible. Chapter 10. 13 Houses.
The kid was free to come with us to his tribunal. It wasn't as if the tribunal would be easy. After all, his fate would be decided there. Deathbringers had little to no say inside a tribunal, but at least no harm could come to him from this world any longer. My contract had been established as the only legitimate contract. I was happy for the kid. He would get another chance at life. Or so I thought. The moment Evelyn released her interest in the kid, I felt something approaching. Something that shouldn't be here. The same something from earlier. I pulled myself together and tucked away my fatigue for later. I turned away from Evelyn and turned towards where I felt the odd sensation. She took a few steps back once the approaching power began to saturate the area. Azar was making its way into the moment. This I wasn't prepared for. I braced myself, holding my sword tight, preparing my mind and body for what was to come. From the end of the moment, a medium-built but heavily armored person emerged, walking slowly.
pristine and intricately marked cloth draped from the equally lavish armor. The man wore no helm, had a full head of dark brown hair and a beard. He looked middle-aged, but Tsar were usually thousands of years old, if not tens of thousands. He carried a large sword at his waist, and walked with his hands behind his back. Behind him, 6 other men and women approached, wearing similar but less intricate armor. They also carried swords, though they looked much smaller. Evelyn scurried to the side of the moment, making way for the Tsar and his group. One of the 6 stepped forward with his hand on the hilt of his sword.
"Put your hand down, you fool,"
the Tsar said, his voice thin but commanding. He was clearly used to being obeyed without question.
"Do you know who this man is? He can and will kill you, despite how strong you think you are. Stop acting like a fool and do the job I brought you here to do."
Was the Tsar talking about me? The man at the front nodded, cleared his throat and stood up straight. Even from where I stood, I could see his face going red.
"As for you,"
the Tsar said, turning towards Evelyn,
"don't you have somewhere to be? Scurry out of here like the failure you are. We'll have a talk later."
Evelyn said nothing and left through the top of the dunes.
"Well then," the Tsar said, "get on with it. I don't want to spend a minute more than I have to on this pesky side of the world."
"This is the Tsar," said the man at the front, "of House Iria, the House of Magic. Kneel before Hakarem Diagadara, as is demanded of you, as is his right as the Tsar of one of the 13 great houses of the northernmost gate." I looked behind me, and the kid knelt right away. Shana was already kneeling, still recovering from her ripple. Despite my better judgment, I decided that I wouldn't kneel. If this was going to be my last day as a Deathbringer, then I'd better do as I pleased. I looked at Hakarem and shook my head slowly. He was no Tsar of mine, especially if he had come down here to end me. Respect is earned, not given. Though this was thoroughly confusing, Tsar never left their Alcazars. They ruled from within. They were never seen in the field. What was Hakarem doing here? Out of all the beings that could make their way down here, a Tsar was the worst. Their power rivaled that of an entire battalion, which was why they had been given the title of Tsar in the first place. To add fire and oil to the flame, this was the Tsar of House Iria, House of Magic. Magic was a later, less available version of what I knew as Lifestream. If anyone could ruin my plans of getting to the tribunal, it was this guy. Shana had to survive this, no matter what. "What's this?" said the man at the front as the other 5 guards took a step forward, hands on their swords. "You dare to disrespect a Tsar?"
"Again, you fools,"
Hakarem said, rolling his eyes.
"This is no mere Deathbringer, and neither is she."
He pointed at Shana with his chin.
"He has the power to kill you, all 6 of you, regardless of your armor and titles. What do you think I'm here for in the first place? Step back before you get your heads chopped off."
"Good question," I said, heart thumping. "Why are you here?"
"Isn't it obvious?"
said Hakarem, taking 2 steps towards me.
"To bring your streak to an end. Between doesn't need a Deathbringer like you."
For the first time since I had taken this kid under my contract, I felt overwhelmed. I knew the odds were against me.
His glory halo was double-layered, full and ornate. Ornate glories were that much more difficult to destroy, sometimes taking up to 3 more hits than a regular one. One of the perks of being a Tsar. He had a full 32 glories to my 2. I clenched my jaw and primed my body. Regardless of the outcome, I would face this head-on. I must admit, Hakarum said, starting towards me, hand on the hilt of his sword. This is quite below me. Outstanding Deathbringer or not, I shouldn't be doing this. Regardless, I must take it upon myself to get what I want. You see, unlike the other Tsar, I want to escape this world, and I will do everything within my power to make that happen. I yearn for real conquest. I yearn for real death. Suffering here isn't quite the same as in the world of the living. I was once a great general in that world, and I want that back, even if that means interfering in the trials, even if that means killing you, the great Eol Asellus Desiderius Licinus. No one will know what happened here. Was he insane? He actually wanted to go back to the world of the living. You, Hakarum said, are a problem I must get rid of. How will killing me let you leave between? You have single-handedly tipped the scales, Hakarum said, unsheathing his sword. You have taken more wanderers from us than any other Deathbringer in existence. A sword fight. He was challenging me to a good old Western-style sword fight. Was he stupid or something? Now this I could win. No, this I would win. Fear washed away as fire took its place in my body. I moved my sword slightly behind me and got ready to receive his attack. This is to the benefit of the southernmost gate, Hakarum continued as he neared. We can't have that. If we are to trigger the end of all things, we must break the balance. A nearly impossible task for any one individual. But even if I get close, the powers that divide the worlds will turn to chaos as glimpses of a new single world come to life. Then I will have my chance to truly live again. So he was insane. That could not possibly be good. I will end life after life until the end of time, Hakarum said, grabbing the hilt of his sword with both hands, bending his elbows and moving it up past his chest. As they ended mine. Maybe you ought to leave your Alcazar more often, I said. He chuckled. You really don't know how close the end of your life is, do you? Hakarum asked, eyebrows raised. I don't think anyone does. Hakarum swung his sword at me, point first. I managed to move out of the way, but barely. He then swung up and I blocked it. But his strength was such that it pushed me back. Why wasn't Iazael cutting his sword outright? I looked closer, and there they were, faint markings from a different time. His sword was no ordinary sword. He kept pushing, his sword grinding into mine, then moved back and swung one more time. But this time I blocked with ease. He swung upwards, then slashed from the right. Each time his sword met mine, but with each one of his attacks, I learned what he was about. He was a capable swordsman, perhaps more capable than many in between. Maybe if he practiced every day and worked hard at it, he would reach my level of swordsmanship in a few hundred years. No more than 1,000, to be sure. I stopped his swings, locking both swords at the same time. You're not the only one with a magical sword, said Hackerum from between gritted teeth. I can see that, I said, feeling a smile form. And you aren't as strong as you make yourself out to be. Hackerum took a step back, then swung harder than before. But it was no use. I had already seen what he could do. I blocked each of his attacks with little effort. With every failed swing, his desperation grew, and his form got sloppy, much like an apprentice in their first couple of sessions. I steadied my footing and swung again. He managed to block, but at a steep price. His footing and form disappeared. I swung a crushing blow, loosening my hold on the hilt and feeling my sword get heavier as I aimed at his. As the two swords clashed, Hackerum fell to the ground, and Iaziel sent his sword flying to the other side of the moment. You could have killed me, Hackerum said, moving back, trying to get up. Yeah, I said, walking up to him, sword to my side, slightly raised from the ground. That's not like me. At least, not anymore. I like to give everyone a chance to live if they want to take it. Leave. Take your guards with you, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. Hackerum laughed loudly as he got up, dusting himself off. I am a Tsar, head of House Iria. I don't need your permission or your pity. The truth is that you should have killed me while you had the chance. Now that chance won't come again. Iria is the great house of magic. I was never meant to hold a sword. He smiled and moved his hands slowly to his sides, as if getting ready to clap. You're a formidable opponent, I give you that. But in this world, and in the last, no one has gotten near me after I unleash my 100-hand army. He clapped, and what must have been 100 hands the size of an entire human slapped me all at once, sending me and my sword flying to the beginning of the moment. Everything turned to black for a second or two. I felt most of my remaining life drain away. I had to have less than one glory left. Ew! Shanna screamed. Hackerum laughed a maniacal laugh while I tried to regroup. That was one of the hardest hits I had ever received in my life, by far. The spout markings on my hands were burning, trying to absorb and diffuse the energy. If it weren't for them, perhaps I'd be dead by now. I undid the bands on my hands to ease the burden the spouts were carrying. This wasn't the time to hold back. I needed to go all out. My chances against him were dwindling fast. Instant relief flushed through my aching body once the last strand of the bands came off. I sighed, letting the old magic work on my body. Feel my full power, Deathbringer! Hackerum said, his voice hysterical. Feel the power of a Tsar! Feel the power of the House of Iria, for you are no match. Back in the world of the living, they had to kill me in my sleep because there was no other way. This is what you're dealing with now. Do you have any last words before I finish sending you to your final destination? You aren't as strong as I thought, I said as I cracked my neck and raised Iaziel. If you're what's at the top of this world, then the northernmost gate will fall eventually, and I will be making sure of that. Redemption will be mine. Imbecile! Hackerum yelled as his 100-hand army stiffened and the palms turned to face me. You dare talk in your current state? You have but one glory left. How hard is it to get rid of that? You are nothing compared to the grandeur and power of a Tsar. You will know what it means to be nothing.
To be from nothing?
Ah, I said, calming myself. To me, being nothing, having nothing, coming from nothing, was already a part of who I was. Long ago, I figured out that having nothing was the best way to appreciate having something. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I already know what being nothing feels like. It's what gives me strength today. Between Hackerim and me, his 100-hand army stood poised. Though the hands didn't have eyes, I could feel them watching my every move. I knew that to get to Hackerim, I would need to ripple faster than ever before, and for a lot longer. If this was truly his full power, I should expect one hell of an experience, as they say in the world of the living. If they only knew what really happened here. I took a step forward, letting my body loosen up and relaxing my breathing. The only way I would win this was with a calm mind.
You insist?
Hackerim asked, scowling and breathing heavily.
Well, I suppose you were going to die anyway. How you choose to go down doesn't really change the ending. Being a Deathbringer already disqualifies you from being a hero. You cannot win back forgiveness. You cannot win back merit or worth.
Perhaps, but that won't stop me from trying. I called upon everything that I was and rippled towards him. But even as time slowed around me, the hands were there, blocking me, trying to get hold of me, preparing to attack. Though they were fast, I was still faster, just enough to avoid their grasp. I thought about fighting the hands head-on, but that was too risky. There were too many of them. I was an easy target, regardless of how many I cut down. I only had half a glory left, and using it to experiment wasn't what I needed. Instead, I made Hackerim my target. I stepped back 3 times before I found an opening to the side of the 2 hands that were the most insistently attacking me. Then it occurred to me. I would play a game of bait. It was a very dangerous game, but a game nonetheless, where cleverness and tactics were rewarded. I slowed my ripple ever so slightly and let the hands come towards me, baiting them, taunting them. They fell for it like the mindless creatures they were and tried to grab me. In doing so, they broke formation, slapping into one another. All I had to do then was outmaneuver them. My plan worked, much like a farmer wrangling cattle. That's if the cattle were trying to kill the farmer, and the farmer was running away and not at all trying to wrangle them. Regardless, I was more than 3/4 of the way there when I noticed the hands speeding up to match my speed. I slowed time further, consuming more of my future self than I'd ever consumed before, and the hands were still there. They were as fast as I was, and they were doing this on their own. As far as I could tell, time had also slowed for Hackerim. How were they this fast? I had to make a decision, and I had to make it quick. I either had to stay and figure out a way around all these hands, or make a run for Hackerim and risk being caught. I knew that the smart thing would be to involve Shana in this debacle. We'd probably have a better chance together. But if both of us happened to fail, the kid would be lost. Not to mention that I really didn't want anything to happen to her. She deserved to live. The kid deserved to live. I felt a mischievous smile appearing as I made my decision. I would run towards Hackerim. All I needed was to get close to him, and that would be his end. I looked towards Shana one last time, trying to take with me one final memory of her. Then I turned towards Hackerim. I slowed time, putting everything I had into this one last try, and ran.
The hands struggled to move as fast, lagging behind just enough for me to slip right past them. Things changed as I got closer to him. There were more hands than I previously thought surrounding him. I had fractions of a moment left in this form of ripple. Regardless, I prepped Ayaziel, grew it to its full length, leaped, and swung downwards at Hakarim one last time, letting time return to normal. 10 hands held me upright before him, holding my sword with both my hands, mere twigs away from cutting him down. 1 hand for each arm, 1 at my throat and chest, 4 at my torso, 1 on my left leg and 1 on my right. I was stuck in mid-air, unable to move, and at the mercy of Hakarim. With one snap of his fingers, he could dismember me if he wanted to. These hands were that strong. I guess this was why they called him a Tsar. Hakarim laughed loudly, then stood on tiptoes, trying to touch my sword with his head, though he wasn't able to reach it.
You were that close,
Hakarim said, with humor lacing his voice.
You were closer than anyone has ever been to killing me, Eel. How does it feel to be this close to winning and still fail?
He looked past me to one side.
If you come any closer, I will kill him at the snap of my fingers without a second thought. Then I will kill the boy. Then you. Your little tricks aren't faster than my 100-hand army. Make your choice.
He was clearly addressing Shana. All I could do was hope that she wasn't foolish enough to make her way here. All I needed was some time, and this man before me would be dead. I steadied myself, breathing as deeply as I could, and tried to remain calm. This was the fastest way to recoup my future self.
So where were we? Ah, yes. How does it feel to lose, being this close to victory?
He looked at my sword.
This is a formidable blade. Do you have a name for it?
I glowered at him.
It appears that you also can't talk after. But it matters not. Name or no name, I think I'll make this blade my own once I am done with you. Though I might have to change the colour of the guard so it can match my armour. The Grand Tsar of the East will have to move me up in rank once I show him your blade. Stories will be written about today, about how easily and decisively I defeated the great Eel Asellus Desiderius Licinus.
Don't count on it, I said under my breath.
What was that? I couldn't hear you. Speak louder.
I said nothing.
I know all about your silly powers. I know that by using strength from your nearest future, you're able to move fast, faster than anything in between. You call them ripples, is that right? However, I also know that using such power leaves you immobile, useless.
He paused, pronouncing every word slowly.
An open target, an easy kill. Even if you're able to gain back your movement, you won't be able to break the hand's grip. It would be impossible even for a Tsar to escape me, much less the likes of you. All it would take is a snap of my fingers, and they would tear you limb from limb.
He pumped his chest and extended his hands to the side.
Witness my power, the grandeur of a Tsar!
I couldn't help but smile. All I needed was a little more time. I could feel strength coming back to my limbs.
A smile?
Hakarim said, tilting his head.
You must be happy that you died with such dignity. The great Eel fought to the very end. I can give you that, in the stories that will be written.
but you will still die by my— You talk too much, I interrupted. What's this? You finally regained the ability to talk. You have also gravely underestimated me. There was silence, but in his eyes I could see him doubting his actions, trying to find what could have possibly gone wrong. He looked back towards his guards for the first time since we began. They were looking towards us intently. Doubt was a powerful mind breaker. The day that I appeared in between, I said, my voice calm. I got offered a position in one of the 13 great houses by the Grand Tsar of the southernmost gate. Hackerum's eyes widened. I got offered the opportunity of unseating Far Othral of House Thanatos, the Tsar of Death. That's impossible, Hackerum said, now visibly shaking. That would mean that you've sent thousands upon thousands of people to between. 30,302, to be exact. All of them fell by my blade. You see, the only reason I didn't take the offer was because I wanted to restore some of what I lost throughout all those years of death. To give instead of take. I wanted to make amends for what I've done. Be quiet! He raised his hand, ready to snap his fingers. All I have to do is snap my fingers and your existence in this world will end. Do it, I said, unable to stop my smile. This time I smiled fully and broadly. Hackerum was as good as dead. All you'll do with that snap is bring yourself closer to death. You don't have what it takes. You're bluffing. Do you think I'm a fool? You can't even move, much less end my life from where you hang. Do you know what the most important part of the sword is? I asked. He said nothing. Instead, he waited, unsure of what to do next. Many would say it's the blade. Others point at the size, and some mention its strength or sharpness. But the most important part is the hilt, because with its hilt, you control destruction. I opened my hands and let go of my sword, feeling it reach its full weight as the hilt touched the tips of my fingers on the way down. Iziel cut straight through the so-called Tsar. Chapter 11. Trial. Eel's sword fell on the king guy, cutting him clean in half. That was one sharp and heavy sword. The king guy's glory halo vanished, and both halves fell on the floor, then disappeared like smouldering ash. Moments later, the creepy giant hands surrounding us, including the ones holding Eel, disappeared, causing him to fall to the ground face first. Was he still unable to move? Shanna ran towards him, and I walked. I mean, those 6 guards the king guy had come with were all staring at me and glancing towards Shanna and Eel. I wasn't too sure if I should move or not. I dare you! Shanna yelled at the guards as she stuck her blade in the ground, freeing her hands, and held Eel back up into a kneeling position. Move closer to the kid, and that will be your end. Oh, so since they didn't have an answer for Eel or Shanna, they wanted to take it out on me? Cowards. This is a death sentence for both of you, one of the guards said. You have breached the northernmost gate's sanctuary. We leave, Shanna said as I neared. We won't take this lightly. I won't repeat myself, Shanna said as she made sure Eel could hold himself up and reached for her blade. The guards said nothing and left. That was probably the smartest choice any of these people had made since coming here. Going up against Shanna was a sure way to die. Only Eel, Shanna, and I remained in the moment. I don't think we did too bad, Eel said with half a smile. Despite half of Eel's body being covered in bruises, his torn vest, and Shanna bleeding from one shoulder, I think he was right. Things could have been a lot worse for them, considering what they were up against. I wouldn't say they were lucky to be alive or anything like that. But whoa, having control of a situation was their forte. You and I have to have a serious talk once we get back to Sanctum, Shanna snapped at Eel. Talk about what? We did fine. We're still alive, aren't we? How dare you not include me in your fight against the Tsar? You could have been killed. Yeah, and so could you. Those two were clearly meant for each other. I stared at them, trying not to listen too much to their argument as I got nearer. And what about you, Fen? Eel asked. For the first time since I got here, he called me by my name. How do you think we did? You called me by my name. No more kid. You earned it, Eel said as he stood up, towering over Shanna and me. Most contracts I bring through here break down right around the fear moment. You almost broke down, but you didn't. And even after witnessing what you just saw, you're still you. You also didn't back down from making the correct choice. Most importantly, you didn't let me down. You deserve to be you. Eel using my name felt pretty good. It was as if I had accomplished something big, though all I really did was be myself. So, how do you think we did? Eel asked again. I think we did pretty good, I said. This is basically over, right? Let's go and make it be over. Come on. Eel made a sweeping motion along the path. We're almost there. We walked out of the moment and into a spacious courtyard. I don't know if spacious was the right word, but there was lots of space. The place smelled clean, but also wet, as if it had recently rained, yet there was no water. There was no longer a path to guide our way. Instead, the ground was covered in smooth stones. The dunes had also disappeared, and perfectly straight and robust pillars, walls and buildings lined the area. Everything was large, and yet so far apart. How large was this place? Though there wasn't any path to guide us, where we were heading was obvious. At the centre of the courtyard stood one lonely but equally large structure, or better said, a hall. Its walls were flat and clean, though human-like statues almost as large as the building lined its wall. Each one of the human-like statues held a different kind of artifact or weapon. The two statues next to the entrance held scythes slanted away from the entrance. As you entered, the next statues along held a sword, then a bow, and after that a shield. What are those? I asked, nodding towards the statues, trying to figure out what was after the shield. It wasn't any kind of weapon I had seen, though it resembled a mace, or was it just a hammer? Those are the 26 Tsar and 2 Grand Tsar of between, Eel said. 13 for the northernmost gate, 13 for the southernmost gate, and 1 Grand Tsar for each gate. It wasn't hard to extrapolate from there. The 2 statues near the entrance were obviously the Tsar of Death. The next 2 were courage and strength. The ones holding the bows stood for liberty, and the ones with the hammers stood for... Who was I kidding? I had no idea. So the 2 near the entrance stand for the Tsar of Death, I spoke, since they're holding scythes and all. They still believe that in the world of the living? Eel asked. I guess so, I said, trying to recall why the Grim Reaper we knew carried a scythe. Farmers or harvesters used scythes to reap or harvest crops that were ready to be picked from the ground. The same happens when people are removed from the world.
Here it stands for life,
Eel said, looking towards one of the statues.
Without the harvest, no one eats, no one lives. In order to have life, there must be death. It's all sort of poetic, really.
Shana snorted.
What?
Eel asked. As if you know anything about poetry, Shana said, her tone light. In my many years of knowing you, I've never seen you pick up a single book of any kind.
Whoever reads in front of other people? Every time you've seen me, I've decided to place all my attention on you, not a book.
Shana blushed. Something about the way they talked to each other made me calm, though it also made me miss Airy. I missed everything about her. Her strawberry cherry smell, her smile, her voice, and her soft touch. I was happy about the possibility of going back home, especially the things that were to come. My stomach wrenched at the prospect of meeting the little human. I hoped she was okay. Nearing the building, I could feel something pulsing, thrumming within.
This is it, then. What we came here for.
Eel said as we passed the Tsar statues.
Remember, be yourself, whether good or bad. Lies, disingenuity, don't go very far here.
I could feel my heart speeding up, a nervous warmth spreading throughout my body as my stomach fell to the floor. This was the most nervous I had ever been. Too much lay ahead. Too much was on the line. Should I eat the last of the rice balls? I asked, trying not to sound too nervous. Are you hungry? Shana asked. Not really, I said, trying to find my stomach. The tribunals are a neutral place, Shana said. You neither belong nor are welcomed. Here, your body won't consume energy as if it doesn't belong or does. This whole place is sort of separated from the rest.
He's just nervous,
Eel said.
but don't be. I have a feeling we're going to be just fine. Besides, there's no danger here, or anything that can hurt us either.
All right, I said. I was finding it increasingly difficult to walk straight. Why was I so nervous? I had to look twice as we entered. The inside of the hall was grand, and it was also upside down. Everything that should be on the floor was on the ceiling. The pillars, bases, statues, ornaments, decorations. The large carvings on the walls were all inverted. Where we stood, there was nothing but chandeliers hanging upwards, and the floor. Or should I call it the ceiling? This was so confusing. This was one way to give someone an instant migraine. A for creativity, I guess. At the centre of the ceiling floor, there was a single square of ornate red carpet.
Have you come for the truth?
A deep voice said, booming from every corner of the hall.
I have a contract I need to fulfill,
Eel said in a loud voice. He stood up straight, head high, with his hands behind his back. Shana had adopted a similar stance.
This man has been accused of a perfect lie. He has been claimed for the northernmost gate. I believe this man is not guilty of such a lie, and that he deserves to live.
The hall reverberated, and 3 semi-transparent orbs, the size of wrecking balls, appeared, floating just above the red square. The 3 orbs were imperfect, emanating sparks that flew all around them. Each orb was a different colour, and although it was dark, you could still tell the difference. Red, blue, and violet.
Enter,
the violet orb said. It was easy to tell who was talking as more sparks escaped it. Was he referring to me?
Go on, Fen.
Eel said.
We're almost there.
I started towards the only place it made sense to go, the red square at the centre of the room. Eel and Shana followed, but at a more leisurely pace, keeping their distance.
Our verdict will be final,
the violet orb said. I looked back at them as I came within a few steps of the red square. Eel was smiling, not his usual broad smile, but still a smile. Shana's face was more composed, but she still looked relaxed, with her eyebrows slightly raised. She gestured at me, telling me to keep moving towards the square. For a moment, I hesitated, but then I felt it, the overwhelming need to see her, to see the little human that could be. The only thing I had to fear was not seeing them again, so I stepped into the square. The orbs began revolving around me, leaving colourful sparks behind that slowly fell to the ground.
Do you have an opening statement?
The violet orb asked. A statement? As in say something smart and prepared so that the judge might look at me in a more favourable way. Why hadn't Eel or Shana prepared me for this? All three orbs vibrated, as if telling me to say something. I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself, closed my eyes, and let my heart take over. I didn't know if I could outsmart these beings, or if I should even try. What I did know was that I should not be here, not away from my little family, not because of some rat who clearly belonged in the northernmost gate. I don't belong here. I steadied myself. That's all I know. I've lived most of my life putting others before myself, trying to give the best of myself instead of taking. Even when life didn't go the way I wanted, I tried to do good, to be better. I know deep down that I kept true to myself. I did the best I could with what I had. I don't belong here. I belong with my soon-to-be little family.
Let's begin,
said the violet orb. In mere moments, there I was again, getting fired from a job I did better than most of the employees that remained. It all played out before us, fast-forwarding through the day to day, only slowing for the important moments. The only difference between this and the actual memory inside my head was that this time it wasn't inside my head. The memory showed all around us, and it played right up until I got shot, freezing the final moment of my life. I looked pathetic, quite honestly, getting shot in the back while holding a wad of cash that did not belong to me.
A perfect lie,
the red orb said, reverberating.
It is clear that we cannot absolve him. Not only is he a liar, but also a thief.
Hints of red started showing on the violet orb.
He was taking to provide for his family,
the blue orb said.
There's no malice in that. We saw no intentions of him taking for himself. In moments of desperation, people do what they have to do to survive.
The correct word is stealing,
the red orb said.
He did not take, he stole from someone. The money was not addressed to him, did not belong to him. If he was desperate to help his family, he should have gotten another job, a better job, not remain in one that does not meet his needs and those of his family. He was weak-minded.
He tried to do just that,
the blue orb said.
How many applications were turned down? Yet he never lost hope of getting a better job. The stress of a new child can cloud one's judgment and willingness to take risks. Having something as crappy as it may be, is always better than having nothing. He tried to do
Trying to do better, the red orb interrupted. And failing at it is not an excuse for stealing. What belongs to others belongs to others, despite the filth it's been dug from. It is a simple right of possession, of living within your means. This is what it means to be honest, to be oneself. He was weak and selfish, choosing the easy way out. The violet orb had almost turned red by now. If I understood what was happening correctly, this meant that I would be thoroughly screwed.
Why do we have to hold him to the highest of standards?
The blue orb asked.
While the person he took from gets held to no standards and is allowed to ruin people's lives left and right. Why is it that those with no honor, with no regard for others, come out on top?
The red orb stood silent, which made some of the red colour fade from the violet orb.
What do you have to say in all of this?
The violet orb asked, as it stopped right in front of me. If I have done something wrong, I am sorry, I said, trying to find a face in the orb, trying to face my last moments with dignity, though inside I was ruined. I felt small, weak, and incapable of carrying on, even though I wanted to so badly. I didn't know how I would win, or what I would say to get out of this one. Here I was yet again, being reminded that no matter what I did, or how great I was as a person, in the end it didn't matter. A lifetime of doing good, of good intentions, was basically meaningless to the red orb. I am sorry for having a moment of weakness. I am sorry for not being better than everyone else all the time. I am sorry for not acting quicker. I mean it. I thought I was doing my best. I felt a hand fall on my shoulder. I looked over, and it was Eel, standing straight, looking towards the violet orb.
That's enough apologizing for one day,
Eel said, letting go of my shoulder and crossing his arms behind his back. This man exuded confidence, and somehow seemed larger than the orbs themselves.
Judgments, if I may.
The orbs said nothing, but moved away from me, and formed a straight line, leaving me in the middle of them and Eel.
Not everyone knows when to do better, or how,
Eel said.
Sometimes we need a little help along the way. It's all a part of the process of becoming who we were meant to be. We often have to do what is bad in order to know what is good. It's how we learn. Be that as it may, Fen did nothing wrong. He did not steal from that wretched man.
How dare you say that? The red orb broke slightly out of formation, vibrating and spurting sparks more so than before. You know better than to speak blasphemy here in the tribunals of the world. I remind you that Deathbringers are not exempt from the law, and we will act against you.
I tell no lie,
Eel said, holding his ground. He stood as tall as ever, unflinching, unmoving.
We all saw it, though none saw the same thing. I saw the struggles of living within your means, of following the rules, despite, as you say, being weak. I saw someone trying to be a better man despite the people around him being of poor quality. Here in this very room, we see it yet again. Through his so-called weakness, through his so-called selfishness, he chose to apologize.
What of the money he stole? The red orb asked, dropping more sparks with every word.
As I said just now, we all saw something different. He signed a contract that he didn't really know he was signing. It was placed underneath other papers while he was being distracted by questions from the hiring manager. As the events unraveled, it became clear that the company wouldn't be paying him for all his hard work, while the company was getting paid. We all know how the law works in the world of the living. It's slow, and it is inconsequential for those who have the means to defend themselves. But for someone like Fenn, well, it's more like fighting a long uphill battle. Taking his money was the most logical choice, especially if there was a high probability the company would eventually lose Fenn's case in the long run. Of course, this would all imply that Fenn would be alive to prove himself on the long and tangled road of the law in the world of the living. Eel paused, as if to make his last point stand out. The red orb vibrated, and he continued. He also took much less money than he could have taken. He took much less money than he was actually owed. This, above all else, shows that he did not want to take anything that wasn't his in a sense. There was over $400,000 in those duffel bags. Fenn took 2 measly stacks of cash. You cannot pass judgment on him without judging the man that got him into this corner in the first place. The red orb receded back into formation, and no one spoke. There was a long, quiet moment in the hall. Then I began to feel warmth inside my body, a tingling sensation, and pain, lots of pain on my right shoulder. What was happening? He will return to the world of the living, the now fully violet orb said as it moved forward slightly. Though he will not live free of consequences, he'll have to face the laws of his world. Fair enough, Eel said with a smile, and took a few steps back. Shanna followed. Does that mean that? I asked, looking at my hands, which felt warm and cold at the same time. Do good, Fenn, Eel said, as his halo began growing glories again. So was Shanna's. Your glory halo, I said, gesturing to the top of my head. It's growing back! Both of their glory halos were growing back. Eel's bruises were fading, and Shanna looked visibly more relaxed. It was clear they were healing. The perks of killing a Tsar, and being right about it, Shanna said, smiling for the first time, just as broadly as Eel. So, this is it? I asked as I began to float. Whether it was up or down, who knows? But I wasn't holding on to anything. I hope I don't see you in a long while, Fenn, Eel said. Do good. Hold your head up high. Life doesn't always go the way we want it to, but you can be damn sure we can fight until it does. Remember, you aren't alone. Trust those who trust you. I nodded as I floated higher. It wasn't a dream, Eel yelled, as everything around me went black. Chapter 12. Alive. I heard a car squealing away, then moments later people screaming. Somebody was shaking me and yelling something, but I couldn't pay attention, not over the pain in my right shoulder. I tried to open my mouth to say something, but nothing happened. Or if it did, I didn't know about it. Then it all went dark. I woke up to bright lights and the sound of birds chirping not too far away. My mind was one big fog, and my body felt entirely too heavy to move. There was some pain in my right shoulder, but nothing too harsh to handle. Wait, where was I exactly? I looked around the room, searching for Jasper, remembering he was the last person I had seen before I died? Wait, I died? But then what was this place? I steadied myself and took a few deep breaths, trying to make sense of what was happening.
Clearer Waters Regional Hospital. The sign read just above the calendar on the wall. Was I really in a hospital? It turned out that yes, I really was in a hospital. Then it all added up. The cannula, the IV drip, the gown, all here. So had all that been a dream or not? I had died, right, and I went through this whole mess to get back here. I groaned, trying to speak, to get up, to do something. But then why was everything so foggy? Some kind of alarm started to sound on the bed, and moments later a nurse came running in. She further confirmed the now undeniable fact that I was in a hospital. Wait! A nurse said hurriedly, gesturing with her hands for me to settle down. Don't get up. Calm down, Mr. Gallen. You'll end up hurting yourself. Give yourself some time to fully adjust. I hesitated and lay back down. I know it can be a little disorienting at first, the nurse said, adjusting my pillows. Well, in your case, quite a bit more. You've been sleeping for a while now. Sleeping for a while? Did she mean I was in an actual coma? I'm Jamie, your nurse for today. Can you tell me your name? Or can you tell me if you have any pain? Any way you can tell me is fine. Talking, nodding, thumbs up, let me know. I tried talking, but the words wouldn't come out. I felt tired, mostly. The pain was manageable for now, though something told me that wouldn't be the case later on. I tried shaking my head, and I failed at that too. But I must have gotten some communication across. Good. No sign of pain is very good. I'll check your vitals really quickly, let the doctor know, and call your fiancée as well. She's going to be very happy about this. For the last week, she's been here every day. Ari had been here, checking on me. And what about the baby? The nurse said 1 week. She was only a week and a few days away from giving birth. Oh, how I wanted to speak. I tried and tried again, but to no avail. Now, take it easy. Don't force yourself too much, or you might hurt your voice. Remember, you were away for a while. She gently lifted my left arm and put a pressure cuff just above my elbow. She did so expertly, without hesitation, and started pumping the bulb right away. Oh, today is going to be a good day. I feel it. She did some more checking, wires, monitor, breathing, and wrote something on the computer. Okay, we're all good to go. You're stable. As promised, I'm going to go and make those phone calls. Try to press this button if you can before I leave. She handed me some kind of switch thing with a red button on it. I pressed it, but barely. A red light flashed on the side of my bed. Perfect. With that, you'll be able to call me if you need anything. She checked the IV bags next to the bed. I'll see if I can get you off these and start you on some real food as well, if you pass the swallow test evaluation. For some reason, I didn't feel hungry. I felt full, like I had been eating way too much lately. Even so, getting all these tubes off me sounded good, so I nodded as fast as I could, which was very slowly. All right, I'll be back. Try to rest in the meantime. She left. My eyelids had gotten heavy as soon as she mentioned rest, so I looked around the room one last time and closed my eyes. Resting willfully felt so much better than mandatory rest. But only a minute or so went by before there was someone trying to talk to me. No, wait, it wasn't someone. This voice I was hearing was Aries. I scrambled to open my eyes, but they were shut tight. What was she saying? It was hard to focus, hard to make out the words. This dumb coma really did a number on my body. I tried to relax even more, but this time I could only listen. It's okay if you don't want to wake up, Aerie said. I'll just come back later today, or tomorrow morning. The important thing is that you're showing signs of progress. She sniffed. For a while, your vitals were abnormal for someone in a coma, the doctor said. I was so scared to lose you. But now you're coming back. I'm so happy, Fen. Please do good. Take all the time you need. Did she leave? No, don't leave. Stay a little while longer. Let me see you again. If only these stupid eyes would open. Come on, open, I told myself. Airy is here. I yelled inside my head. And it worked. My eyes opened wide. And sure enough, Airy was still here. She was wiping her tears and hadn't noticed me looking at her. I'll be back then, Airy said as she held my hand and got up. I'll talk to the nurse before I leave. She still hadn't noticed me looking right at her. If only I could talk. I'd tell her to stay just a little longer, just one more minute. Wait, I could talk. I had a mouth, vocal cords, and a tongue. Maybe I only needed to do the same thing I'd done with my eyes earlier and force them to move. She tapped my hand twice and turned to leave. Wait, I exhaled. She hesitated, but didn't turn around. Airy, I said, my voice barely audible even to me. I'm awake. She turned and looked me straight in the eyes. What felt like actual birds fluttered in my stomach as I stared at what love was all about for the first time all over again. She embraced me almost right away. You are really awake, she said. Like, really, really? I'd like to think so, I said, my voice still low. She squeezed me, and some kind of alarm went off on my bed, prompting her to let go. She stared at me as if to make sure I was still awake. If I look any kind of yuck, I said, voice gaining strength. It's really not my intention. Turns out you don't have much control over the way you look when you're in a literal coma. You're perfect, Airy said, smiling slightly. You don't look half bad, honestly. You could use a shave, but other than that, you're still my Fen. Then a sense of dread washed over me as I glanced at her stomach. It was flat. Airy must have noticed as she held it with both hands right above the belly button. Don't worry, Airy said, now smiling brightly. You're a father. That's it. It's your official title. I am? What? When and how? I mean, I know how. But what happened? And where? Like, he's at home with Mum right now, Airy said, interrupting my semi-incoherent response. You can't really bring babies to the hospital, but maybe I can FaceTime you later. You have your phone with you, right? She looked about the room, then headed to the nightstand beside my bed and grabbed my phone. Yup, still do. Still charged from the last time I plugged it in. Do I have any important missed calls? I asked, wincing. I knew that I had nothing waiting for me on the phone. Not even a, "Hey, I heard you're in the hospital," text. About that, Airy said, looking at my phone, adjusting the volume and putting it back on top of the nightstand. I do have a message for you. Sounds important, but I'll wait until you come home to tell you. I don't want you stressing over it right now. Oh, come on. You can't do this to me. The suspense might literally kill me. I'll have to wait who knows how long. First, don't joke like that. Second, no stress. Doctor's orders. I haven't even spoken to the doctor yet. Fen, if you know what's best for you, I am the doctor, okay? I groaned and tilted my head back, burying it in the pillow. No stress. Fine, I said, unable to hold back a smile. I was happy to be alive and talking to her, although I more than likely had taken part in an ethereal experience. I didn't care. Airy made me feel normal again. I'll FaceTime you when I get home then. I would really like that. I can't believe I'm a father. Right there and then, I knew that everything in my life was about to change, and it would be for the better. I would make sure of that. What's his name? Avon, she said with a broad smile. I had a boy named Avon. I let that thought linger in my head for a while, before moving on to talk about the birth and everything that had happened while I was gone. It turned out that I'd missed quite a bit of stuff. For one, Airy almost didn't make it to the hospital in time. Her water broke on the way there, causing Airy's mother to panic. Also, according to her, I wouldn't survive giving birth to a child, which apparently is one of the most painful things someone can experience, especially when drugs aren't available. All in all, I was happy Airy was here with me now, and I was alive. She stayed a little while longer before having to leave to get back to the little human at home. I told her to try and FaceTime me as soon as she got there, so that I could meet what Airy called the miniature version of me. It didn't take Airy long at all to get home and FaceTime me. At that moment, and in my current condition, it was hard to describe what I felt the first time I saw his face. He was sleeping, but still, that didn't stop me from knowing that it was my son. He looked just like me, a lot cuter and smaller than me, but still, that was me. He had some of Airy's features, like his nose and lips, but the rest was all me. I felt proud, honoured, and a great deal of responsibility settled on my shoulders. I wanted to provide this little one with everything that he'd ever need. Once I'd had my fill of looking at my son and talking to Airy, she got off the phone, promising to visit tomorrow morning. I said I'd text her before night came. After some back and forth with the nurses, and also the doctor, who couldn't believe I was doing so well for someone just out of a coma, I got myself discharged. Though it wasn't as easy as I had hoped for. I had to stay in the hospital for another 24 hours, and after that I would be free to leave. Also, there were some lab tests I had to get done, but other than that, I was basically a free man. But in a weird way, I wasn't in a hurry. Being dead, or half dead, teaches you a thing or two. And one of the things it taught me was to appreciate this, whatever this was. Getting home and holding Avon in my arms was beyond rewarding. So much so that I didn't even flinch when Airy mentioned that it was my turn to change his diaper. As it turned out, I wasn't half bad at the whole fatherhood thing. I spent the majority of my first day back at home giving Airy a break from the baby. Even though she had help from her mom every day, I knew that she was tired. While I watched over him, she slept. I pretended that everything was all right, that me not having a job wasn't a big deal. But deep down, I knew that I had to do something fast, or our money would run out quickly. It feels like I haven't taken a nap that good in a long time, Airy said, coming out of the room and stretching. She had a big smile on her face, and she looked refreshed. So, how was it? Well, considering that this one and I are best friends, I said, looking up at Airy as she neared the couch. Not too bad. He finished the bottle you left him, and then went back to sleep. Best friends, huh? She sat down next to me and opened her arms for me to hand Avon over. Wait until he wakes up at 2 a.m., then again around 5 a.m. We'll see if you're best friends then. I welcome the challenge, I said, handing Avon to her. I don't think it will be that bad. I'll ask you again in the middle of the night. You are helping me tonight, by the way. You look more than well enough to do so. Again, I welcome the challenge, I said, smiling slightly. For some reason, smiling reassured me that everything was under control. This was a new thing. For a second or two, it made me wonder where I'd picked that up. A little smug for a non-combatant, Airy said, eyebrows raised. We'll see. Correction. A non-combatant as of now. I am eager to join the fray. I'll check in on you a few hours later to see how eager you still are. So, you still haven't told me, I said, digging myself into the couch, fully expecting some sort of bad news. What was the message I had? You know, the one you didn't want to share with me in the hospital. Oh, that's right, Airy said, tapping her forehead slightly. I should have told you a while ago. So you know how you were submitting applications everywhere, right? Yes. Well, one of them reached out to me. To you? Why to you? Is my phone not working or something? No, it's more complicated than that. It turns out that our dumb insurance wouldn't pay for long-term hospital care, so they wanted to transfer you. As I was arguing with one of the billing department clerks, they received a phone call. As soon as they hung up, they told me that everything was taken care of, that you could stay as long as you needed. I was relieved, but whatever had happened to change their minds, it wasn't anything I said. So what was it? Just as I was about to ask, I was interrupted by this very large man in a suit.
I'm sorry about what happened to your fiancé,
the large man said. He then extended his hand to shake mine. I shook the large man's hand. My hand felt tiny compared to his, but the fact that he was in a suit made the whole thing feel off. This guy was built more like a wrestler, and yet he had managed to fit into a business suit.
I'm Mr. E,
he said. The E made me wonder about Eel and Shana and the whole mess I had been in. The thought of it sent chills down my spine, and my stomach dropped a few inches down. Had that been real? Eel said it himself.
It's not a dream.
But wasn't it? How could that be real? I zoned back into Airy's story.
To tell you the truth, we feel a little at fault for what happened to him. We knew that our neighbours had some shady dealings, but we decided to ignore the issue since it didn't concern us. Because of our negligence, someone got hurt. We made some changes in our company and have decided to be more proactive about the world around us. Change it for the better, if you will. Anyway, my company has paid for all your medical bills, including your recent delivery. I hope you don't mind. And congratulations, by the way. I don't know what to say, I said. I mean, thank you, but I'm a little confused. Fen dropped off an application,
the large man said, including some very interesting schematics. In fact, they were the best I've seen in a while.
He was looking for a job, but since we weren't hiring at the time, no one saw him. He crossed the street to talk to his old boss, and that's when he got shot. Don't worry, we've since taken care of his old boss and the mess that company left behind.
He then handed me a card.
We could really use someone like Fen in our ranks. If he is still interested in a position at Clearer Waters, tell him to call me. That's my personal cell. And if there's anything you or your baby needs, just let me know.
I think we'll be okay for a little while, I said, trying not to pinch myself in front of him. But thank you so much for taking care of the hospital bills. That means a lot.
It's the least I can do,
he said.
Tell Fen to call me when he gets better. Let him know to take all the time he needs. It's not every day such a high-caliber engineer comes our way. I'd like to keep an offer extended.
I had to keep reminding myself to close my mouth every few sentences or so. She was telling me the company that I considered to be a dream place to work wanted to hire me? When did things start changing in my favour? Things like this never happened to me. What do you think? Airy asked, expectantly. I mean, what can I say? Do you still have the card? What makes you think that I would throw it away? She chuckled softly. It's near the TV. When will you call him? He seemed nice. A little intimidating, but still nice. I don't know. Maybe in a few days. I still have to process everything that happened, and I want to spend time with this little human, if that's okay. Hey, you're the one that's just woken up from a literal coma. But I'm glad you said that. Airy lifted Avon closer to her face and took a whiff. It's time to change his diaper. Considering everything that had happened, changing this little human's diaper was something I could handle. I smiled and got up to go look for his things.
Epilogue. I wasn't sure what Eel was thinking about as we walked back to Sanctum, but my mind was racing. We had just killed a fully fledged Za, and that was a bigger deal than it seemed. Even if Eel and I didn't tell anyone, the trail would clearly lead back to us. We were already disliked by the northernmost gate. This would escalate things. This could be the start of an all-out war. I looked towards Eel. He had a slight smile, and suddenly, I didn't care what all of this meant. If there was an all-out war instead of an unspoken one between the gates, so be it.
Do you understand what all this means?
Eel asked. I was getting there just now.
It means that we have another chance at redemption. We'll have the chance to help that many more wanderers passing through between.
Eel's heart was always in the right place, but it made me wonder, how big was the burden he carried? Still, I took a deep breath and smiled with him.
And now that our time in between has been, let's just say, extended, perhaps we don't need 2 separate dwellings.
My heart and stomach dropped to the floor. It had taken Eel long enough to ask, but I wasn't expecting it now. Still, as with everything to do with him, I welcomed it wholeheartedly. I really do hope that you're asking to move into my place. I've seen your place, and there's no way that would happen.
Of course, your place.
Eel looked towards me expectantly. Was he nervous? I was sure there weren't too many things in this world, or the last, that got him nervous. Me being one of the few things that did, made things that much better. If that's what you had in mind when I accept. I looked at Eel, this time not holding in my smile. He smiled back broadly. And was he walking differently also? More relaxed, happy, letting his guard down slightly. Had he been scared I would reject him? I couldn't help but giggle in my head. As deadly as he was, he did have his soft side, and it was all mine.
Shouldn't we be encountering other Deathbringers by now?
Eel asked, his tone slightly more serious and his smile fading.
It's not long before we get to the market. We should have seen 1 or 2 walking by.
He was right. I'd felt something strange on our way back, but I hadn't been able to put my finger on it. Now that he mentioned it, things did seem a bit off. Instinctively, I felt for Daria on my back and moved my left hand closer to the shaft. From the corner of my eye, I saw Eel do the same with Ayazael's hilt. Something is wrong. I'm sure of it now, I said, feeling an overwhelming presence coming our way. Then, a gate large enough to fit a person opened just a few meters away from us. and through it walked a figure. The glowing triple glory halo made it easy to know who it was. The Grand Za.
He's not the Grand Za I know,
Eel said calmly.
He's from the northernmost gate.
Eel unsheathed Ayazael.
If he attacks, we'll only have a small chance,
Eel said under his breath, yet still he smiled. A half-smile, but a smile nonetheless. Did this buffoon not understand the danger we were in? Nothing in all of Sanctum was above the power of a Grand Za. I ground my teeth, but still nodded. We'd talk about this later.
I'll lead in, and you come once you see an opening.
The Grand Za walked fully into the open space. This was rare. In all my time in between, I had never heard of a Grand Za walking into Sanctum. Oh, crap, I hadn't even seen a Grand Za, and to say the least, seeing this one didn't disappoint. He was covered from neck to toe in much more intricate armor than the last Za we saw. But these markings were different. For one thing, there were 3 times as many. They curved, then turned sharply near the joints of the armor. The armor was of a dark maroon and only shone near the markings. He wore a single swath of red cloth over his right shoulder. In his right hand, he carried a scythe. It, too, was covered in markings and symbols.
Shana Myren Azuriah of House Azuriah, and Eel Asilis Desiderius Licinus,
the Grand Za said. His voice was pleasant, educated, calculating. He took a step towards us, surrounding us with his immense presence. Eel and I couldn't help but take a step back so we could breathe. The Grand Za then stopped.
I'm Zao Salara of the North.
He cocked his head, looking at us, and then straightened but widened his eyes, as if he had remembered something of importance.
My apologies. I sometimes forget how vast my power is. It's not every day a Grand Za visits these grounds. With the way things are, we hardly leave the gates. Then again, it's not every day one of my Za is sent to their final resting place.
We tensed. I could feel Eel shifting ever so slightly towards the Grand Za. I needed to be ready for anything. I wouldn't let Eel go on his own this time.
Interesting, Zal Salara said. Do you really believe you can get near me, let alone harm me? A moment ago, you couldn't breathe. What makes you think you can cut me with your blades? Perhaps we ought to put it to the test,
Eel said.
Shauna knows how to write very well. She'll record her findings once we're done with you.
Zal Salara snorted, raising his eyebrows and pressing his lips together.
Cowards you're not, and that is admirable,
Zal Salara said.
It's a quality not many possess, especially when faced with insurmountable odds. I applaud you.
He lazily moved his scythe to rest against his shoulder and clapped his hands, but stopped each time before touching his palms together. He repeated the gesture 2 more times before grabbing his scythe again.
Nonetheless, there are rules that bind me, and I will respect the sanctum. No harm shall come your way on these grounds by way of a Za. You can put down your weapons. You have my word. Not going to happen,
Eel said, crouching ever so slightly. Zal Salara rolled his eyes. I don't know if he really meant it when he said no harm would come to us, but I was with Eel on this one. It was impossible to know what would happen next.
I see that civility with you two will be quite impossible,
Zal Salara said.
So I shall proceed with my offer.
Offer? I thought, and Eel said nothing.
If you do not take any more contracts and stick to your main duties as Deathbringers, no harm will come your way. All those under the northernmost gate will leave you two alone. You can live to the end of time if you so wish. However, the instant you take another contract, the full might of the northernmost gate will be unleashed upon you, including yours truly. You must not complete another contract. Your end will surely come.
Eel snorted, but I raged inside. At that moment, I didn't care if he was a Za, a grand Za at that, or the most powerful being in all of between. All I knew was that he wouldn't have a say in the way Eel and I chose to live our lives. When I first learned of the opportunity I had in between, I said, bringing Daria out for the first time, to restore life instead of take, to give, to fight for what is right, I saw a road to redemption. I knew deep down in my heart that someday, somehow, I'd be forgiven. No one, and I repeat, no one, will take that away from me.
You can count me in on that as well,
Eel said, tensing. I could feel him calling on his ripple, and I did the same.
You might as well bring whatever it is that you're going to bring now. We aren't stopping. How amusing,
Zhao Solara said, eyebrows raised, turning around as a gate opened.
You've been warned. We will not hold back.
He waved lazily and stepped into the gate. Moments later, the gate vanished, leaving only the noise from down the street and a few Deathbringers walking about. Were we in some kind of illusion? I asked, blinking and looking about.
Now that you mention it, we probably were. But if so, when did it even begin? I didn't feel anything as we stepped into Sanctum.
Neither did I.
Hey, Eel!
Dango, a friendly Deathbringer, screamed from a few dwellings down. He was from the 21st century, just like Fen. He sort of dressed like him, too.
Where have you been? We're having drinks together at Elysium's. Want to come? Bring Shauna with you. Hi, Shauna!
He waved.
We'll pass.
Eel half yelled and waved dismissively.
Boring. Don't take this place too seriously.
I'm up for it if you are, I said. I knew what awaited me at Elysium's, and for the first time in a long while, I welcomed a hangover. Eel looked at me and smiled.
It took me a little over a week to give Mr. E a call, and once I did, we agreed to meet at the park near the Clearer Waters facility. When I first saw him walking up to the bench, I had to look twice. Everything about this man reminded me of Eel. His face, the way he wore his hair unkempt but combed back, those intense, unmoving eyes. Well, almost everything. Everything aside from the suit he wore. I wasn't sure that the Eel I knew could fit in that suit. For someone as tall and hefty as this man was, a suit didn't seem like the right way to go.
Hey, kid,
said Mr. E as he approached the park bench.
Glad you could make it.
Okay, someone or something had to be playing with my head. He even sounded like Eel. But he was here in the world of the living where I was. This was the world of the living, right? How could I not? I extended my hand, getting up from the bench, and fully expecting to see a giant sword appear out of nowhere.
No need to be anxious,
Mr. E said, shaking my hand, which, by the way, felt like I was shaking hands with a grizzly bear. Not that I knew what that would feel like, but I did imagine that a grizzly bear might think twice before messing with someone like Mr. E.
I know you weren't stealing.
Stealing? I asked, absent-mindedly, blinking a few times before remembering what got me here in the first place. Oh, yeah, that. It wasn't exactly ideal behaviour either.
I'd have done far worse,
he said, motioning for us to take a seat.
That's if I was in your situation, clearly. But still, I'm not sure what would have happened to that man. But he wouldn't be in jail awaiting his trial like he is now.
Nothing in my head made me doubt a word he just said. I did my best not to try and imagine how easy it would be for Mr. E to turn Jasper into pulp. It took a lot of restraint, but what I really wanted to know was how much he knew. How do you know? I asked, trying to hide my nervousness. You know, about what happened. With me and that whole getting shot in the back thing.
I watched it happen. Not in person. Our building has surveillance, and once we heard the ambulance come, thanks to our diligent secretary, I played back the tapes.
So you know what happened, but how do you know I wasn't stealing?
I'm not the kind of man that goes around assuming things. At first, to be honest, I was going to let it pass as a street incident. But then the secretary told me about you, and showed me what you dropped off. Long story short, that changed my mind entirely. I did some digging. One thing led to another, and now we're here. Jasper and his close-knit company of crooks are behind bars. All the people who used to work there and did not get paid for all the overtime are getting paid now. Clearer Waters is taking care of them and their legal fees. Whatever money Jasper made off you guys is going straight where it belongs. By the way, that reminds me.
He pulled out a tiny piece of paper from one of the inner pockets of his coat and handed it over to me.
Here's your deal.
What's this? I said, reflexively taking the paper that, in my hands, was the size of a regular check. It had the sum of $23,258. My heart threatened to jump out of my chest and start running. This would help Ari and me so much right now.
We did the calculations,
Mr. E said as he leaned back on the bench and interlaced his hands. He looked so calm, so in control of life, of everything around him.
It looks like that's what you were owed by Jasper's company. We've taken the liberty of opening a case on your behalf, by the way. Though you need to stop by the office to sign the power of attorney soon, so we can make it official, if you don't mind.
I mean, of course I don't mind. But why?
Let's just say that Clearer Waters has been sleeping for far too long. It's time for the company to wake up, and let's leave it at that. There are more important things to discuss.
Like? I asked, still not able to believe that I was holding a check with such a large amount of money all at once.
Like Clearer Waters' official offer of employment.
What? I turned towards Mr. E and stared at him. If this turned out to be a joke or a prank, it was a highly distasteful one. He was smiling slightly. Again, he reminded me of Eel. I felt like I was going to puke.
Don't be so surprised. You deserve it. You wanted a job, right? It's not every day that we get engineers of your caliber applying. Offering you employment is the right move for Clearer Waters. Don't worry, though. You will benefit the company more than you think. You'll be working under me. To start, we'll finish that project of yours as a warm-up. Then we'll move on to bigger and better things. If you take this offer, Clearer Waters will make sure that it's the last job you'll ever need.
I did the best I could to hold back my tears. But damn, this was everything I'd ever wanted. How could I not let them out? Or was this also going to be taken away from me the moment I accepted it? All that came out of me was silence. I didn't know what to say, or if I should say something. My life was on the literal cusp of changing, for the better.
You don't have to look so sad about it, kid. I believe that was good news.
I'm just scared. This all seems far-fetched. Since when have things started going in my favour? We all have our ups and downs in life. We get hit again and again, and each time it hurts more than the last. But we always get up. Though no one remembers the getting up part. The part where we're supposed to be grateful for what we have. The part where we make the journey to our destination matter. Don't look down on what you already have. Instead, put it on a pedestal. Hold on to it. Be grateful. And life will unravel itself in ways you've never imagined. In the end, authenticity will always win. He extended his hand towards me, waiting for a handshake. So, what do you say? Will you take the job? I was taking everything he'd said and engraving it somewhere in the back of my mind. I shook Mr. E's hand with all the strength I had. Life can be difficult, but in the end, everything you go through will make the reward that much sweeter.